One day, a legend began to circulate around the world that in ancient times, the world of people was ruled by a single king. But be that as it may, the name of this divine figure drowned in the sands of time. But he inherited only 12 treasures. These divine gifts symbolize power, and among people they are called treasures. Each gift is hidden in the depths of a giant tree, and the one who collects the treasures together will become the king of treasures, and he will also be able to fulfill his cherished desires. Two children were talking about this legend one day, and the older one constantly told the younger one about it. She constantly mentioned that one day they would find all the treasures, and then they would be able to fulfill their deepest desire. All they both wanted was to return home and meet their mother, at least one more time. They were confident that one day they would succeed. But all these ideological actions took place in Aron's childhood, and now everything was a little different. He was working in a cave, and at one point he lost his vigilance, due to the fact that he began to remember his childhood, and because of this, he lost his stance. Lowering his head, he saw how those with whom he had been working for a long time were falling down and screaming, trying to attract attention to themselves and get help. Return home and, well, the guy had no chance to help them, and all he could do was watch them quickly fall down. Aron himself managed to grab hold at the last moment with his fingers, which, during his time working in the mine, had already become like hooks. Despite the fact that this was not the first time in his life that such a situation had happened, he was still a little scared. Without making a single sound, he continued to hang on two stones and try to look around in order to assess the situation. Looking to the side, he attracted the attention of other workers, who by that time had already witnessed the death of their colleagues. First, they took a roll call in order to understand that everyone else was still alive, and then one of them noticed that danger was approaching from the other side. These were manta rays, ancient flying creatures that from time to time attack the mine workers. They looked really very menacing and had a large mouth with a huge number of teeth and an impressive speed of movement. One of these monsters began to fly closer to the worker who was a short distance from all his friends. This man immediately noticed the approaching danger and shouted to his assistant upstairs to get him out quickly. But this did not help him, and the beast launched an attack, thereby eliminating him and biting off a small piece of him from the other side. Aron, meanwhile, pressed himself very tightly against the rock in order not to attract attention to himself and to survive after this attack. Meanwhile, the monster ate people one after another, and none of the workers could help either themselves or their comrades. All this continued until the smell of something burning was heard in the air, and a shot was also heard. Still, some unknown force was able to pierce the body of this monster and scare everyone. It turned out that the workers who work in this cave are protected by guards who have long-range rifles that shoot energy streams. The guards were divided into squads, and each squad had its own commander, who gave the order when to open fire on the monsters. Literally, one eliminated manta ray was enough for them to fly away and try to dodge shots. When the attack was repulsed, the guard approached the rope on which the surviving workers were still hanging and ordered them to go upstairs, since nothing critical had happened. Also, one of these guards approached Aron and also ordered him to climb up and stop messing around. Having heard no answer, he told the worker that he didn't care whether he lived or died on the spot, but he had to climb up now. Then, Aron once again realized that he was not in a winning situation, and he would have to obey. With the last of his strength, he began to climb up, without any insurance and practically without strength. The path was long, but he had no other choice but to overcome his fatigue and fight for his life. This cave was really very huge in scale, and a very large number of people worked there. Each of the workers had a special knife, which they used to do the work. It consisted in the fact that it was necessary to mine precious stones. The conditions were simply inhuman, since during the entire working day, which lasted incredibly long, it was possible to straighten the knees only once. And now was just the time to do this. Since the commander of all the detachments blew his whistle, this meant that the workers would now have a small lunch, after which they would continue working again. Of course, it was foolish to hope that their lunch would consist of good food and plenty of time to relax. They mainly ate insects, which lived in this cave and tasted terrible, but they contained a large amount of protein. From the moment the first worker climbed up, the 15-minute break had already begun, and the commander shouted, "What kind of non-compliance with the standards? His subordinates will be left without food." Looking around, Arena at some point noticed that there was a small group of workers who did not receive food for bad behavior. There were two of them, and from their faces, one could understand that they were very young, and in a short time they had already become very tired. For this reason, Aron made his choice and silently handed over his plate of food to them. I didn't even answer anything, but just took the plate and quickly began to consume all its contents. In such places, kindness is responded to with actions rather than useless words. Aaron did this because his soul was kind and also because he had no appetite. And the reason for this was that some time ago he remembered something this morning. While there were still fresh memories in his head, and he was trying to bring them back, the guard approached those two and took away the food that they did not have time to finish. The spectacle unfolding in front of Aaron was not something unusual for him. Gradually, he got used to this hell, to child labor and dishes made from beetles, and now he no longer felt anything. His thoughts were suddenly shattered at the moment when the squad leader said that now everyone needs to look at it. He announced that today a fresh batch of non-newbies would join them, and his subordinate guard at that moment gave the command to the newcomers to stand in line. Also, as usually happens when new workers arrive, the president arrived on this day to honor them with his visit. The commander gave the order to all workers to stop moving and listen carefully to what he was about to say. The president, even in his appearance, was very different from all the soldiers, guards, and detachment commanders. Looking at the newcomers, he greeted them and said that they had come a long way to come to this place. Now, they have all arrived at a mining camp called Aston. Outside these walls, all these people were criminals, which is why they were seen as the scum of society for the sins they had once committed. The commander continued his speech and said that they should all be happy, even if they deserve to be shot. In his opinion, the ruler of the country has a generous heart, and he is ready to pardon them for their sins. To do this, they are given one last chance to prove their loyalty to their homeland. Pointing to one trolley that was completely filled with stones, he said that this was the goal of their tasks. These are the Occams that are buried in Shakti at this excavation site. This country relied on Occam as a source of energy for further technological development. This is the country's national resource. Therefore, the task for Beechkoff, like everyone else working, is to get as many Occam as possible for the sake of their country. Look at one of the new arrivals. He ordered them all to work for their country and to fulfill this duty until their death. This was the end of his speech, and it made many people start crying due to a feeling of hopelessness. They screamed and begged for mercy because they did not want to die here. But the president began to walk away, and the guards ordered the newcomers to shut up. Then, those workers who had been working here for several months began to talk among themselves about the fact that half of the new arrivals would most likely be eaten by manta rays within a week. This was not the first time Aaron listened to this president, and also quite successfully eavesdropped on the dialogues of his colleagues on the side. And while eavesdropping, he suddenly noticed a child among all this crowd of newly arrived workers. He immediately drew attention to him as he stood out from the crowd. Even Aaron was a little horrified by this, since before this, the commanders did not want to take small children here. All this pushed him into negative thoughts, since he understood that in this system, the child is doomed to be used. But he didn't want to think about it now, so he simply completed his workday and waited until lights out. In a small room located in the cave, special beds for workers were built from wood and small pieces of fabric. They were incredibly uncomfortable, and you had to stay still in them to avoid falling out on the floor. Aaron did not sleep that night because he had plans for this time, and he was ready to start implementing them. He left the room where everyone was sleeping and followed into the corridor, which was guarded by two guards. While in this corridor, he overheard a conversation between two guards. They said that one of their colleagues recently heard a girl singing, and perhaps this was a signal of the presence of a ghost in these caves. While Aaron walked right behind them, one of the guards told his comrade that if these songs were really from a girl, he would be incredibly pleased. Even if it was a cute boy. Trying not to listen to these terrible conversations, Aaron rushed to the place where he usually worked and hastily began to climb down the rope. In just a few seconds, he went down and made his way into a secret room that was carved out of the rock. Going inside, he found a lamp here that seemed to be waiting for him, and he set it on. Now everything here could be seen. Having walked a little deeper, the guy said hello to his sister named Toa. He apologized to her for being late and justified himself by saying that patrols had become more strict. He also told her that every day people die, as usual, and he no longer distinguishes one day from another. He also wanted to share that today he suddenly remembered a story that Toa had told several times before they got here. Namely, the story about the very treasure that they wanted to find together. The story was that you need to find all the treasures in order to make their wishes come true. It was incredibly difficult for Aaron to talk about this, but he still decided to get over himself in order to feel better. And after a moment, he said that all these stories were lies. It was just a fiction, made up to stop the Toa from whining and wanting to go home. He didn't understand why he only now wanted to talk about it, but most likely because his body understood that it might soon be too late. Aaron immediately coughed, covering his mouth with his hand, and then looking at her, he realized that he was coughing up blood. This was only additional proof of his theory that his end was near, and therefore all cards must be revealed. All this time, he spoke with his eyes down, and in the end, he decided to ask Toa if she thought that they had worked hard over these 10 years. He spoke to the already lifeless body of the girl, which was covered with a small piece of cloth, and near which candles were burning. Now that Aaron had told his sister everything he wanted, he began to take out an object from a hidden pocket. Looking at him, his eyes became even more tired, and it seemed that it was difficult to imagine more tired eyes. Further, he said that it was good that the Toa did not know how difficult it was to obtain one of these pistols. All he wanted now, and all he thought about, all he wished was that she could live a little longer. But now that she was gone, Aaron realized that he could not continue without her, and that he wanted to end his story. Now the emotion of his eye changed to madness, since it was clear to the guy that he was on the verge of death. He also said that if his memory serves him right, tomorrow is their birthday. So if Toa lived to see this moment, it would be nice to celebrate this day together. Aaron raised the weapon to the level of his head and said that tomorrow the moment will come when they will finally be able to meet again. While the guy was saying this, he suddenly heard a voice behind him who said that it was impossible for the two of them to meet. After he experienced a slight fright, he immediately pointed the gun at the source of this sound and tried to figure out who was there. It was precisely that child from the crowd who said that Aaron needed to continue living for the sake of their common salvation. There was a wide smile on the face of this child, and he, taking long pauses between words, said that he had been waiting to meet Aaron for a very long time. But now all that interested him was just one question: who is it? Meanwhile, the action has moved outside, namely on the road that led straight to the mine. A fairly large detachment of warriors walked along this road, each of whom hid his face behind a mask. They were getting closer and closer to an incredibly large tree that grew here and occupied a large area. Then the most important of them told his subordinates that this place was called an ancient tree, and it really looked unusual. He noted that its size is worthy of being called the World Tree. Having approached sufficiently, this commander saw a man in front of him, who was accompanied by guards. This commander was the same man who had recently given a speech to the newcomers, and he noticed that in front of them was the same commander of the Red Raven Army, known as the Left Hand of the Cardinal. He had a lot of nicknames, the shortest of which was Deep Tooth. The commander immediately changed and said that he apologized for the fact that the Cardinal's left hand had to travel so far. At the same time, listening to this, the commander of the Red Raven Army dismounted his horse in order to continue the dialogue. But the man tried to lead him himself and said that Deep Tooth must be tired and wants to rest and recover a little. But he replied that he did not want this, because in fact he is here to check what was reported to him by letter. Varden, that was the name of the guard's commander, said that he was definitely confident that this was exactly what the Red Crows were looking for, namely, the Gate of the Ancient. While all these dialogues were taking place somewhere outside, in a cave, namely near the burial place of the Toa, there was now an interesting situation. Aaron pointed his gun at the little girl who scared him, and who smiled right in front of the barrel of the gun. And the guy, in turn, did not understand who she was until several seconds of thought had passed. Then, after this time, images that he remembered during his last lunch began to appear in his head. It was then that he first saw that little girl and realized that she was among the new arrivals. He was interested, and so he directly asked the girl how she found this place and whether she followed him on his heels. But she did not answer this in any way, but only lowered her gaze down towards the Toa's body. Then she began to approach her body, and did it as silently and slowly as possible. The guy still held the gun to her head because he didn't understand whether she was an enemy or a friend, but he was very angry at the moment when this girl gently stroked the head of the deceased sister Aaron. So he moved closer to her and ordered this girl not to touch his sister. Now the smile from the girl's face disappeared, and she noticed that this was all very annoying, and they would probably get along with Toa. She also noted that most likely losing someone so dear is really very difficult. Turning to the guy, she noticed that losing her own sister was apparently even harder, since she seemed to be more than just family. After these words, Aaron could no longer stand it and released a stream of energy directly into the little girl's head. But what happened next surprised him greatly, because after this happened, the little girl's body turned into a light breeze. A second later, he heard her voice behind him, which said that the two of them were on the same side. The guy didn't understand how this could happen if he hit her clearly in the head, The girl, meanwhile, said that it was her fault that she had not yet introduced herself. Extending her hand, she said that his name was Dilly Drada, but Aaron can simply call her Dilly. But in fact, the guy didn't even really want to listen to it, and so he turned around sharply and pointed his gun at the girl. Another shot was fired, but the girl moved again, and from the other end of the cave said that Toa told her the guy's name, since they were very close. The guy became even more aggressive and ordered the girl not to talk nonsense, since he saw with his own eyes how she arrived here with the others this afternoon. The girl only answered him that she appeared today only to find Aaron, but in fact she was here even longer than the guy himself. The hero incredibly disliked all this nonsense, and for this reason he shot at the place where the girl was now, but she evaporated again and turned into a voice that was simply coming from the cave. She said that the guy really has trust issues. And then she began to ask Aaron if he wanted to see Toa one more time, since she knew a good way to save her. Aaron clenched his fist very tightly, due to the fact that his body was now filled with rage and the desire to kill. Arrived here, gritting his teeth, he told the girl that it was impossible to bring the dead back to life. Dilly did not agree with this, and told him that there was one way. And the name of this method is the King's Treasure. Dilly said that you just need to find 12 treasures scattered around the world and connect them together. By doing this, the guy will gain the power of the gods and will be able to revive the Toa. The guy didn't like this, and he informed the girl that he didn't understand why she was telling him all these fairy tales, and she probably just came here to mock her grieving brother. But Dilly still tried to convince the guy that this was not a stupid story, but that treasures really existed, and one of them was in this cave. She also promised that if he decided to help her, they could gain that power together. Dilly advised him to cast aside doubts, since this is the only way for him to bring his beloved sister back to life. While Arena listened to her words, he looked around and at one moment noticed that the girl had stopped moving around the cave. Moreover, she acquired a physical shell which gave the guy the opportunity to grab her by the neck. Now, he said that she won't be able to escape, and so he orders her to stop talking nonsense. Well, he was very annoyed by the fact that even when this girl was in a hopeless situation, there was still a smile on her face. She also said that Aaron was thrown into the deep end, but now his face looks much hipper than it did before. It was worth noting that Aaron had no choice but to cling to this lie, because he still had no more options. The girl tried to explain to him that only by believing in these words would he have a reason to live on. But at that moment, Aaron was at that part of his life in which he no longer wanted to believe in absolutely nothing. Therefore, he fired another pistol shot directly into the head, but the girl again disappeared somewhere. Now she was near the exit from the cave and watched as the guy tried to find her again. Dilly noticed that he had already got her, and so she leaves. But finally, he asks you to remember something. She wanted the guy to remember that blood would soon be shed in this place. And fate also has something in store for Aaron, and he won't be able to get away from it. And most likely, the last chance to make the right choice. The girl hoped that the next time they met, his answer would be different from the current one. Looking again at the lifeless body of his sister, Aaron actually began to think that he might have something worth living for. Meanwhile, a delegation of red ravens arrived at the gate, which was discovered by Varden's team. While here, the Deep Tooth thanked his master for the fact that, thanks to his guidance, they found the way here. All this time, he addressed the gates and called them a gentleman named Forgotten. The commander of the guards did not understand what was happening at all, and therefore decided to ask someone who clearly understood. He turned to Deep Tooth to ask what was buried behind these gates. In response, the commander of the Red Crows only asked Varden if he knew why the excavations were being carried out here. In fact, this is not for mining by anyone, although it has long been confirmed that rich deposits were discovered under the ancient tree. However, something rarer is hidden in the depths of the tree. It was an object that towers above all Akim, an inexhaustible talisman that is a gift from the gods. Touching the gate, the Deep Tooth said that this item was one of the 12 treasures. The mine was just a distraction because the main goal was to discover the gate. Varden said that he was not interested in this, but the president will clearly be pleased. However, he had some misunderstandings as they tried many methods and none could even leave a scratch on this gate. Then the Deep Tooth advised him not to worry, since in order to open the gates of the ancients, certain conditions must be met. Namely, this requires blood sacrifice on a large scale. At that same second, one of the subordinates from the Red Raven army pierced the body of the Varden, and the Deep Tooth said that all the blood that is contained in the human body is needed to open the gate. All other wars, the Red Raven army immediately attacked the Varden's personal guards and left no one prisoner. Just a few seconds later, all their bodies were lying on the floor and bleeding. Deep Tooth told his subordinates that the life that was lived was the price for opening the gates. Payment was taken through shed blood. For the sake of the great goal, such sacrifices are. However, it turned out that the Varden guards would not be enough to open these gates. Therefore, it turns out that they will need to sacrifice everyone currently present in these mines. Deep Tooth sincerely believed that the time had come to sacrifice the lambs on this sacred ground, as sacrifices for the sake of their master. Some time passed, and a large line of people working in the cave lined up near the doors. They hit them very loudly in order to attract attention to themselves, which they rarely did that worked. The one who fought the hardest began to ask at the door if they were mocking them by not giving food for such a long time. Some people stood behind this guy and advised him on how to beat better and what to ask from the guards. But that guy was incredibly angry because he understood that it would be quite stupid to rot in such a place, and they also didn't even give them insects. And at some point, the lamp that was supposed to show whether the door was open or closed turned blue, which meant that they would now open. Literally a few seconds later, these doors slowly began to open, and now in front of the guy who knocked on them, there was only darkness. He tried to look into it in order to understand what was stored there, but all he experienced was only fear. At some point, right out of that darkness, something jumped out at high speed and began to roll towards the man's feet. Everyone who stood near the entrance doors began to peer into what this object was, since now they were waiting for at least some food. But when they took a closer look, they began to scream very loudly since the head lay near their feet. They immediately became incredibly frightened and began to peer even harder into the darkness in order to understand what was happening here. Gradually, the darkness became more obvious, and warriors of the Red Raven army began to emerge from it. Initially, those who stood closest to the doors did not understand who they were and did not even have time to get scared. But it was already too late, as these crows began to strike at them with their sharp blades. Those of the workers who stood further away began to run away, but the enemies were much faster. They dealt with those working in the mines and constantly launched cutting attacks. At one point, when the man was already thinking that he was about to run around the corner and could not be caught, he turned around to make sure of his safety. But when he turned his head to its original position, something terrible happened that he did not even hear. One of the warriors struck two people with his blades at once, and thereby eliminated them. At that time, behind this warrior, one could hear a frantic and very loud cry and a plea for help. If you moved to that point in the cave, now you could hear the sound of a flamethrower there. Some of the working people were driven almost into a corner, and the opponents gradually came closer. They began to push each other, because they were very afraid of the army of Red Ravens, and they were even more afraid of falling into the abyss. Well, when the flamethrower came close enough, he activated his weapon, and a stream of flame moved straight towards the defenseless people. At this moment, they experienced incredible fear and fleeting sensations of heat around their bodies. Their bodies began to burn, and they began to fall into the abyss, while simultaneously trying to extinguish themselves. Everything that was happening near this rock now looked like real chaos. At least one person was killed every second. This happened for a very long time, right up until almost everyone was eliminated. The blood that came out of their bodies was immediately absorbed into the ground and seemed to seep through the soil of the cave. A small detachment of flamethrowers began to go to the barracks in order to eliminate absolutely all the workers. They walked along the corridors and at the same time eliminated everyone and also burned out entire rooms. At some point, one of them noticed that they had gone through all the rooms except one. This room seemed incredibly suspicious to him, and so he decided to check it too, in order to make sure that no one was there. In this very room, now sat two very young guys, one of whom was the eldest, and therefore closed his mouth to his younger brother. Now the main thing that needed to be done was not to make any sounds, and the younger brother succeeded. But everything was corrected the moment they saw the flamethrower, and then the warrior who went inside, who did not even need a few seconds to discover the hiding children, and he immediately began to fulfill his duty. He pulled the trigger on the flamethrower, and it began to heat up and prepare to spit out a stream of flame. But literally half a second before this was supposed to happen, a small explosion occurred, and a stream of energy passed right through the head of this Red Raven warrior. Behind the warrior stood Aaron with a pistol, who was supposed to make sure that the enemy was eliminated. But at the same time, he scanned the situation around him in order to understand if there were any more enemies here. And yet, turning around, he saw a flamethrower who clearly did not expect to meet the enemy in this corridor. But the guy reacted faster and took out a grenade from his small pouch, which was activated by pressing a button. Having thrown this grenade, it flew straight to the target in a matter of seconds and was ready to detonate. The flamethrower was thinking about whether to run away under this grenade or to attack the guy with his flamethrower. But there was no time, and a very large explosion occurred near his face. Now, all the opponents that were near the arenas were eliminated, and he himself hid behind a small shelter, which was the rock in this corridor. He didn't understand what was going on here at all, and why unknown wars appeared here that eliminate everyone, even children. Looking into the room in which he had just eliminated the first warrior, he saw those two children. One of them cried and asked Aaron for help, and the second one was so traumatized that he was only afraid, but he could not say anything. At that moment, the guy remembered the girl's words when she said that a lot of blood would soon be shed, and the guy would face a fate that he could not avoid. Therefore, all that Aaron could do now was to continue to fight and try to survive in this meat grinder. Meanwhile, he was deep right next to the entrance to the gate and watched as the walls were soaked in blood. He spoke to his master and asked if God could hear their dying cries and if he could see their disappearing souls. The guy tried to hide, and while running away with those children, he desperately fired back with his pistol. The girls were There was still enough energy in the stone, but this weapon could not fire often, so he tried to maneuver so that the warriors would not hit him or the children. Deep Tooth continued to talk to God and asked him to take part in the banquet that his humble servant gave him. Aaron had a different way of achieving his goals and pulled out a few more grenades from his pouch. When he threw them, several explosions occurred right behind this small group, which were supposed to delay the opponents. Well, literally a second later, from the smoke that now appeared on one side, one of the Red Crow warriors was. At first, only Aaron noticed them, but he was scared, and because of this, he could not warn the children. At the last second, he only managed to shout to them that the enemy was nearby, and at the same time make a dash in their direction. The left hand of the cardinal asked God to illuminate their path with divine light and to perform the miracle of the Lord here. A whole pool of blood literally half a second later was already under Aaron's feet. The blow that the Red Raven dealt him hit right on the artery, but did not hit any vital organs. But do not forget that such massive bleeding can kill a healthy person in just a few minutes. Things got even worse when the Red Raven army warrior began to strike even more, thereby causing more damage to the target. But the strength in Aaron's body was still there, as was the human rage that appears at such moments. It was amazing to see how the guy still had the fortitude in his body that was capable of knocking a healthy opponent to the ground. And now, when his opponent was on the ground and trying to strike more blows at Aaron, he took out his knife. This was exactly the knife that everyone who works uses to extract stone. Just one blow was enough to eliminate this warrior once and for all. Now, Aaron was in a very dire situation. He had many fatal wounds, and he himself could barely stand on his knees. But still, he raised his head and ordered those two children to run away quickly and not wait for him here. But at that same second, right before his eyes, an explosion occurred that was incredibly strong, and then came the flames. Through this flame, he saw only the outlines of those children whom he had recently saved. This shocked him, and despite the fact that he had already lost several liters of blood and lost a lot of strength in battle, he still felt this incredibly unpleasant feeling. After the flame disappeared, he looked around and realized that he was now completely surrounded by opponents. Deep Tooth, who was near the gate, constantly communicated with his master, even when he heard the grinding and opening of the gate. These gates opened very slowly, and all this happened to the screams and words of lust of the Deep Tooth. Through a small gap in this gate, a very bright light could be seen. The cardinal's left hand had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He was a real fanatic who dedicated his whole life to this moment. And now, when he finally waited for this moment, he just stood and waited. Well, when the gates almost completely opened, he looked inside and was surprised, to put it mildly. Meanwhile, Aaron's battle was coming to an end, as the blood along with his strength gradually left his body. He saw that the opponents had gathered all around him, and this meant that they had already eliminated everyone else long ago. One of the flamethrowers came point blank to the guy and put his heavy foot on his chest. In parallel with all this, he slowly began to heat up the flamethrower that was inlaid in his hand and prepared to finish off the last one. At this moment, the guy thought that he couldn't move a finger, and his consciousness was gradually clouding. He was glad that the moment had finally come when he would meet his sister. And even if everything didn't go according to plan, the result was always obvious to him. For some reason, he was scared, despite the fact that he did not promise not to regret the past and come to terms with death. But still, he secretly did not agree with his fate. And now, looking into the barrel of a flamethrower that would take his life in a moment, he thought that it looked like he was deceiving himself. In fact, he wanted to live, and if there was any chance for him, then he was ready to take advantage of it. By that time, Deep Tooth had already entered the secret room and discovered that despite the fact that it was all soaked in blood, there was nothing there. And this can only mean that the door was open before and the treasures disappeared somewhere. The explosion occurred right next to the flamethrower, who was preparing to pull the trigger. Several more explosions occurred right next to the bodies of everyone else who stood around Arin's body. The guy couldn't understand what was happening, but despite all this, his eyes were wide open. Through the sounds of the flames, he heard the screams of warriors who unsuccessfully tried to extinguish themselves. And through all this, at the end, he saw a girl who was slowly approaching closer and closer. She looked a little strange and was wearing something similar to what warrior hermits usually wore. Having come close enough to Arin, she said that the time had come for him to make a choice. Then, the girl extended her hand to him and said that if he wants to live, he must take her hand and build his destiny anew. This hand, for Arin, was like a burning coal found in the middle of a bitter winter, which gradually faded away. The last memory that came to mind then was not a pleasant one. Namely, this memory was a very strong blow to the guy's head, from which he fell to the ground. When this happened, he heard the cry of the crowd, which repeated many words, but one more often than the rest. Arin tried to stand on his feet, despite the fact that his body was signaling to give up and fall to the ground. All this happened about 2 weeks ago, and amid the screams of the crowd, the guy tried to stay conscious and continue the battle. But his stance spoke volumes, such as the fact that no matter how much strength he lost, he would still continue to fight. His opponent, despite carrying out a fairly successful counterattack, also spent a large amount of his forces. But nevertheless, he was not ready to give up either, and therefore began to run towards the arenas to launch another attack. Strike followed strike, and after a combination of 3 dolls, the enemy realized that it was not so easy to hit the enemy now. At some point, the guy even quite quickly dodged the last blow and ended up on the flank. Now he had a good opportunity to punch his enemy right in the face. It was not a particularly strong attack, but it was still able to destabilize the enemy and make him hesitate. But still, this attack, despite its weakness, was also able to make him more furious. Therefore, he began to run towards Arin, and a second later he was already on his shoulder, and the man accelerated faster and faster until they crashed into the wall. The guy understood what would happen next, so he retreated a little but stood in a block and began to block all the blows that were flying at him. Now, at the same time, he heard the man asking him to give up and fall to the ground right now. He did this because he understood that the willpower in Arin is much greater than in everyone who is now in this cave. And of course, the guy was not going to give up. And after all the blocked blows, he struck the man's chin with his knee. Because of this, he had to take a few steps back to retreat and catch his breath. But this was exactly what the guy planned. So he took a few steps forward to make another attack. He ran very close and swung his leg to end this difficult battle once and for all. One blow to the enemy's neck, and he approaches the earth with great speed and confidence. When his body finally hit, all the spectators who were watching what was happening screamed very loudly. They were happy that now the fight had a winner, and a rather unexpected one. Also, in addition to ordinary workers, guards and detachment commanders often watch the fights. One of the commanders, while giving money to his subordinates, said that that fighter looked strong, but still managed to lose. And that young guy fought like the spitting image of a beast. And despite the fact that he was in the ring all day, he still fought like a fighting dog. They were all wondering how many more fights Arin would last. And how can you fight like that, guided only by money? One of the soldiers noted that he was not doing this out of his own desire, because his body is at its limit and he has no other choice. And this only means that he has someone whom he protects at all costs, and for whom he is ready to make any sacrifice. After the fight was over, Arin walked towards the cave where his sister was now located. She sat here and just stared into space, waiting for her brother. Coming closer, Arin immediately greeted her and said that he had a small gift for her. This gift was in his hand and was a small bag containing money. The sister met her brother with a smile on her face and was glad that he managed to get some money. She immediately hugged him, and this made the guy ask her if everything was okay. Toa whispered that in fact, not everything is good, and in this cave, it's unlikely that things will ever get better. She also explained that she was worried because her brother was not at dinner for a long time, and he said that he still had work. Toa suspected that he was engaged in fighting, but his brother denied everything. At some point, several people approached my brother right from behind and made fun of him and his attitude towards his sister. It was clear from his face that he was not happy to see them, but his opinion changed slightly when he realized that they were looking after the Toa while he was away. He also became more tense when these strangers began to hint that he seemed to have received a large reward for conducting battles. When they asked for some food, he told them that there was nothing for them, and if they wanted something, they had to get it themselves. Of course, they didn't like the layout of such matters, since it seemed unfair to them that this rule did not apply to Toa. Then the guy replied that his sister is an exception, since he is obliged to take care of her, and this is obvious. This phrase only made the guys joke more about the fact that Aaron clearly has more feelings for her than just her sister. All these words made him furious, and he constantly called these people idiots who couldn't even find something to eat. He was incredibly angry during all of this, and remained just as angry until they left. Toa, in turn, could only listen to this, and changed the topic of dialogue when she looked at her brother's hair. She noticed that his hair had grown, and it needed to be removed so that it would not get in the way. As an exception. My brother didn't particularly like this because he didn't want to look like a hedgehog, but his sister was more persistent than his prejudice. Taking advantage of this, the guys took food from the family and slowly began to move away. Now, Aaron's hair was fine, but he still didn't feel very comfortable. Moreover, he told Toa that it was uncomfortable for him to walk like that, but she explained that her stubbornness would not allow him to change his hairstyle. But at the same time as all this, the sister also wanted to hear from her brother that he liked the way his hair looked now. Looking at her, he thought for a while what to answer, because he didn't want to lie, but he also didn't want to upset his little sister. His emotions suddenly turned to rage when the two approached him again and asked him why he blushed when he looked at the Toa. He again began to shout at them and threaten them while they still continued to make fun of him. Several hours passed, and they all moved to the barracks, where they needed to sleep in order to prepare their strength for the new day. While in nearby sleeping areas, the Toa asked her brother if he was going to do this anymore. Namely, she was interested in whether he would participate in further battles, since, in her opinion, if this continues, he will soon collapse without strength and become crippled. She was really scared that he might die, and so she was incredibly worried. The guy asked her not to talk nonsense, as he will not give up easily, and he does all this so that they have. To this, Toa initially did not know what to answer, since she did not like it all and seemed dangerous. Moreover, she added that she wants to be useful and not like now. Washing, cleaning, and collecting insects, in her opinion, was not help. Because she was a woman, she had the opinion that she was useless because she could not do what the men were doing in this cave. Collapsed. Aaron only now realized how serious these words were, and therefore decided to reassure his younger sister. And for this, he told her that now he only hears nonsense, since in fact they are the same and do everything they can. Their job is the real chance to get out of here, and on the way to this goal, you shouldn't think about anything else. But still, Toa didn't like it for you, and she took her brother's hand. She explained that it hurt her to see what was happening here. Aaron replied that this is normal. His voice became rougher, and he repeated once again that everything was fine with him, and it was only a little difficult for him, but not much. The Toa did not believe him, despite the fact that he periodically asked her not to worry about it. Therefore, turning back, he asked her to fall asleep as soon as possible, since she needed a good night's sleep in order to accumulate strength. Turning away, Toa plunged into memories and began to tell her brother that when she gets out of here, she will be able to see again. See a frozen waterfall, winter clouds, and darkened mountains, and also snow-white rabbits. When she was little, she was always behind Aaron and followed him. But then, her brother told her the story of the king's treasures and what they were capable of. Therefore, she had a desire, for the sake of which she prayed and was always with Aaron. But this wish was so incredible that she was not sure that it could come true. Something happened recently, and she decided to ask Aaron if he. But when she turned around, she saw that her older brother was sleeping as if for the last time in his life. Meanwhile, the action moved to the office in which Varden was, and was holding a beautiful stone in his hands. It was Akem, but its color was considered one of the 5 most beautiful in the world. Other stones looked insignificant against its background. Therefore, his subordinates said that the stone was discovered at the bottom of the end zone. Therefore, Varden gave the order to begin mining the stone in that zone starting tomorrow. This is due to the fact that there are a large number of people who pay well for this item. Then the subordinate said that this could cause problems, and quite significant ones at that. Because a few hours ago there was a report that a group of 30 people who were sent there were killed, and only 2 survived. According to the workers, the beetles have formed their own colonies there and kill everyone who approaches them. Varden thought for a moment and said that if they send more workers, they will mine more stones. Therefore, you need to send a detachment of soldiers there to clean up. Well, then the commander objected and explained that everything that had been mined could not be left there. Varden thought a little more, and then asked the commander if he had people for this work. Less than a second later, the commander answered him that he had a list of those who would easily jump into the pit. This entire mission was supposed to come to the lower level of the mining zone. There was a small camp that was fenced, and everyone gathered there to discuss the next mission. Those people who had never gone down on a dangerous mission before were incredibly scared. One of these guys asked his friend why he was afraid, and he replied that he was not afraid. It was just a little. Of course, the realization that they would now be sent again to some kind of hard labor was not particularly pleasant. In addition to everyone in this group, there were also men who very often engage in similar missions to obtain Akam. Of course, Aaron didn't really like the way they behaved, but he also realized that if these guys weren't with them, the work would be harder. After some time, the commander approached this group to ask if everyone was gathered here. He was accompanied by several armed warriors who held rifles in their hands. When everyone arrived, he ordered the miners to listen to him carefully, since their work today was very important for the Empire. Making a small spoiler, he told them that it was their duty to collect as many resources as possible. For Aaron, this task was not new, and in general, each of their forays had the same goal. But if the commander explains something, it means that this mission is different. Everything he had seen before had filled Aaron with a small amount of skepticism. Therefore, he listened carefully to the commander in order not to miss any important detail. Meanwhile, the commander handed over the order to mine Akem. He doesn't look like a normal Akem, and he said that the group will immediately understand when they see him. The energy in it was 10 times more than Akima usually has, and many of the miners saw this for the first time in their lives. But what surprised everyone even more was the commander's words that, as a reward, their sentence would be reduced by 10 years. He also added that they were all elected and they appreciate their efforts and loyalty, and he presented this as their nobility. The only thing that was unclear to the arenas was why so many people were needed if the task was simply to extract stones. Moreover, the reward was too great for this, which means that there is something that the group does not know about. It's strange that the group came down here without accompanying people, and they even gave me one guard to monitor the situation. At some point while digging, one of the workers came across a bright glow coming from the rock. Taking a closer look, he realized that this was exactly the Akam that they were all looking for, and so he called his friends here. They were very surprised by this and immediately ran up, trying not to bring their lamps too close. The second worker. Very soon, Akam also found him. In just a few minutes, they dug up a very large number of these precious stones and were pleased with their work. They lost track of time, and for this reason, one of the workers asked Aaron how long they would be stuck here. He replied that he did not know, and he himself began to look more closely at the object for the sake of which they descended into such a wilderness. After several minutes of staring, Aaron finally said that because this task was proposed by his superiors, he was a little wary. Namely because it seems to him that they are naively grasping the bait. His comrade did not listen to these words because he saw that one of the group members was about to go somewhere alone. He advised him not to go too far, and in return, he called even more people closer to him, since there were many Akem. While the guys began to approach that point, Aaron heard a voice spreading throughout the cave. That voice quickly turned into singing that sounded like a young girl singing. Well, look everything around, the guy realized that only he heard these sounds, since the others did not react to them. The man who went farthest said that these stones are easy to find because they glow brightly, and even in pitch darkness you can't miss them. He thought that he would rot in prison all his life, but it looks like this day has come and he will finally be able to get out of here. At the same time, he prepared to deliver the final blow to the stone to finish it off, but when this happened, he heard some kind of roar. All the light disappeared in front of him and he didn't even see the stones that had just been under his feet. At the same time, something splashed into his eyes, and this prevented him from seeing anything ahead. Therefore, he slowly wiped the dirt from his eyes and turned his flashlight forward to see what was there. In front of him were huge insects that had a large number of eyes, and an incredibly large genus that was the size of their entire belly. Aaron, together with his comrade, seconds later they heard a very loud scream and a plea for help. All the workers very quickly realized that they were in danger when they saw a large number of these insects on the walls of the cave. Meanwhile, a group consisting of Aaron and his acquaintance moved in the direction of their comrade to help him. Coming closer, one of them asked Yam what just happened and where he was injured. When Aaron came as close as possible to him, he saw madness in his eyes and heard his trembling voice. This voice warned that there was something inside, and that something was simply terrible. His voice became even quieter and hoarse, and he advised to run away now. A second later, some tentacle grabbed his leg and pulled him towards himself, thereby taking Yam away. Aaron's friend was very scared, but he tried to do something to save him. Meanwhile, the guy looked around and saw another worker who separated from the group. By that time, he was already completely surrounded by insects, and there was no way to save him. Now the screams were all around Aaron, and he stood back to back with his comrade. contemplating his next. The situation was not easy at that moment. Toa felt something very strange. She just stood and looked into emptiness. And the girls who were also washing clothes asked what happened to her. She replied that there wasn't much time left, and she just wanted Aaron to come quickly. She still couldn't believe that she had such a happy life. The other girls didn't understand her, but because she was the youngest, they didn't envy her, since getting to such a place at that age is simply terrible. Then Toa said that she felt it a little strange. Recently, her chest had been very sad and restless. This gave her only one thought. The girl only wanted everything to be fine with Aaron. Meanwhile, in the place where her older brother was, things were now going very badly for Shli. The guy attacked one of the insects with a knife and pierced one of its many eyes. But he didn't even notice that the second insect had approached him from behind and was preparing to swallow him whole. The guy needed to do something, so he grabbed the pickaxe that was tied to his body. He swung it, but the insect managed to attack its target and attacked Aaron at the same second. The insect tried to swallow it with the help of its powerful teeth, but for some reason it suddenly began to feel pain. All because, at the very last moment, Aaron grabbed his pickaxe and pierced the body of the insect with its sharp part. At that moment, his friend approached the guy and saw that he was in a very bad situation and could barely hold the insect on himself with the help of a pickaxe. So he ran up to him and hit this monster in the eye with all his might. Now that most of the squad had been freed, they began to run away, as they realized that these insects were not particularly fast. They ran closer to the edge of the cliff and began to climb up the chain to escape. The one who climbed to the very top first had lost all his strength by that moment and thanked the heavens for the fact that he was saved. But when he stood up, he saw the commander in front of him, next to whom stood two bodyguards. Instantly, he reported to him that there was simply hell going on down there, and these insects were attacking from several sides at once. He also asked for help, since there were still workers there. In response, the commander only remained silent and looked with a cold gaze at the worker's body, which had lost all strength. A second later, he asked your worker that he was saved. What happened to the stones that they were mining? The worker said that it seemed that the commander had gone crazy since they barely managed to get out, and now was not the time to think about the stones. Then the commander said that this answer was incorrect, and with one movement of his foot, he threw two workers off a high cliff at once. While they were flying, he even managed to say that if they don't have what they need, then they are now of no value. Aaron climbed along this chain, but suddenly noticed that the movement stopped in the middle of the path. Then those who were above everyone said that something incomprehensible was happening ahead, and it seemed that people were being thrown back empty-handed. While everyone else was shouting that this was unfair and wrong, Aaron began to assess the situation around him. And when he turned his head to the right, he realized that literally in a second, all the workers would understand why those insects below were not a big problem. All because a huge monster crawled out from the right side, which was tens of times larger than the insects they had seen earlier. Some time passed, and a small group of workers was returning to the base. There was a mournful silence around them, and they spoke absolutely nothing to each other. Those workers who met them said that in the morning they were taken to another zone, and many of them did not return, and that when they returned, they looked like this. Of course, the very first one came to meet all the Toa workers. She was very interested in where her brother was. First of all, she ran up to one of the workers and explained the situation, saying that her brother still had not returned. But because this employee had just experienced something incredible, he did not answer. In addition, he pushed the girl aside and ordered her to leave here if he didn't want to get hit in the face. But Toa was not going to give up, but wanted to approach another man. But suddenly I heard my name from the side. When she heard this, she turned her head, and was even a little happy when she saw who was standing there. It was not her brother, but the person who was watching her and constantly moving with Aaron. First of all, he ran up to her. She immediately began to ask Paul, "Where is Aaron now and what happened there?" You could tell from the man's face that he clearly wasn't going to tell any good news now. What happened then looked truly amazing and mournful at the same second. Because Aaron was the last person on this chain, he was the most insecure. But now he understood where the singing was coming from, since it was this creature that produced it. The situation escalated at the moment when this creature began to move very quickly in space and approached the very last person in the chain. His speed was very high, and the guy realized that he had nothing left to do. All Aaron managed to do was scream very loudly and try to strike the creature at the very last moment. But instead, a powerful explosion occurred near the place where the workers were trying to climb outside. Despite the fact that this explosion was incredibly powerful and loud, Aaron did not die instantly. Moreover, he felt his flight in space, and even saw a large number of stones flying near him. Toa couldn't believe what Paul had just told her. but it was difficult not to believe it. She didn't hit him too hard with her fists and say that he was probably lying, since this couldn't happen to Aaron. The squad leader also heard this information, and at that moment, a plan appeared in his. After what happened at the bottom of the cave, many legends began to appear. They said that in that part of the cave there lived organisms that the workers and warrior guards had never encountered before. But now only Aaron was there. He just lay there and didn't move. His eyes were wide open because now he did not understand what was happening and was already preparing for the fact that he ended up in the afterlife. But when the guy began to rise, he realized that what he was now on was slightly soft. After a moment, the material he was sitting on suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight at him. Immediately, there was a very loud crash, and the guy began to fall into some kind of abyss. Everything happened so quickly that he did not understand where he was and what was happening around him. But a moment later, all he saw were just stones that fell down with him to an unknown height. Looking around, he saw a flying manta ray in front of him, which was located directly below him. This monster flew a little further and opened its mouth for Aaron to fly in. This guy noticed the danger in advance and turned his entire body in that direction. Then he took out a knife that he had in his pouch and swung it very hard. When he flew close enough to this monster, he stabbed with a knife and thereby caused incredibly large damage. Although these organisms were quite impressive in size, their skin was not the thickest. Just one blow to the eye was enough for this organism to instantly die. And now, when the guy landed on him, he grabbed his body and continued to fall down and opened it. Some more time passed, and Aaron was again lying on something and did not understand how he had just survived. It was not clear how he lost consciousness, but it became obvious that he fell on Manta, and she softened his fall. The guy didn't break a single bone, but at that second he was still trying to understand whether he was lucky or not. Looking around, the guy realized that the situation would only get worse every second. Around him and on the walls of the cave, there were such a number of insects that it was difficult to even imagine. In addition, manta rays also flew here as if they were real patrols. Also, don't forget about the one who dealt this incredibly strong blow to the guy. Namely, the monster that moved around this cave and was constantly looking for some kind of victim among people. At the same time, it was emitting girls singing, and this song was already truly infuriating Aaron. It also became obvious to the guy that he was probably in the territory of this monster, which means that the troops drove them to certain death. The guy suspected that this could happen, but still he had no choice but to follow orders. Also, the situation looked hopeless, and even Aaron, with his ability to get out of such situations, did not know what to do. But all he had left now was just his name, Toa. If she is left alone, they will definitely do something to her for this reason. The mere thought of this made him incredibly angry, and this thought became his motivation to act. He approached the wall where workers had recently climbed, as they had been evacuated by the military. If you look high, you could see broken chains there, but they were at a very impressive height. Aaron realized that if he managed to climb to these chains, then it would be easier to climb further. But also, we must not forget that we must not be rash. Otherwise, these creatures will notice him. It was necessary to come up with a diversionary maneuver so that he would have enough time. All the guy had on him now was a serrated knife and a couple of flash grenades. But also, he had a bag in which there was an item that could also somehow help. And when Aaron realized how he could help him, this realization brought a smile to his face. The action shifted, and now screams could be heard in the corridor of one of the underground buildings. It was Paul who was very desperately trying to find the Toa. He hit the walls because he couldn't believe that she had disappeared somewhere. There was going to be a roll call soon, and it looked like the girl had gone crazy and just ran away somewhere. Paula was angry about this situation since he did not understand what she was counting on. Does she really think that if all the tears are paid, then Aaron will return from the dead? He spat and began to go to roll call so that they wouldn't kill him because of this. In his opinion, you just had to come to terms with it, since in this place, anything can happen to anyone. This place was indeed very dangerous, and if we also take into account the orders of the paramilitary guards, then the probability of dying here before reaching old age is 100%. In fact, the Toa was now in the place where they met Aaron very often. Sitting here, she asked the candles why she did not hear the voice from her brother, but she felt that he heard her voice. She felt him and was definitely sure that her brother was still alive. All she wanted now was for someone to save him and for him to come here. But the squad leader entered the room. He said that it was already late and asked the girl why she was all alone in this room. From the look of this girl, one could understand that she was very scared and clearly not happy about this meeting. The commander began to come closer and asked the girl not to be afraid, since he was not going to punish her for violating the curfew. Approaching even more, He suddenly stopped at arm's length and said that he just wanted to talk to her a little. The girl tried to do everything just to avoid looking into the eyes of the squad leader. The man suggested that it was hard for her, since what happened to her brother was truly terrible. He was sure that nothing he said could console. He also added that he knows what it's like to lose a family. But the girl must now not want to listen to what the commander was saying, as he guessed. Of course, he advised her not to think too badly of him, since everyone has their own role, and he still has things to do, just like her brother did. Among other things, he also told the girl that he was very sorry for her because of the situation that happened. Then he came closer to her and said that, probably after everything that had happened, it was difficult for her to be alone, and she was looking for someone she could rely on. Because in his opinion, girls like her would never survive in a place like this. He even said that she would not last a day among these vile and vulgar men. After all these words, he grabbed her by the waist with his hand and told Toa that he would be her brother and would become her family. He hugged her. He promised that he would not allow anyone to touch her, and all the girls need to do in return is just to be in his arms. Then he came close. The commander also added that at first it might be unusual for her, but after a short period of time she would get used to it. Toa told him that Aren was her only family, and quietly taking a stone from her pocket, she hit the commander in the face. Now the situation was incredibly difficult for the girl, and she began to run away towards the exit, while listening to the screams of the commander. She ran as close to the door as possible and frantically began to try to open it. But the problem was that the door was locked. Then she began to scream and call someone for help. But on the other side of the door stood only one of the commander's subordinates, who was responsible for ensuring that no one entered this room. By that time, the commander had already approached the girl's back and knocked her to the ground. At the same time, removing a layer of his jacket, he notified the girl that she reminded him of the past. He also had a sister about the same age as Toa. He continued, saying that she was beautiful like a flower and was always only in his possession. He Khalil and cherished her, like Aren, his sister. But then, one day she began to look at him differently, and with this infuriating look for the commanders, he felt like some kind of monster. After this phrase, the commanders fell silent for a while and grabbed Toa by the hair, thereby slightly lifting her body. And then he said that in the end, he made sure that she would never look at him that way again. A smile appeared on his face, and he informed the Toa that he hoped she would not reject his love. Meanwhile, the plan that Aren liked so much had already begun to carry itself out. The long fuse, which miners usually use to break new paths, was now being used for a different purpose. This long wick led to two huge bags containing red akems, and when the wick reached its target, an incredibly large explosion occurred, which released a large amount of energy. By that time, the guy had already run a long distance because he understood that this explosion would most likely not be very weak. But it turned out that it happened on a much larger scale and stronger, since even the people at the base felt the vibrations. In addition to the vibration, they also ran out of the rooms and concluded that something like an earthquake had started. Only Paul remained in place, since one of the workers said that it was coming from the mine in Zone H, and they needed to move out in order to eliminate the consequences. The explosion was so loud and powerful that even in the room where Toa and the commander were now located, it could be heard. The commander, despite the fact that he had been a military man for a long time, felt this roar and saw small stones falling from the ceiling. A subordinate ran into this room, asked for forgiveness, and then notified the commander that something very strange was happening. According to his information, a very powerful explosion occurred somewhere. Then the commander gave him the order to call the rest of the officers and gather the soldiers to find out what was happening. Right near the epicenter of this very explosion, there was now a real hell, and the air temperature was incredibly high. A large number of insects were not very far from these bags of akem, and of course they were eliminated. At that moment, Aren was holding onto the edge of the rock and was breathing very heavily as he was running faster than planned. All due to the fact that the force of the explosion and the temperature that almost reached his body were much greater than he could have predicted. It was difficult for the guy to turn back, and this unknown even scared him a little. What was even worse was that every second he became hotter, as the flames almost reached his body. Only now did he understand why those soldiers recommended that they be careful with this akimami. While he was thinking about this, just a few tens of meters away from him, several more explosions occurred right in the rock. The news was not good, since it now became clear that even those red akems that were still in the rock were also exploding. This only prompted the thought that most likely it was only a matter of time before everything here would fall apart into small pebbles. The guy was trying to climb up when suddenly he heard an ominous sound behind him. It was the same monster he had seen before. and now it was incredibly angry due to all the fire and multiple explosions. It made such a loud sound that it was difficult for Aaron to ignore it, although everything had to be done to not notice the danger. The chain was already at a very short distance from the arena, and all that could be done was just to cling to it with your hand. But the guy already had very little strength, and this jerk had to be made very precise and strong. The target was so close that Aaron was even a little scared because if he didn't reach it, he would fly down straight into the flames. She was so close and yet so far away at the same time. Today, his salvation was separated by several centimeters. But Aaron also did not lose his vigilance, and this saved him, because at that very moment, stones flew from above. The guy immediately noticed the danger ahead and therefore stopped reaching for the chain and shifted his body a little closer to the rock. There were more and more of these towards me, but due to the fact that they were flying from the edge of this rock, they passed at a short distance from the wall. And thanks to this, Aaron managed to dodge all those big rocks without much effort. Besides all this, what just happened was also like a red rag to the bull for the monster. At incredibly high speed, he began to move closer and closer to Aaron. And the guy noticed this. The situation looked as if there was no way out of it. In his eyes, one could see the real fear of death, since now Aaron doesn't even have the opportunity to step aside. The monster's mouth was getting closer, but the guy still had no plans in his head. This monster was approaching incredibly fast, and it seemed that the flames and the temperature that was nearby were not any problem at all. And Aaron realized that the enemy was too fast and therefore he could not climb. Something had to be done. It's good that he still has one granada left in his pouch, which he saved for such a situation. He turned his head and waited for the moment until the monster came even closer. And when I was already very close to getting there, he threw this grenade right into the open mouth of the monster. Another explosion occurred, from which the guy could not hide, and all he could do was just bend his head a little closer to the skeleton. Because of the flames, it was difficult to see where the monster had disappeared, but it seems that for some time he will not pose any danger. Several additional explosions occurred, and everything in the cave began to collapse even faster. Now I needed to focus on dodging the rocks, since there are a lot of these stones, and if just one flies into a guy's head, then he will definitely not be able to climb up afterwards. A second later, Aaron felt some kind of incomprehensible pain inside his body, which appeared abruptly and also disappeared abruptly. He looked down and noticed that his body had been pierced by some sharp object. Realizing this, he began to experience incredibly severe pain, but still tried to hold on to the chain. Behind him, he heard whose voice it was, and this made him turn his head to see his opponent. It was the same monster, but now there was a female figure on its head, who asked how dare a person encroach on her property. Her voice was very loud and shrill, and she told the guy that she would destroy him. The guy all this time thought that it was a head, but it turned out that it was just a shell. Who knew that this monster was really like this? The girl who was the main part of that monster did not wait long and sent another energy attack towards her opponent. Aaron could not avoid it in any way, and so his body simply took all this damage. The pain was simply hellish, and the monster enjoyed what he now saw. Further, the girl said that the guy could not move because a paralytic poison was hidden in her nails, which is effective against almost all organisms. She didn't want to kill the arenas now. She preferred to leave him here hanging and writhing in pain until he was cast down into the depths of hell. Despite all his efforts, the guy really couldn't move, and simply consumed all this damage that the girl directed into his body. Although the poison was paralytic, he still felt all the pain in full. But still, this poison also did not react to consciousness in any way, and the guy promised that he would never fall even after hundreds more such attacks. He didn't want to die in this place. At least not where he couldn't see the Toa. The girl was surprised when she noticed that the guy began to move little by little, and used this opportunity in movement to remove the sharp tip from his body. Swinging her hand, she noticed that the guy still had the strength to beat him, but now that she had had enough fun, she decided to destroy him. Aaron also knew very well that after he showed his strength, the girl would already be scared and want to eliminate him right there. Therefore, he gathered all the strength that was in his body at that moment in order to continue moving. It was as if I had no effect on him at all, since holding onto the chain, he was able to run along the wall to the side. This turned out to be impossible for the girl's monster, and for several seconds she simply watched everything that was happening in shock. The guy moved to one point on the rock and at one point stopped, continuing to hold on to the chain. At that moment, he pushed strongly with his foot and also sharply released the chain, sending his body into free flight. He flew straight towards the girl's monster, and in his hands was the same sharp object that was in his body a few seconds ago. Now his face and all his actions were the personification of what a person can do when he is backed into a corner. People are capable of much when they realize the hopelessness of the situation, but also find the strength to find counteraction. Aaron flew up to that girl at high speed and using a sharp object stabbed her right in the neck. Even in the place where all the workers were now, one could now feel a very high temperature. In addition to the high temperature, a loud scream could also be heard near the place where they usually worked. It was Crick Varden, who asked his subordinates why they were standing rooted to the spot, because something needed to be done now. He didn't like the fact that the officer just watched their blood and then acquired Akima burn with a bright flame. But the commander told him that while the explosions continued, they could not go there. By that time, Commander Piaz, who still did not know what was happening, ran up to them. The officer, meanwhile, said that it might be worth waiting until all the Akems burn out. When Commander Piz ran up to the general, he felt this malicious gaze on himself. The general began to shout even louder and ask him where he had been and how he was going to explain all this, since it was he who had to keep order. Then Pitts said that they would immediately take control of the situation, but the general did not trust such an incompetent commander with this operation. He took one of the officers with him and began to take him aside to discuss all the details. And when leaving, he told the commander that he was disappointed with him, and after all this was over, punishment awaited him. The general then gave the order to gather the prisoners and give them the opportunity to put out the fire so that the explosions would stop. The goal was to save as much red Akima as possible. Then the subordinates began to come closer and closer to the edge of the rock and held buckets in their hands to pour them into the fire. Conversations among themselves were constantly only about the fact that the general was simply crazy, since even a ton of water would not be enough to put out such a fire. To gather the prisoners, Paul also didn't understand why they were doing this, but he didn't reveal it in the conversation. Because he didn't speak, he noticed someone running past and heading straight into the fire. Having looked a little closer, he realized that it was a Toa, who for some reason, without any protection or even a bucket of water, was running in the direction of the fire. Paul began shouting after her, and the rest of her subordinates said that they should wait here until the explosion stopped. Despite all these shouts and warnings, the girl continued to run forward. Paul didn't understand this. For this reason, he grabbed the rope that was lying under his feet and realized that something needed to be done. He started to run forward in order to stop the girl, but for some time he did not see her because of the bright light that spread the flames. Meanwhile, the duel between Aaron and the monster from the cave continued. The guy put all his strength so that that sharp object in the enemy's neck could deprive him of his head. But this was not a very easy task, due to the fact that the tip of this object was only at the tip and not along the entire perimeter. And no matter how much effort the guy put in, he still couldn't achieve the goal he set initially. The monster screamed and asked Aaron how he could move if she stung him just a minute ago. She squirmed in different directions and continued to ask how the pathetic man dared to threaten her. In addition to its main weapons of poisoned nail projectiles, this monster also had many tentacles. And only when the monster felt that it could move, these tentacles began to move closer to Aaron. They dealt a very large number of blows to him, from which it was simply impossible to hide. All this was accompanied by the monster's screams for him to get off her feet and let go of his weapon. But still, in spite of everything, Aaron tried to hold on to that object in order to leave behind himself at least some chance of victory. But with every second, his strength became less, and literally, after a few moments, he let go of the weapon with one hand. Supporting the entire weight of your body with just one hand was already a much more difficult task. The situation with the sack was aggravated by the fact that the monster was constantly moving and did not allow him to properly grasp the tip. At some point, Aaron realized that he would no longer be able to hold on, due to the fact that there was not enough strength in the muscles of his arm. So he let go of his last chance of survival, and his body began to fly away. Even while in flight, it was already clear from his body that it had lost absolutely all the energy it had. Having made several somersaults, the guy landed on the body of the monster, and with the last of his strength, he grabbed it with his palm so as not to fall down. It took the monster a few seconds to understand where his goal was, since initially it was not clear. The guy realized that he had failed, and could not sufficiently wound his target. The girl called Aaron a stubborn little leech who lasted a very long time, but it was stupid to think that she would have succeeded. For the guy, this was the last chance, because looking at his body, he realized that it was clearly not in the right condition to fight back. His legs practically did not move, but only shook a little due to the fact that the muscles and tendons were severely damaged. Then the monster began to shout that the guy could no longer move, but was only curling like a worm. His luck ran out, and she threatened to cut him into pieces and eat him. She liked the way the situation looked, since she had not come across such a worthy opponent for a long time. But now she is preparing to eliminate him. But something prevented this, since on the right side of the monster one could see a flame, which now did not look like a flame. It looked more like very thick water that was burning and flowing down little by little. The girl looked to the side to understand what it was, but she couldn't understand it. But Aaron, looking around, realized that it looked like the stones were melting. At the same time, he also found his small knife nearby. Now, it became apparent that the heat from the explosions was so great and constant that it eventually turned the rocks into magma. And the most important function of this magma is that, although slowly, it flows down under the influence of gravity. Therefore, in just a few seconds, this magma covered almost the entire floor of this cave. The monster was in incredible pain from this, and she began to squirm in different directions due to the fact that it was very hot. She also felt that the eggs that were located on her body below began to burst from the temperature, and the embryos inside were dying. Several more small explosions occurred on her body, which finally took all her strength. The pain was incredibly strong, and at some point the monster lost all hope and strength, and slowly began to fall. The guy, meanwhile, was still trying with all his might to hold on to her body, so as not to fall into the magma that was on the floor. It was quite difficult because the girl no longer made any effort, but only fell. All this happened until the moment she finally flew into the wall that was behind her. When this happened, a rather loud sound was created, due to the fact that the mass of this monster was very large. It was surprising that a combination of circumstances helped the guy win this battle. Now, the girl was just lying on the floor, and being on the verge of death, memories from childhood passed through her head. She remembered the moment when her loved one said that he would give her a name, Serpentis. Her mother also told her that this place would be her beginning and end. She will be none other than the guardians of the great door. On this artifact lay the spell of my mother, but since she could not accompany those who would look for this door, this became the reason for the importance of the role of Serpentis. Mom left her with a heavy burden and said that she was now the boss in this territory and would have to stay here until the end of her days. On the verge of death, Serpentis tried to turn to her mistress. For thousands of years she has been guarding this place and waiting for her, but it seems that the end has come, and this will never happen. In parallel with all these conversations, Aaron was slowly but surely getting closer to the head of this monster. She was silent for some time, but this did not happen for very long since the guy was still approaching. Lowering her head, Serpentis saw his gaze, which with its entire appearance made it clear that he was very determined. She decided to ask Aaron what burden lies on his shoulders and what makes him fight. Did the scales of fate decide that his trifling life was more important than her duty? If so, then she was afraid of what was ahead for the stupid boy. Because the moment will come when he can get to the artifact, and that's when everything will change. And then, when the door opens, he will realize what she was trying to protect them all. Having listened to the last words, Aaron swung his small knife and prepared to eliminate Serpentis once and for all, with a precise attack to the head. The magma began to flow further and further, and it seemed to become more and more. It flowed and accumulated at the very bottom, and the level of all this substance became increasingly great. And in the midst of all this chaos, there was a man who took an oath to himself, and for whom there was nothing left. This man was Aaron, who, after eliminating the monster, began to crawl along the wall with his last strength, gradually rising to the top. He needs to move his legs and arms if he wants to climb up, but very soon he stopped feeling them. Thoughts began to creep into his head that maybe it was better for him to just give up, but the realization that he had already been through a lot made him continue to just hang there. Since no one knew what would happen next, Aaron thought that perhaps he would survive if this whole place did not fall apart. Therefore, he simply let go and began to fall down, accepting his role, and began to rely personally on luck. While in freefall, he thought that this plan had failed, and most likely he would die. This was already the second fall today. At some point, a smile appeared on his face, and he could not explain to himself the reason for its occurrence. Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand, and the guy stopped falling, and now held on tightly. It was Toa, who, with a very wide smile on her face, said that she was glad that she managed to catch Aaron. The surprise on the guy's face was so noticeable that he couldn't even say anything. The girl held her brother, and noticed that there were wounds on his body, as if he had just fought with a huge bear. She also said that her brother always tells her not to worry, but if she had not appeared here now, then everything would have ended in tears. Looking at his sister, the guy still couldn't say anything, but was only trying to figure out whether it was a dream or whether he had already died. But still, he continued to listen to his sister, who said that she saw that Aaron could not move, and therefore she would somehow lift the two of them upstairs. Her arm looked weak, but now she was already capable of holding a body twice as heavy as herself. The guy didn't understand what this idiot was doing and what she thought about herself. It seems that she thinks that she can lift them together, while she herself was just barely holding on to the rope. Only at that moment, Aaron came to his senses and began to shout to his sister that she was stupid, and then began to ask if she was trying to die in this way. He began to talk about how he could get out without her help, and her hands were shaking, so she definitely wouldn't be able to drag the two of them upstairs. Toa, in turn, replied that she knew that the guy was glad to see her, but he was too far away, and it did not hear his words at all. At some point, a portion of stones fell from the rock, and one of them hit the Toa on the head. Aaron was very scared when this happened and asked his sister how she was feeling. She just turned to him and smiled at the same time and said that he was fine and it was just a small scratch. Her entire appearance radiated optimism, despite the fact that holding someone was much more difficult than she could have imagined. She tried to explain to her brother that they could handle it, and the main thing for them was to hold out a little longer. The temperature around became increasingly higher over time, as did the level of magma. The rope was also very tense due to the fact that a very large weight was now acting on it, and it was also rotting while it lay in the damp cave. It was very difficult for the girl to even just hang on this rope, let alone lift her brother with her. Aaron tried to analyze the situation and realized that nothing would work, since this task was simply impossible. If this continues, the situation will end up so that the two of them will die. Therefore, the guy decided to somehow convince his sister so that she would let him go. He asked Toa not to be stubborn, as she knows that this situation will lead nowhere. At this rate, they will both die from an explosion or a fall. In his opinion, this is the only one who can get out of here, and trying to help Aaron get out of here is suicide. So he has one last request. The girl didn't even listen to her, but just told him to shut up and just check. Then she added that she was not going to listen to anything like that. Also, Toa said that her brother always figures things out on his own, as if he is a master problem solver. Every day he returns with such a shabby look and they don't even notice how Toa feels. She began to tremble and asked Aaron who asked him to do this, since she clearly did not want it, and he simply always did it his own way, having no idea what was really important. For this reason, she said that she could no longer afford it, and today she would do it her way. Aaron really didn't like this whole formulation, and he understood what his younger sister was driving at now. Her body became more relaxed, and she barely held her brother's hand and also said that she asked him not to say anything and just accept her decision. Aaron could not believe that after all the efforts he had made, now everything would happen in a way that he absolutely did not want. But at some point, these two heard someone's voice from the side, who asked what they were doing. It was Paul, who also climbed down the rock on a rope and watched everything that happened. He said that he was not going to say anything about it, but he no longer had the strength to endure such a tearful tragedy. Toa and Aaron simply looked at him dumbly, which made him scream and give the order to climb up. The rocks behind this small group continued to fall, and the magma still continued to rise higher. But still, almost at the very last moment, they managed to avoid death and crawl out. The flames behind them sounded terrifying, and spread an even more terrifying temperature around them. Looking back, Paolo said that he could not believe that he decided to go into this cave again, and he must really be crazy. He also decided to ask Aaron what happened there, since the guy practically destroyed that place in just a few minutes. The guy didn't have the strength to answer, so Toa said that this was not her brother's first mistake, so Paul can only imagine how difficult it is to deal with him. Aaron, meanwhile, he just listened to what was happening around him and thought about the fact that he had never relied on Toa like that. But still, after a while, he decided to thank Paul for saving him, and also added that thanks to him, he is alive. Paul couldn't believe his ears. He didn't understand what the point was in this situation. He was sure that Aaron was dead, although it was worth making sure just in case. He could not believe that he actually survived. What was even more incomprehensible was how the Toa was so confident in this, as if she knew what happened at the excavation site. This prompted him to think that perhaps there really was something supernatural in their relationship. But Paul himself is crazy, since he went into this cave. There was a quiet explosion, and 2 energy points from the energy pistol appeared in Paul's body. Aaron was the first to notice this, and in a panic, he did not understand what had just happened and was in permanent fear. His comrade's body immediately fell to the ground, and he bent down to somehow help him. Well, in front of them stood the pizza commander, who said that it seemed like he was aiming at Aaron, but in fact, His friend shouldn't have stood at gunpoint either. Pitts also said that even now he doesn't know who to shoot next. For the bratty girl who rejected his kindness, or the parasite who burned the mind to ashes and made him look like a fool. Pistol. His face was filled with rage and self-confidence. Commander Pizza called the Toa and Arin mere scum and aimed his weapon at them. One day the day came when a real massacre took place in one room. This happened here regularly. Everything around was dotted with pipes, which only recently were people who fought for the last chance to live. And now they were just lifeless bodies that were eliminated in an attempt to seize this opportunity. And among all of them, there were only two left, one of whom was a real madman who had a knife with him. Approaching the very last person, he noticed that there were only two of them left, and the rest were now dead. He continued to come closer, and noticed that he could barely stand on his feet, which means that the last survivor has already been determined. Also, this madman offered the last person one last request, namely not to twitch, and to continue to stand still for a little, since all they need now is for him to die right here and now. All this happened at the end of the selection in the end zone. On that day, the number of survivors was exactly one person, and the one who survived dealt more and more blows to the already lifeless body of the madman. This survivor was Arin. In his gaze, there was not a drop of regret for his goal, since he had already forgotten how to value anyone's life other than his sister. 3 days earlier, the same Arin was sitting next to Paul and only wanted him to wake up. He didn't want to admit that this was really happening now, and it was painful to watch Toa grieve. At some point, the commander said that he was not going to kill the guy quickly, and he had other plans. This is because for the commander, the lease is considered very special, and therefore he would like him to remember it well. He swung his leg wildly and delivered a knee strike to the guy, who now couldn't even fully stand on his feet. These blows continued, and the commander would ask his subordinates what to do next and how to relieve his own rage. He also said that if Arin had simply died in that cave, then everything would have been fine, but he had to climb back up and bring a lot of problems. Now the commander most of all wanted this man to beg for his life to be spared and began to show despair. But there was also someone who couldn't bear to see what was happening. The Toa asked the commander to stop touching her brother and beat her instead. Piaz dealt another blow with his hand to his brother, and then turned towards the girl. He took her by the hair and lifted her slightly up, making sure that his brother could clearly see everything that was happening. Piz said that he was glad that the girl finally moved, since he definitely liked her facial expression and the weakness that it represents. In his opinion, he should have started with her, since perhaps she had already changed her mind, and they should start all over again. At some point, the general approached them and asked what the commotion was and what was going on. The commander had prepared in advance everything that needed to be answered in such a situation, and was not surprised by the appearance of the general. On the contrary, he said that he came just in time, since he had just caught the criminal who destroyed his precious mineral deposits not so long ago. By that time, the general did not understand anything yet, and decided to ask the commander what he meant when he said this. But before he heard the answer, all he saw now was the body of the eliminated Paul. And also, he turned his head to the side and saw a guy who looked at everything that was happening as if he was about to cut everyone off with his bare hands. Piaz reported that one of the prisoners who was sent yesterday for extraction was now lying on the floor. He stayed there, and that's why everyone thought he was dead. But he got out of there immediately after the explosion. Not understand anything yet. There was no doubt that he was the cause of everything that was happening. Pitts also promised that he could get a confession out of him if necessary. But it was clear from the general's face that now he saw something that would change the course of events. All because the guy was holding a small piece of akem in his hand. And with a smile on his face, he told everyone that he was sure that everyone who was standing here knew what this sparkle was capable of. At that very second, the soldiers pointed their guns at him, but relaxed when the guy said that with this small piece, he could send everyone straight to hell in just a moment. Of course, the general did not believe in this bluff at first, but when he saw that the guy had a couple more kilograms of these stones in his bag, he realized that the explosion would indeed be incredibly strong. He didn't like this situation, and he was waiting for the moment when Arin would say what he needed. He, continuing to lie on the floor, ordered the Toa to be released and to move back a few hundred meters. He invited that, if you think for a long time, he will set this stone on fire, which will cause a very big explosion. The general, remaining in the place where he was, said that in front of him he would come out with a rat driven into a corner, showing its The guy couldn't even move, but he still dared to threaten. The general asked that let's say that they release the girl, but what will happen? He asked if Arin had some kind of plan, or if he thought that he could escape only thanks to this bluff. Obviously, this is impossible. After all, his term is so long that while it lasts, the guy can die 100 times. The general also added that there is no future in which he and this girl remain alive. It was also not clear what would happen first. The guy's head will be blown apart by the movement of the general's fingers, or he will set this pebble on fire. Such words made Aaron realize that he was not in control of the situation, and now he needed to compromise. He tried to think and imagine a situation in which the outcome would be beneficial for him, and Toa would be able to survive. The general continued and said that in any case he did not want to take risks, and therefore he had an interesting proposal. And he asked the guy what he would do if the general said that he could only leave one of them alive. He suggested that if Aaron released the red Akima, he would give him the opportunity to participate in the arena. The arena is a royal battle between prisoners from absolutely all zones in the cave. The last survivor is released. Some time passed, and while near the arena, the newcomer asked Piaz why they were holding this battle if it was more effective to simply execute everyone. The commander replied that this is how he keeps everything under control. When the number of problem prisoners increases, he arranges to deal with them all at once. In his opinion, it is easier to let them kill each other than to leave it to the military. And the most interesting thing was that no one ever forced them to participate in this battle. Everyone chose it themselves. Their longing for the outside world exceeded the incredibly strong fear of death. The commander considered everyone who took part in battles to be idiots. He was also sure that Aaron would not be able to qualify, since he may be the strongest in his zone, but he clearly won't survive tomorrow's final. He was happy that he would finally be able to see the death of this pitiful family. Meanwhile, the action moved to a cave, which was not so far from the battle site. It was even better hidden than any other building in this cave. A prison was organized there in which Aaron was now and was trying to analyze his condition. He constantly had a cough, which was accompanied by blood, and which frightened him. It seemed that it was an unusual poison, and because of such overexertion, the pain never left the body. He was cold, and at the same time he wondered how long he had left to live, and when it would all be over. But now it didn't matter, because anyway, he was not the one who would continue life. He looked towards the cell in which his younger sister was in order to ask why she was still not sleeping. At first the girl did not answer anything, and then she decided to ask her brother what interested her. Namely, she wanted to find out what was happening outside, since recently she had heard a lot of noise. At first, Toa heard many different voices that screamed and wished each other death. And then there came a moment when all the voices disappeared one by one, and there was deep silence. This silence lasted a very long time, and after all the screams that had come before it, it turned out to be incredibly loud. The girl added that she didn't hear anything else after those screams, and it sounded as if something terrible was happening there. Aaron understood very well what was happening there, since he had already participated in death matches, and of course he had heard about the arena noise. But he told his sister that nothing happened there. Of course, Toa didn't believe it, and added that she could smell blood. She also wondered what really happened after she lost consciousness. Paul died, and she thought that they would die too. But for some reason, they are still alive. Of course, the guy wasn't going to talk about it, and as always, he was going to say that the girl should be grateful that they were still breathing. He was about to really say this, but a sound he heard very close stopped him. It was the sound of his younger sister, whom I began to hit the iron bars with all my strength with my hands. The guy immediately asked what she was doing and what she wanted to achieve with all this, at the same time ordering her to stop. Then Toa stopped, and blood began to flow from her hands in thin streams. She told her brother that she did not have enough strength to bend one of these rods for me. She didn't even have enough strength to drag her older brother upstairs. And yet, Aaron still commits thoughtless acts where she does not see him. Aaron was constantly covered in blood for the sake of her, in her opinion, useless existence. She said that until she died, she believed that there was only one thing she could do for him. Tomorrow was supposed to be a fateful day, the day when the arena begins, leaving only one winner behind. When enough time has passed, most of all the magma has gone into stone or petrified. The group discovered an artifact that was of great interest to the entire leadership of this cave. The general stood right next to this artifact and said that he thought that after all these explosions, there would not be a single stone left in this place. Of course, it was unimaginable to understand that something like this would end up in this place. He asked his subordinate to once again read the response they received from the higher management. It was written there regarding a famous object discovered by the troops, code name for the ancient gate object. According to facility protocol, their first priority should be to protect the artifact. First, they were ordered to eliminate all interference and obstacles around the object without thinking about possible losses. Further action must remain secret, as the blood crows will be immediately sent to them to take control of the situation. All this seemed very strange to the general, since he had never heard such reactions from the leadership. The answer came in just a day, and at least from the deputy head of the fraternity. No one could have thought that after all the explosions, there would be just a door here. He was a little worried that everyone assumed there might be some kind of interference. So far, they haven't had any problems. And these gates were also guarded by nothing and no one. The general concluded that most likely, the underground world has many secrets that even he does not know. He ordered his subordinate to write a response letter, in which it would be written that the gate was protected. The general could only hope that they would turn out to be a Kima who was destroyed here. While they were talking, the arena had been going on for about an hour, and there was truly incredible extreme cruelty going on there. Toa was in her cell and tried to listen to the sounds to understand what was happening there. She heard a voice, and this voice was as familiar to her as one could imagine. It was Arin's voice. Some time passed, and events approached the finale of the arena. And there now, an interesting fight was taking place between two rivals who were very different in fighting style. One of the warriors was a girl who was incredibly agile and fast, which is why she was good at dodging blows. During one of her enemy's attacks, she threw her body up, thereby preventing him from causing damage. While still in the air, she did a somersault and thus ended up behind him. All you had to do was take the knife out of your sheath and strike his right shoulder. When the girl landed on the ground, the first thing she looked at was her opponent, whose gaze was incredibly angry. He really didn't like the fact that this sneaky rat was trying to kill him, despite the fact that he was weaker. But this girl moved fast enough to dodge any enemy attack and at the same time deliver her own blows. None of them were fatal, but because they happened so often, the damage was simply unimaginable. One day she retreated a little, and at the same time, twirling the daggers in her hand, asked whether her opponent really had nothing but muscles. It seemed strange to her that the man's face contorted, as if he had already seen death with his own eyes. And so it turned out, because a second later his body fell to the ground and an arrow was sticking out of his back. The man who stood behind him with a bow did not see that there was a girl in front of him, because when he crawled out of cover, he saw only the back of that enemy. The girl looked very confident, despite the fact that she was now at a very great distance from the archer. She grabbed her dagger and began to run forward so that the archer would not have time to shoot at her. But it looks like that man will have enough time to fire at least one arrow at the enemy. While he was pulling the bowstring, he thought that the girl was rushing at him only with a knife, and only an idiot would lead you like that, since against the arrow there is no opposition at such a long distance. He released the bowstring. It began to fly at very high speed towards its target. But at the very last moment, the girl turned to the side at the gate, and thus the arrow flew past. A moment later, she was already near the body of the man who fired this arrow, and who did not have time to understand anything. The dagger was right next to his neck. Everything happened so quickly that he didn't even have time to blink an eye. This blow was incredibly strong and lightning fast. It was eliminated in the blink of an eye. A small device that was located on this girl's body began to beep after the target was eliminated. Looking at him, the girl called him a fool who was too sure that he had an advantage only because of distance. In her opinion, he was counting on this because he was not confident in his victory. A voice from the side told the girl that she had just read all his thoughts. There stood a man who held someone's head in his hands and smiled. He threw this object aside and he slowly began to approach the girl, who, in turn noticing the danger, noticed that she thought that everyone was hiding. But it seems that there are still idiots who are looking for trouble. In response to all these words, the unfamiliar man only asked her one question that interested him most. How many? He wondered how many people this girl had already killed during all this time. She replied that her blade had killed 4 people, but now this stranger should not be interested in this. The man slowly began to count something, bending his fingers, and then said that they have only 26 zones. For now, he's gotten rid of the 9th, so if he kills the girl, he'll have about 12 left. The girl was not happy with what he just said, since it sounded as if he was already completely confident in his victory. So she drew her dagger and asked what he was muttering about, since the job was not yet done. Meanwhile, the action moved to the opposite side of the western sector. There, too, people were constantly being eliminated, and there was someone standing near one of them. This person was Arin, who already realized that compared to yesterday, these guys were at different levels. They are still as good as him, and in some cases even better. I caused pain in his body, but what was more dangerous was that the body moved much more slowly. The guy will be at a disadvantage if the battle drags on for a long... While he was thinking about this, the thought came into his head that he needed to remove the others as soon as possible. But what he saw with his own eyes will prevent this. In another sector, a stranger spoke in a quiet voice and said that he wanted to play a little longer. His opponent was eliminated with particular cruelty, and the man himself was dissatisfied that he had barely touched the target before it was no longer able to fight. But this did not last long, and he stood up, thinking about where to go next. The stranger was sure that he could find the strongest in this place. Initially, he thought that this place would be boring as hell, but now it seemed much better to him than even spending time outside. It was already approximately 4 p.m., and a small group of troops were watching what was happening in the arena. There were a large number of indicators that notified them which sectors were still alive. By that time, approximately 13 teams remained, which meant that the arena would move on to the second round. One of the soldiers asked the commander if he thought that all this would be over by midnight. But having heard no answer, this warrior was very surprised and asked his question again. The commander did not answer, as he was now immersed in his own thoughts, since he did not understand how long the target would make him wait. The action moved to the arena, where a girl was now sitting on one high rock. She watched very closely and with great interest Aaron, who stood behind the shelter and spat blood. He was very ill, and he made a lot of sounds, attracting attention to himself. The blood from his mouth continued to flow in a stream, and he was clearly not getting better with time. During this time, two men managed to detect the target and took up their initial positions before the attack. They tried to communicate with each other using gestures in order not to attract the attention of the enemy. With the help of several gestures, they agreed that they needed to attack from different sides and use the moment of surprise to eliminate him. They did so, and in a few seconds they were already a few meters from the arena. The situation was tense, despite the fact that all they had to do was simply eliminate the half-dead enemy. Well then, when they wanted to start their attack, the guy disappeared somewhere and seemed to evaporate. Now the men looked at each other and tried to understand what had just happened. It turned out that he had taken a big leap and was now hanging on a cliff, watching his killers from above. At some point, he deliberately weakened his hand and thereby began to fly down from this cliff. It landed directly on the head of one of these men, and with its weight it forced him to fall to the ground. Now, this enemy was eliminated, and only one man remained who had a long weapon like a spear. Due to the fact that this man was incredibly angry, since his comrade was just like, he immediately began to attack, dodge them without much effort. He constantly moved in different directions, and during one of his dodges, he directed his opponent's spear into the ground. Because of this, he now had no way to hold a block, so the weapon had to be raised as quickly as possible. At the very last second, the man raised his spear and thereby saved himself for some time, and the sword did not reach his neck. But the spear shaft was, of course, made of wood and could not block a metal sword. The guy's gaze was as focused as possible because now he had set a goal for himself, and he was ready to do anything to achieve this goal. Therefore, he resorted to Plan B and grabbed his opponent by the left shoulder with his bare hand, which, of course, the man was not watching. Then he began to run and thereby took the body of the enemy with him, heading towards the cliff. At this moment, it was important to focus a large amount of internal energy within yourself so that the attack would be as effective as possible. The running speed was so high that when the man crashed into this rock, his spine immediately broke, since a large number of individual stones were sticking out of the rock. Now all the wars had been eliminated by Aaron, and he had little time to rest. He leaned his elbows on one of the rocks and noticed that these guys were making too much noise while they were punishing him. Moreover, they didn't seem to know that everyone here stands for himself, and this worthless attempt to work as a team only ruined them. Most of all, now Aaron was wondering what zones they were from. To do this, he got down on one knee and decided to check what inscription was on the back of the enemy whom he eliminated at the beginning. There was an H that could only stand for one thing. This means that the enemy was from the same group that Aaron himself was from. Until this moment, he thought that a participant was taken from each zone. It was not clear why anyone else from his group was here. While the guy was trying to understand what the catch was, someone approached him from behind and tried to turn his attention to himself. Then Aaron turned his head, since in the place where he was then, he was clearly not expecting guests. There was a group of several people standing there, and the very first one, who was closest to the guy, asked the hero if he would now play with them. This entire group consisted of people who appeared to be 100% confident in their abilities. The guy thought that the number of participants must have increased, but it was still not clear exactly how. In this case, there was no longer any point in counting survivors. And since the only way to finish this game is to get rid of all the extra ones, then you need to move on to doing this. The commander, meanwhile, was still sitting in his place and was thinking about whether Aaron would like the dish he had prepared. In his opinion, his stomach should burst from this. That girl on the rock was in no hurry to act, and for now she was just closely watching what was happening. But very soon she realized that this guy alone could deal with a very large number of enemies. Therefore, she immediately jumped off this cliff, thinking that he could be useful. Meanwhile, the massacre was in full swing, and due to the fact that the members of this group were at different distances from the guy, they also did not attack at the same time. One of them came closer and tried to stab with his sword. But for the guy, this was not a problem, and he only dodged to the side and then struck his opponent with his sword. At that very moment, a second enemy arrived at him, who had already swung something at him. Turning his head in that direction, the hero began to analyze his weapon and quickly realized that it was just a heavy iron chain. Even though this same weapon is simple and straightforward, it is still incredibly deadly. It's good that the guy had and still had enough strength to resist. With one movement of his hand, he stopped this chain. His enemy couldn't believe that Aaron had just actually managed to catch that chain with his bare hands. Now the combat situation looked completely different from what a group of these people expected. The unit commander noticed that these two quickly lost, and now it is obvious that they cannot cope with him one-on-one. Therefore, the decision was made to attack everyone at the same time, since now they needed to deal with the guy, even though two of them had already been eliminated. Now the situation for the guy was difficult, since they all simultaneously began to move in his direction. Stepping back a little, he wondered why these people acted together. Is there really a rule that Aaron simply doesn't know about? Having the advantage of a better reaction, the guy struck with his weapon at one of the enemies who approached him first, but he did not have enough time to notice another enemy approaching from the side. The opponent rammed his body with his body, and thereby made him lose his stable stance. However, it was impossible to let down our guard now, because despite the poor stance, the danger still remained, and the guy had reasons to think so, since a thug appeared right next to his body. This man grabbed him, and the guy did not have the strength to get out of this trap. He became scared when he saw in front of him a girl with a spear from this group, who received an order from the thug to pierce his body right now. Now it seemed to her that the situation was in her hands, and now she would simply strike with precision. But he knows that sometimes you need to look behind your back, because it was at that moment that the girl from the cliff jumped onto her. The penultimate member of the team had been eliminated and was now lying on the ground, and now only the thug remained. Due to the fact that all his allies were now dead, he did not know what to do, and for a few seconds he also loosened his grip. This weakness was enough for Aaron to give him a fatal blow with a sword. Now this girl stood in front of the guy, smiling and just silently looking at him. This was very strange, considering that he had just been rescued and Aaron didn't even know her name. The girl said that she watched the hero for a long time and realized that he was quite a strong warrior with a lot of experience. She also admitted that she couldn't sit still when those uninvited guests started interfering. Not that she expected there to be any rules here, but in her opinion, it was necessary to at least stick to the basics. Stepping aside, the guy said that if you want him to thank her, then this won't happen, since the girl and everyone else are now just enemies. The girl advised him to understand what was happening before throwing around such words. She said that they had just eliminated a group that consisted of more than just second-rate thugs. This was a cleanup team that was constantly trained to hunt. This information was very strange, and so the guy asked the girl how she knew all this. She replied that quite recently, through torture, she forced them to give out information to her, and now she has a conclusion, which is that the battle will not end until they finish off these guys too. The guy's fears became a reality, because he realized that he was simply participating in the game of the general and the commander, despite the fact that all the odds were against him. He found it hard to believe that he was so naive, and because of his naivety, he put the Toa in danger. Through all these thoughts, he heard that an unfamiliar girl invited him to join forces. She explained this by saying that they were all working together, and therefore it was better for them to do the same. Aaron understood what was moving this girl when she made a decision. He pointed his sword at her and thanked her for saving him, but also added that he would take pity on her this time, so let her better run away. At that moment, a pause was created between them, which the girl destroyed by saying that she also initially thought that she could handle it herself. But that was before she entered the eastern sector and saw what was happening in that section of the arena. She was horrified when she found out that there was a butcher walking there, a monster that doesn't compare to other clearing teams. A short amount of time passed, and the action moved to a location that served as a connection between the two parts of the arena. There was a small bridge here, and the girls climbed onto a high rock in order to inspect everything that was happening in the distance. She shouted to the guy, notifying him that there was nothing more for them to do in the western zone. But it seemed that Aaron wasn't even listening to her, since now he was looking at the guy's lifeless body and crawled up to him. This non-tenant crawled up to him, having crossed all the way from the other side of the bridge. He was missing 2 legs and was covered in blood. Aaron thought that perhaps when it was all over, he too would be a pile of meat lying somewhere nearby, between the two parts. This is how this system worked. By killing someone, you yourself become one step closer to death. While examining his body, the guy suddenly noticed something interesting and surprising at the same time. At that moment, a girl approached him and asked what he was going to do with this corpse. She came even closer and added to her phrase that most likely that Butcher killed him, and the victim managed to crawl here. In turn, Aaron turned his head in her direction and looked at her with a very frightening look. The girl got scared when this happened and asked the guy if he remembered that they were fighting on the same side. At the same time, pushing the body into the abyss, the guy said that he forgot what he wanted to say. The girl admitted that she was horrified and asked to use words if he wanted to say something. Next, she decided to make sure and ask the guy if he did everything she said, because they need to finish cooking before the butcher shows up. Despite the fact that not a single sound happened nearby, the two suddenly felt someone's presence from afar. It was a man who was slowly approaching closer and closer while walking along the bridge. Having looked closely, they realized that this man was the same butcher whom the girl had seen before. He looked nice and even raised his hand to greet people. The guy, in turn, answered the girl in a quiet voice that he did everything she asked to do. Further actions took place in the prison where Toa was now located. "I'm here." It was very bad. It became even worse when she saw that she had guests. This guest was Commander Piaez, the mere sight of whom was already causing the Toa incredible pain. His look was absolutely insane, just like his actions over the past few days. Going inside the cell where Aaron's younger sister was, he closed the doors and began talking to the girl. He asked her how she was feeling and informed her that he had come to say goodbye, since most likely they would never see each other again. She answered him that she might be locked here, but she would not allow him to do whatever he wanted, like that time. Toa added that in the morning, before leaving, her older brother told her that tomorrow they could leave. All she was doing now was just saying when her older brother would return, and they could leave here perhaps forever. The commander leaned over to her and said that this was stupid, and then asked if she really thought that he could eventually return. A smile appeared on his face, and mocking the girl, he also said that she would never see her brother again, even if the earth split in two. From the look of the younger sister, it was clear that she was furious, and if she had the opportunity, she would kill the commander right now. But instead of aggressive actions, which would clearly have a detrimental effect on her future, she only said that the commander was lying to her. In her opinion, everything he says is always just a terrible lie and provocation. The smile on the commander's face became even wider when he realized that it seemed that the elder brother had not told his little sister the most important thing. Trying to explain, Pizza said that he really made a promise that he would allow one of them to live. This just means that her brother will have to decide who it will be. According to the commander, this choice is simply obvious, but before that, he still needs to win in the arena. Obviously, he didn't tell his sister about the arena either. Next, P.I.s began to explain that this is a game in which in order to win, you need to kill all the... He tried to appeal to the fact that it was completely unprofitable for him to lie in this situation, and he would not do it. Why? He asked the little girl if she remembered the smell that she felt last night, the elusive smell of human blood. Toa imperceptibly began to cry, and asked herself in her head the question why he didn't tell her. Really, despite all the conversations that they had previously, he again began to do everything for her good. He was going to disappear, carrying everything on himself all the time. The commander admitted that his heart hurts from how much the guy devoted himself to his younger sister. But still, he had a question that tormented him all this time, and the answer to which he never found. Why Aaron needs Toa so much? Why is it needed? Since this is simply a waste of air in the opinion of the commander himself. He started screaming and proving to the girl that they are staring at the wall and waiting for your brother to save you. It's just sad. And so he thought that he wanted to influence this situation a little. The commander pulled the knife out of his sleeve and began to bring it closer and closer to the girl's body. At the very last moment, he said that it was time for the Toa to understand how it felt to feel unbearable pain. Literally a moment, and there was a very strong blow, which was aimed at hitting the target and causing her pain. Well, this blow missed, since Aaron was not as fast a warrior as the butcher. The hero tried to keep track of his opponent, and he was very annoyed by the smile that never disappeared from his face. He was constantly smiling, which gave an unjustified impression of how easy it was for him to fight. The hero dealt blow after blow, trying to try combinations that he had used in battle before, but the butcher dodged, At some point in the battle, he was agile enough to grab Arin's sword and hold it in that position for some time. At the same time, he looked the guy in the eyes and did absolutely nothing for a few more seconds. And then, with the help of his second hand, he destroyed this sword, turning its blade into a chest of iron, and said that it would definitely not be cut like that. After this happened, he made a small jerk forward and thereby destroyed his opponent's stance. Surprised by what had just happened, Arin was in shock, and clearly was not able to soberly assess the situation. Everything happened so quickly that the guy didn't even have time to understand how the enemy came close enough to strike with his fist. This blow was very powerful, and just one of these was enough to send the hero to the side. He began to fly at very high speed, and while still in flight, it turned out that he had already lost consciousness. When he flew into the stone cliff, the butcher began to forget about him, like all the previously eliminated enemies. The girl really didn't like what just happened, since she had already ordered him not to rush headlong. But now the problem was even more obvious to her, and she needed to deal with it as quickly as possible. So she took out 2 hidden blades and prepared to deal with this butcher. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer at incredibly high speed, she threw these 2 blades straight at his head. But the speed of these blades was not enough to surprise such an opponent, who continued to smile even in the face of death. He lunged forward and tried to strike the girl, but she jumped slightly to the side. It was difficult for the butcher to realize that this had just happened. The girl turned out to be a less powerful enemy for him. But still, he also had an answer to this action, and he prepared to strike with his fist, thereby eliminating the woman. She simply couldn't believe her eyes that this was actually happening now. But at some point, the butcher's face lost its smile for just a few moments, all due to the fact that Arin very suddenly appeared, who at high speed struck with his knee directly to the butcher's temple. His face at that moment was incredibly furious, since he really had more than enough anger. The butcher even flew several meters to the side, and his body lay there immobilized. The girl could not believe that her ally was alive after that strong blow. Butcher, judging by the expression on his face, did not expect this either, and gradually began to get up from the earth. He voiced his surprise and added that he didn't think Arin would actually be able to get up after everything that happened. Noticing that he was not very strong, Butcher agreed that it was better for him to still be able to fight. Although the situation looked winning for the guy, he still understood that he had lost most of his potential. With one blow, this butcher just broke several of his ribs, and despite the fact that Arin hit him back with all his might, he was now completely fine. He really turned out to be a monster, and the hero realized that he couldn't cope with him in an honest way, so it looks like he'll have to follow the girl's plan. Although at that moment they did not speak, the girl clearly understood that Arin was now convinced of how strong this butcher was. But still, everything was still pretty normal, and the situation hadn't gotten so far that it was too late. Now it was their turn to attack. The butcher also had his own plans for these battles, as he quickly began to move closer and closer to the girl. As he approached the target, not far from here, one could see someone cutting a thick rope with his ball. The butcher was getting closer and closer, and because of this, the girls were becoming more and more scared. A moment later, the rope cracked, due to the fact that the one who cut it dealt another strong blow. By the time this happened, the butcher had already gotten almost close to the girl, who didn't even have time to notice how he ended up here. At that moment, at a short distance from the battle site, a large pile of weapons began to fall, which were tied with the same rope. The girls were incredibly scared since the butcher's hands were already near his throat. It will be a great miracle to be saved. But in order to understand what happened next, you need to move approximately 1 hour back. Near the place where the battle would take place stood Arin, who had just collected all the weapons from the eliminated enemies. He told the girl that they wouldn't have an advantage just because they had more weapons, so he wanted an explanation as to why they were wasting their time doing something like this. She answered him that if he carefully examined this area, he most likely noticed that the magma here was blue. This is all due to the fact that it is very full of blue liquid akima. In general, this was nothing unusual for the local mines. A very long time ago, this girl noticed that if a hot akem reacts with metal, a very violent reaction occurs. After the metal reaches the magma, you need to count to 4 seconds, and then a bright explosion occurs. The girl also added that all this looks like a very bright fireworks display, which is accompanied by a more powerful explosion. Arin. It was scary to watch all this, considering that he doesn't know what fireworks are. The girl was also surprised and asked what kind of wilderness the guy lived in if he had never even heard of fire. Of course, he didn't want to not answer this in any way, so he simply decided to directly ask how it would help them. Yes, she answered him that if a small piece of iron gives such an effect, then if they throw off a whole mountain of metal, the effect will also be more significant. That is why, in her plan, she used this very place to conduct the battle. Now, moving to the moment when the butcher was a short distance from his victim, everything will become clearer. He did not understand what had happened because, for a moment, it seemed to him as if something had exploded, and then he suddenly lost his vision. Even the girl from a short distance noticed that blood began to flow from his eyes, and in general, they turned very. She thought about the fact that now the enemy could not see. She was very scared, as her neck was almost broken, but fortunately, everything turned out okay. Now that the enemy couldn't see anything, there was a very good chance to throw a few daggers at him. Of course, he could no longer block such an attack, since he saw practically nothing at that moment. The girl began to come closer and closer and said that he had nowhere to run and he had long ago lost. Her voice became angrier when she said that she would turn him into a pincushion. Only now did the butcher realize why she lured him to this particular place. He understood how her tactics worked. In order not to receive even more damage, he immediately began to run at high speed towards the target to reduce the distance. While moving, he used all his strength to gain speed, and meanwhile the girl threw several more knives at him. But when the butcher was already too close, with a smile on her face, the girl said that she was not the only opponent for him, and perhaps he should watch behind his back. Of course, the enemy was very frightened when he heard these words, because he realized that his back was really not protected now. Just turning his head a little, he noticed someone there who struck with his sword right on his back. Now he could clearly see who it was, since he remembered Aaron's face well. Moreover, the guy was not going to stop there, and swung his sword. Another blow to the face, which was also very powerful, since the hero put a large amount of his energy there. But nevertheless, the enemy was still on his feet. The blade entered him. This gave the guy the idea that his hands are the only place that cannot be cut through. If his whole body had been like this, then he would have had no reason to dodge the balls that time. Plus, that girl's daggers are still sticking out of him. In this case, perhaps the best option would be to strike at another weak point that all people have. Swinging his sword, he aimed for his opponent's neck, which looked exposed. But at the very last moment, the enemy put out his hand and thereby blocked the sword and broke it in. This caused Aaron to be surprised, not even because he was just able to break the metal with his bare hands, but because the enemy still had the strength to block so quickly. The butcher, meanwhile, said that he knew that the guy would aim at his neck. In his opinion, this is the most obvious place, and he is disappointed that the hero did not come up with something more elegant. Immediately, the butcher struck with his fist directly at the guy's body, and he flew to the side. The girl watched everything that was happening from the side, and was surprised that the advantage in the battle was very sharply transferred from hand to hand. Getting ready to throw one of her knives, she was angry that her ally didn't take advantage of a good chance to destroy his opponent once and for all. But just as she was about to throw this dagger, several of these same daggers passed right through her body. It turned out that the butcher threw these daggers, and at the same time said that he was not only good in close combat, he simply preferred it. Next, he turned his head to the guy, and said that initially he did not want to show them his other ugly eye, which he hates. Everything he said next was like a monologue before he kills someone, since he said that his hands are special and he can pierce through a human body. He started laughing and saying that the girl essentially gave him a loaded rifle, but this way of fighting was not to his taste. He began to come closer to the hero and said that he was more interested in Aaron, since very few people survive more than 2 of his real blows. He simply, taking a swing, he said that this time, he would put all his strength into ensuring that the guy did not suffer. The guy still had enough strength to react, so he very carefully watched how his hand moved. Since the butcher hit his hand right at the place where the guy was, but at the very last moment, he pushed off and moved slightly back. The blow was so powerful that the stones from this bridge began to crumble and gradually fall into the magma. Some of them even rose into the air and thereby limited the visibility of the butcher's only eye. Through all these stones, he could still see the silhouette of Aaron, who for some reason did not lie torn to pieces on. Moreover, he stood in front and used his sword to cut off another piece of rope. Because of this, another portion of the iron weapons that had been prepared in advance began to slowly fall down. When it reached the magma, another very powerful fireworks display was created, which was even brighter than the previous one. Everything around was lit up very sharply, and at the same time a loud explosion could be heard. Even before the explosion occurred, the butcher covered his eyes with his hands so as not to receive any damage. With a smile on his face, he thought that he knew that the enemy would resort to the same trick again. This time he was not blinded, and realized that these fireworks were not particularly harmful since they were so disorderly. Looking down, Butcher saw a guy holding on to the second edge of the bridge with his last strength. one. A smile appeared on his face as he realized that most likely Aaron did not have time to close his eyes, and because of this, he lost coordination. Approaching closer, he asked why he was hanging there, since it seemed that he had run out of ideas and was trying to escape by running away. He pushed off the ground and began flying at high speed towards the guy, shouting that he was tired of seeing the same thing over and over again. At the very last moment, when the butcher was just above the abyss, Aaron turned his head and it became clear that there was another rope in his teeth. As he realized, this greatly frightened and tensed the butcher, who noticed it only now since the guy's back was to him all the time. There was a very large and incredibly bright surge of energy and light which spread directly from under the magma. And the realization that the enemy had deliberately lured him here made the butcher panic. The surge of this energy was so great that he was easily able to lift this man's body to a very great height. And when his body was at its peak, a very bright splash occurred. It became obvious that for this trap, Aaron used the largest number of metal weapons. Looking at all this, he said that in the world outside, fireworks must look beautiful. This whole undertaking was very risky, since if he had miscalculated the timing even a little, the last prepared attack would have missed. The guy had to admit that if it weren't for that girl's idea, he would never have been able to cope with such a strong opponent. At that moment, that same girl approached the edge of the ledge that Aaron was now holding onto, being above a large chasm with magma. In the room in which dialogues were now taking place about what would happen next, everyone had already prepared for the finale. The subordinate gave the pizza commander a pistol and said that it looked like the end was near and they should go down. The commander took the pistol and thanked his subordinate for providing the weapon, since they still don't know who will survive. The guy had also wearing clothes. The subordinate, who was new, said that he believed that the outcome of this arena this time was incredibly obvious. In his opinion, the pizza commander should be the one who will mark the end of the arena. The group moved to the place where the most recent battle in this arena took place. The cleaners, that's what they called themselves in this arena. They are the same ordinary prisoners, but as soon as the arena begins, they are tasked with getting rid of all the participants. This time was no exception, and a group of them was sent here, but most were killed by that monster. Almost the last of all who survived was the same girl who joined forces with Aaron. She was very scared initially, and she could not believe that the hunters themselves had become the prey. Now the guy understood why she told him that those guys were part of the cleanup team. Thus, she tried to make him out to be their common enemy in order to get rid of him. But in fact, all this time, the cleaner herself was also the girl herself, who was now lying on the floor in a half-dead state. She decided to ask the guy if he really knew this in advance, since you couldn't tell from his face that he was surprised. He told her that he had several suspicions, but it didn't matter who was on the cleanup team and who wasn't. Because here, the only thing you can be sure of is that there are enemies around. The hero realized this at the very beginning. Their common. The last words of this girl were that Aaron is very boring and always acts according to protocol. Then her eyes closed and never opened again. Finally, the girl found peace after many years of suffering in the cave. Well, next to her was still sitting the one who was doomed to suffer and fight. And this man suddenly heard some claps behind him, which immediately attracted his attention. It turned out that it was the pizza commander who was approaching him from behind. There was a smile on his face, and he said that he congratulated the guy for being the last one standing, which means that the arena now has a winner. The commander came here with a new subordinate and a small group of guards. Approaching the guy, he said that he didn't expect this, and understood that the guy would give it his all, but he didn't expect him to cope. Next, he pulled out his gun and notified the guy that he couldn't imagine how his sister would feel after losing such a wonderful brother. The smile on his face at that moment became more obvious when he said that it was unlikely that Toa would ever be able to feel anything. The guy's face became angry, and he directly asked the commander what he had done to his younger sister. The commander did not decide to answer this, but only said that the hero's eyes are like that now, probably due to the fact that he just killed a whole bunch of people. Aaron began to shout that the commander promised that he would not lay a finger on the Toa. That was the agreement. Pitts, in turn, only said that he helped her come to terms. He felt power in this situation, and his impunity, which he used very well. Then, the commander held the gun on the guy for a long time and said that there was no need to be upset now, since the terms of the deal were still in effect. Namely, that now Aaron will die so that the girl can live. The hero himself agreed to this. Further, the commander said that the guy had already killed so many people, and now he wants to waste all his efforts. Of course, this situation caused laughter on the commander's face, and he promised the guy that he would remember this facial expression for a very long time. Then, the smile on his whole face disappeared. He said goodbye and said that he was glad to meet him. His finger was already on the trigger of the energy pistol, which was in turn aimed at Aaron's body. All the guy was thinking about now was just his name, a name that meant much more to him than anything else in this world. Toa. But when the commander pulled the trigger, all that happened was just a small and quiet click. Then he pressed several more times and the shot never happened. He looked at his gun and said he didn't want to look like a fool, so he needed a new gun. Turning to his subordinates, he said that the weapon was broken, and he wanted one of the guards to give him a rifle. The new subordinate told him that the commander had probably forgotten that Akem weapons were prohibited in the arena. Of course, the pizza commander asked him what he was even talking about if the arena had already ended a long time ago. His voice became angry, and he ordered him to immediately give him a weapon, to which his subordinates replied that in fact, the battle in the arena was not over yet. He pointed his finger at the person in front of him and shouted that there was one more participant left. Of course, he meant that this participant was the commander himself, who now did not understand what was happening at all. It was clear from his look that he was incredibly scared and was trying to come up with something to solve this situation. The newcomer also added that now he is interested in seeing who will be the winner. The commander was incredibly angry and began shouting at everyone around him, asking what he was talking about. At this moment, he tried to think, and could not understand how he had not been able to understand before that this newcomer was an enemy for him, and all these phrases about how the commander should mark the end of the arena were hints. All these thoughts, of course, were not pleasant, so he shouted to the new guy that he did not have the right to do this, and began to walk in his direction. At the same time, he asked him if he had really gone crazy, if he wanted now to really do what he was talking about. While the commander was approaching, the new guy shot her with his pistol right at his feet. And then he said that if he takes even one more step in their direction, he will shoot him, since the pistol that is in his hands has been removed from the safety. He came up with a brilliant plan. The pizza commander gave the order to the guards to grab this bastard and take him out of here, since this is an order from a senior in rank. Have the right to do. None of the guards said anything, but only continued to look at the commander, as if at a person whom they were seeing for the first time in their lives. Commander Piez told the new guy that he had only recently appeared here and was already stabbing the senior commander in the back. But in response, the new guy only said that he would never rebel against the command since he is not stupid. Because in reality, he was just following orders and had no choice. Did the commander really forget that the general said that he would be punished? Piz. I remember this moment very well, but I thought that after he caught the intruder, the newcomer told the commander that he should not be discouraged, since he just needs to defeat the jam. And if he can, then they will all come out of here alive. At this very moment, he advised the commander to turn around, since the danger was not in the direction in which he was looking now. And when the commander turned his head, he was more horrified than he had been in his entire life. In front of him was Aaron, whose gaze made it very clear that he was now eliminating this commander in less than a second. The commander began to scream because he believed that all this should have ended completely differently. Literally, a moment later, the fight in the arena was over, and the body of the loser lay on the floor, right on the edge of the bridge. The subordinate, who was new, approached the lifeless body of the commander and bent down a little to say something. He said that no one should ever wag their tongue like the commander did PZ. Then he stood up and looked towards the real winner, and prepared to tell him what he had been preparing to say for a long time. Of course, the new guy congratulated the winner and said that it was time to help him out with the prize. As far as he remembered, Aaron had a choice between her life and the life of her little sister. Instead of answering this, the hero simply silently began to approach closer and closer to the new guy, who for some reason had managed to get scared. Then, he took the barrel of this soldier's pistol and pointed it straight at his heart. Then he said that the new guy should pull the trigger right now, since now his mission is completed. Long before the start of this vile game, the guy decided to save the life of his sister. Therefore, now he orders him to fulfill his promise. If the new guy is not the same trash that is now lying on the floor in a puddle of his own urine and blood. After thinking a little, the new guy said that, unlike the commander, he is a man of his words. And for this reason, he cannot kill Aaron now, since this is a violation of the agreement. He told the guy to follow their group as he had something to show him. Together with an escort from the security, they moved to a cave, which in the guy's memory still remains the place where he was imprisoned. Now, when Aaron came here, he saw the bloody body of his younger sister and a small knife that lay nearby. The newcomer said that it was already too late when they found her. His theory was that Commander Piz did this to her. That is why, according to the newcomer, now the guy has no opportunity to choose, and nothing can be done about it. He will live. He patted him on the shoulder and said that he congratulated him, since he would be able to return to work very soon. And thanks to the efforts he made, he will continue to serve his country. Aaron did not hear all these words, because now he was looking at the lifeless body of his beloved sister, the person for whom he was ready to do anything. All he's done lately is kill, and the reason for all these murders, all the sweat and blood that was shed was to ensure the life and comfort of the Toa. Aaron returned from his memories, and in front of him he saw the girl whom he first met when the newcomers were brought in. His heart was breaking, and the feeling that the world had stopped did not leave him. This girl said that she was already tired of waiting, and then asked the hero how long he would sleep in this position. Now the guy was in a different place, and the girl who was in front of him had already disappeared from his memories. All that was now before his eyes were just multiple memories, namely, those moments that had the greatest impact on him. Those moments when he felt that maybe all this struggle was worth something. But he also remembered well those moments that brought him incredibly strong pain and the desire to end this meaningless life. And now, everything was completely different. Now he had a very frightened face that was looking at the incomprehensible girl that was in front of him. Even though this girl looked very confident, there was still a fire around after the flamethrowers were fired, and he saw her outstretched hand. He extended his hand in response because he wanted to be helped. The struggle for everything must be justified, and he had already forgotten what happened after he took that girl's hand. Now he was definitely in the wrong cave, and was trying to remember the name of the girl in front of him. She replied that she was Dilly, and she was not surprised that she forgot everything here. All because the guy just had a feeling that several years had passed. But the girl decided to explain everything to make him feel more comfortable, and said that this place belongs to her and is called the Fallen Abyss. She also explained that she was really worried that the guy would die, but luckily he took her hand before he lost consciousness, and that's how they got here. After looking around, the guy said that he had no idea what was going on here, but he had a few questions. Dilly really is? Devil, spirit, or just an annoying child? And then, at a short distance, Dilla said that the guy should have realized who she was a long time ago. Dilly is a treasure, or rather one of the 12 relics of the king, from the very legend that Aaron talked about with his sister. The guy did not believe these words at all, since he himself did not believe in these legends, despite the fact that he told them to his sister. Moreover, he found it strange that the treasure looked like a child, since in his opinion she should be more impressive. Dilly replied that this is just her avatar for now, and her real body cannot return to the material world due to an ancient spell. And this door, the ancient spell at that moment, was right now behind her and looked very monstrous. It was like a huge stone woman who was so huge that she seemed to occupy most of this world. When Arena looked at her, he could not believe his eyes, and simply watched in surprise, waiting for what Dilly would say next. And she finally said that she had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and to be precise, 3,431 years, 4 months, and 3 days. And today, finally, her imprisonment in this terrible world, in her opinion, is over. She constantly shouted that she was grateful to the guy that she could finally leave this place after such a long time. But in fact, the guy did not agree with this, and moreover, he said that they understand how the fact that he took her hand is connected with the fact that she can now leave here. Waiting for what Dilly would. Then Dilly explained that in fact, the guy had already done all the work, and now nothing could be changed. All that was required from Aaron from that moment was just to become a vessel of Dilly, and to be in this state constantly. She explained this by saying that for her strength and energy, she needed a vessel that would contain her entire nature. The plan was that once she completely absorbed the vessel, only then would she be able to plant this place, despite any spells. It was very scary to hear this, since this was clearly not what Aaron had dreamed of for a long time. Loud what you now want to do, namely, take over his body. It turned out to be even more. The girl began to come closer and closer to Aaron and tried to take his hand, but he resisted. Moreover, he said that if Dilly thinks that he will agree to this, then she is even stupider than he initially thought. He turned around and said that he no longer intended to listen to all this nonsense, and now he just wanted to get out of this world. But this action was incredibly difficult and met its resistance. Suddenly, phantom chains appeared right out of thin air. These chains had infinite strength, and in a matter of seconds they were able to grab the guy and limit his movements. In addition, they were pulling him in the direction in which the Dilly was now located, from which Aaron was trying to escape. Now, the guy was chained to the wall, and in this state he had to listen to everything the girl told him. Namely, she said that as soon as the guy got here, he no longer had the right to choose. After Dilly conveyed this information to him, several sharp tentacles appeared from her back, one of which pierced Aaron's chest. Looking at all this, she liked what was happening. And she even managed to tell the guy that he just needed to come to terms with his fate. Several tentacles that were very sharp began to tear apart the guy's body, creating a larger and larger hole in him. The pain was very strong, and the guy, despite its obviousness, was still in his thoughts. He couldn't believe that after 10 years in hell, some child would now take his body away from him. Then a thought that he had been thinking about for the last few years popped into his head. Namely, this would be the question: why should he suffer? Gathering air into his lungs, he began to ask the girl why he was chosen for this position and what he did to deserve such a fate. Dilly thought that he would ask this question earlier, but in general, she had a prepared answer to this question. But before answering, she told him that in order to understand the girl's motivation, you first aren't worth looking at your past. Then the guy turned his head to the side, since that's where Dilly pointed with her fingers. What he saw ahead greatly surprised him, since a portal appeared, which, as if through a mirror, showed what was happening on the other side. Through this portal, one could see human silhouettes, which became more and more clear with every second. And so, at that moment when the guy took a good look, he realized that this human force in this was his younger sister. She was lying on the floor, and it looked like it was the floor of the prison in which he had been not so long ago. At the same time, Dilly explained that the dream he had while he was unconscious showed events from the past, and now the girl's plans were to tell the guy the whole truth, which he did not know about before. Then, the guy took an even larger amount into his lungs and shouted to the girl that he already knew what happened. Namely, the bastard whom he killed in the arena is the culprit of all this. The only truth was that Aaron failed to protect his remaining family. The girl didn't even listen to all these words because she decided that it was better to show once how everything was than to try to explain something. The guy immediately fell silent when he heard that his sister had chosen him, gets up from the floor and says that he doesn't see anything. By this point, he had already come to the realization that most likely Commander Piezi did not kill the Toa. Moreover, it became clear that after he entered her cell, she was still able to regain consciousness and stand up. And indeed, when it began to rise, she said that it must be even more painful for Aaron. She was sure that her brother was 10 times worse than she was now. The thought that Aaron constantly suffers alone, that she no longer even understands how bad he is. She didn't know anything. She tried to apologize to herself for what she was going to do next. At the same time, stretching out her hand across the cold floor, she said that if the two of them couldn't squeeze it out, then Aaron should get this chance. She liked to understand that finally, in her entire life, she would be able to do something that would benefit those around her. With shaking hands that had no strength, she picked up the commander's knife that was lying on the floor and pointed it at her throat. The guy couldn't look at it and screamed very loudly towards the dilly, which supported the energy of the portal. He told her, or rather, ordered her to immediately stop all this and make sure that Toa survived. His face was full of rage, and at the same time, he cried bitterly and didn't want to believe what Dilly said earlier, that this was all an event from the past. It was very painful to realize that now he could only watch and not influence the last seconds of the Toa's life. That moment when she was on her knees and talking to a voice that whispered to her. She asked him to listen to her request. With all her might, she tried to convince the universe that Aaron would be saved, and her sacrifice was not in vain. I wanted to make sure that when she was gone, there would be someone who could look after her older brother. Aaron, despite the fact that it brought him pain, he still watched what was happening from the side, even though his tears were already greatly worsening his vision. Of course, he ordered Dilla to let him go and let him help his sister, who was very confused. Then he realized that if he didn't get help, then he should at least try to shout to her so that she wouldn't do what she had planned. At that moment, when the weapon that was in the hands of the younger sister did what she planned, the guy lost the meaning of his existence. The Toa's body fell to the ground, and the bloody knife began to lie a short distance from her tender hand. All she wanted in the very last seconds of her life was to make Aaron live. But after seeing all this, even taking into account the fact that things are now much better than they could be, Aaron no longer wanted to continue his meaningless existence. Even the pain he experienced from Dilly's tentacles no longer brought him any discomfort. Only one is destined for greatness. When their blood is shed, the seal on the door will fall and it will open. The one whose blood is shed will choose who will become the vessel of the... One day, Aaron told his sister about treasures in these words. Then a stupid story that he heard somewhere in order to console her, and a story that in the end, she sacrificed her blood to her older brother to save him, having given the right to become a vessel of Dilly. Dilly, in turn, maintaining a smile on her face, said that in the end, Toa and Aaron were able to gain freedom, since now both of them will live inside her, becoming her blood and flesh. At this time, further actions unfolded in the cave where the bloody crows were now completing their mission. They needed to check every corner of this cave in order to make sure that all opponents were eliminated. And when they got to the last soldier of the guard who was trying to escape, they also neutralized him. His body fell to the ground, and this only meant that their mission was now completed. Some of them picked up lifeless bodies from the floor to make sure they weren't faking it. At the same time, the Blood Crows spoke to each other on the radio and reported to the captain that the clearing of Area C had been completed, and he was requesting the status of those in charge of the remaining areas. But the captain of the other group said that all the crows were in very poor condition, and he was forced to request reinforcements. Of course, the captain of the group, who had just done a very light sweep, could not believe these words, and therefore requested a retransmission of the data. The captain, in an even louder voice, said that they needed to transfer the command to their supreme deep throat, since a very strong target was moving in their direction. But in addition to this information, it was also necessary to understand where the other four captains were and what happened to their groups. But while they were trying to understand this, some unknown force suddenly struck one of the bloody ravens. The second tried to understand what happened and turned his head to see the danger. But instead of something obvious, he saw there the likeness of a man, which already faintly resembled an ordinary human image. It was like a monster that had possessed a person. Since he had fangs in his teeth inherent to a monster, horns on his head and part of his skin was also covered with an incomprehensible substance. Meanwhile, deep down he was still inside the vault, the gates to which had recently opened. He looked around, and at the same time thought about what he had understood during all this time. Obviously, someone had already looked here before, and in fact, although it was difficult for the Cardinal's left hand to admit, he didn't think that this could happen. It is also clear that whoever did this would have to fulfill one more condition, even after opening the door. It was hard to realize that there was someone here who knew so much. It was necessary to understand when these gates were opened, and it would also be more interesting to find out who did it. Perhaps the solution and answer to this question lies precisely in this place, and the Deep Tooth realized this very quickly. With his hand, he touched the wall, which consisted entirely of roots, and then he concluded that all these roots had not yet dried, which in turn was strange. After all, it is known that as soon as the treasure unites with the vessel and leaves the ancient fields, the tree of the world will die. And since it was now alive, this meant one of two, or, for some reason, the treasure did not leave the dungeon, or the second option, which consisted in the fact that the treasure did not completely merge with its vessel. At that moment, one of the captains ran up to the Bluetooth and said that he had an important message. He said in panic that the soldiers were now fighting an unknown entity, and judging by its appearance, there is a high probability that this is the goal. Without thinking twice, the Cardinal's left hand told all units to head to Area C and send all reinforcements to that point. Point C was now a living hell, due to the amount of energy that the bloody crows used to eliminate the unknown target. They all stood in a battle line and aimed their weapons at one point to create the greatest amount of harmful energy in it. This damage was so much that it would be enough to eliminate a very large group of a variety of enemies. This, among other things, created a large wall of smoke, and they stopped seeing anything ahead. But even before the smoke settled, one of the warriors felt a strong blow and a breeze behind. This was Tanya, a known entity. With incredibly high speed, she rushed straight towards them in the rear. The captain gave the order to the melee units to begin the attack, as they were now the most effective troops. But their target was much stronger and was now quickly moving across space, eliminating enemies left and right. It was a common order among the Blood Ravens not to get too close to this unknown creature, of enemy. But before they agreed on this, they simultaneously tried to attack him in order to launch a surprise attack. But just one movement of this monster was enough for a whole crowd of opponents to scatter in different directions. A detachment of troops who were at a medium distance at that moment took out their weapons from special parts of the suit on their forearm. It seems that they are willing to take a risk and remove all restrictions from their weapons. It was decided to use all firepower to neutralize the enemy. When this decision was made, they immediately stored a large amount of energy inside their weapons and fired. Several targeted beams of harmful energy headed straight towards the monster, which was engaged in eliminating melee units. And when the monster noticed this, he immediately stood up, and for some reason, the better energies bounced off him like a mirror and began to fly in the opposite direction. The monster was not particularly easy, and holding his hands in front of him, he tried to absorb as much of this energy as possible. It was decided, and when it became too difficult for him, he began to scream loudly because of the efforts that he had to make. What a moment Dilly, who was with Aaron in that same world, admitted that the guy was quite stubborn. She also told him that if he gave her his body, he would immediately feel better, and he could forget about his hatred. Since, in her opinion, hatred is now the only reason for the guy to resist. Dilly came closer to his face and said that she would not rush him, because in order to curb a wild horse, you need to let it gallop until it gets tired. And on the day when the Dilly can grab the reins, the guy's body will become hers once and for all. But now she only needed to make the guy experience emotions and rage and be able to protect his physical shell. When he threw out all his rage, all this harmful energy that flew at him was immediately reflected. The soldiers were very scared when this happened, since they used all the power only in training and could not even understand that it could be somehow blocked. Because in order to the target approached one of the soldiers, and with one movement of his hand, he made the weapon that was built into the soldiers' suits begin to explode. Body will become hers. The Blood Crows quickly realized that the monster was able to control Akim. The monster jumped from side to side and with light movements tore apart the bodies of opponents with ease. All the soldier could do was watch this happen and count the minutes until his death. There was real chaos all around, and a small group watched everything that happened. Of course, this was a group of which Glubok was the main member, and the most elite warriors were his personal guard. The Cardinal's left hand now needed to observe very well and accurately what was happening in order to understand everything. Every second he remembered some information about his enemy in order to find opposition to him. And at some point during the observation, the Deep Tooth didn't even have time to blink when suddenly something flew into the rock near him at high speed. When he looked there, he saw that it turned out that it was one of the bloody ravens that flew into the rock at high speed, which is why his body was greatly deformed. At the same time, taking his sword out of its sheath, the Deep Tooth noticed that the second version of his theory turned out to be correct. After the monster had eliminated all the opponents, he began to simply stand still and serve what was happening around him. All because it seemed to him that the danger, despite all the eliminated evidence, was still there somewhere. And at some point, the monster felt the spread of energy behind the right shoulder of his body. This energy flashed past him, and sparks began to spread in different directions under his feet. The monster didn't even retreat to any side so as not to get damaged, but just continued to stand in place. It was in the very place where the unknown energy had just flashed past that a crater was created that emitted hot matter. The monster took a closer look at this crater, and then looked in the direction from which this energy was thrown. Dilly, being in her own world, was very scared when she saw what had just happened. The frightening thing was that Bluetooth noticed that it now became clear to him that the treasure could not yet use all its power. This is because the unification process is delayed, and therefore the Cardinal's left hand is left to assume that the problem is in the vessel. In his opinion, the treasure made the wrong choice, and very soon Deep Tooth will prove it by destroying this very low-quality vessel. All the circumstances that occurred earlier indicated that a battle of incredible proportions would soon take place. And so it happened, since the Deep Tooth took out his weapon, which was an energy scythe that receives its energy from Akem. While still in the air, he struck once with his weapon, but the monster was able to create a block using his own energy. Then the blow missed, and no damage was done to the monster, and Aaron was able to dodge. He moved from side to side so that the enemy could not understand where he was. And during such movements, the Deep Tooth still managed to catch the moment when Aaron was in weightlessness. And it was this moment that he used to strike and create an energy flow with the help of his weapon. All the energy flew into the guy's body, and it began to fly into the ground at high speed. The energy with which he flew into the rock was so great that a small crater was created there. The monster was in this crater and tried not to move in order to restore as much energy as possible. A Bluetooth flew up to him and tried to study the enemy's body more thoroughly. It was clear from his gaze that he was scanning and trying to understand what his opponent was like. Dilly did about the same thing, who thought that the enemy thought he could fight her with the body of a mortal. This must have given her the idea that the outside world had most likely changed for the better while she was locked in this cave. The first step for a counterattack, she considered, would be to get rid of the weapon that was now in the hand of the Cardinal's left hand. When the deep-eyed one looked at his sword, he saw that the monster was using a sense. A scene is the ability to control the treasure byproduct Akim. But for some reason, when the monster tried to influence her, he initially succumbed, and then something changed. Dilly tried to reload the stone into his weapon, but there was no reaction. All because of the fact that on Deep Tooth's sword, Asin does not work. After all, the treasure does not have control over the technical Akima. This Akima was created by people. For its production, exclusively human technologies were used. The disadvantage is that due to the complexity of production, mass production is simply not possible. Therefore now, the Raven had every opportunity to pierce the enemy's body with the help of his weapon. And when this happened, at first the monster felt some kind of discomfort. and then he stopped feeling his body as a whole. The enemy did not stop there and swung his weapon to the side, thereby making sure that the blade would surely cut the enemy in half. When Deep Tooth looked around, he saw that his opponent was already at a different point thanks to his strength, and decided to use his own tactics. He used the crow shift technique, and thereby very quickly moved directly behind the monster. He did not have time to react, and when the Cardinal's left hand used the spectral lotus spear, Arin personally flew into the rock at high speed. Now the damage to his body was much more significant, and the enemy was much closer. Moreover, this enemy was very close, and said that despite the fact that his weapon is very difficult to produce, it is still very effective against the treasure. Dilly realized that her sons would no longer be the only holders of power in this world, since people were already developed enough to use the power that was given to them. When Deep Tooth realized that he had almost complete control of this situation, he told the monster that the vessel of the treasure did not reflect the essence of all power. But at some second, suddenly his target moved in some direction, and it happened incredibly quickly. At the very last second, the Cardinal's left hand managed to strike, but so far he has not seen the result of. While the monster was in flight, he himself also struck at his target, which was clearly successful. This blow was not particularly strong, so it only flew away a short distance, crashing into a rock. Deep Tooth was now more interested in looking at the body of the vessel to see what condition it was in, and he saw very well that his right arm was in place, with minor damage, although he clearly remembered that he had cut it off, levitated over the treasure for some time. Black energy began to emerge from their natural holes, which went straight into the monster's mouth. Having received this energy, the vessel was able to restore all the damage that his body received after the attack by the Deep Tooth. Now the enemy realized that the vessel absorbs the bodies of killed enemies and regenerates at their expense. Apparently, this is one of the abilities. But the Deep Tooth had no time to think, because after the monster was able to restore its strength, it carried out another attack. When the energy directed towards him, he waited a little, and at the very last moment he used the crow shift. Thanks to this technique, in just half a second he had already felt himself above his enemy's head and was preparing to strike with his sword. But the vessel knew well how to behave in this situation, as he began to use all the skills that were in his arsenal. Deep Tooth's back and was ready to strike back. This blow did not take long to arrive, and although the enemy managed to block it, the damage was still great. So big that his weapon crumbled into small pieces, and now it was impossible to fight with it. But what was even more impossible was that the vessel managed to copy the secret technique of the Blood Ravens, namely, the Raven Shift. Moreover, after the Crow Shift, the vessel also used the Spectral Lotus Spear, which the Deep Tooth had also used before in battle. By that time in the world, Arin's treasure was now unrecognizable. He didn't even look like a person in the usual sense, and those tentacles that entered his body had already completely absorbed him. Deep Tooth, meanwhile, he was in battle, and for this reason he was finally trying to understand how he could defeat such a strong opponent. In his opinion, it was necessary to make sure that the enemy would not have time to recover, and therefore it was better to incinerate him. The amount of energy that began to focus around the Deep Tooth was simply incredible. Dilly, meanwhile, was also surprised, since she had not seen something like this for many years. It was a technique that the Blood Crows call Scarlet Thunder, and it involves multiple attacks aimed at a small area. Scarlet Thunder was one of the most powerful techniques that Blood Raven could wield. And now the Cardinal's left hand was demonstrating why it is a very powerful force that requires many years of training. He tried to maintain energy in this attack so that the enemy would not have the opportunity to regenerate. He now wanted to make sure that the treasure could not complete the connection with the vessel, because if you burn everything, there will be nothing to absorb. Scarlet Thunder flew towards the monster and could easily penetrate its body, which was now simply enduring. It turns out that the treasure had the ability to absorb all this energy without taking damage to its body. From the outside, it looked simply amazing as the Scarlet Thunder began to destroy everything around it. Even the stones that were just lying nearby were turned into small rubble instead of huge cobblestones. From the vessel's face, one could understand that he was using a very large part of his potential, trying not to receive damage from such a strong attack. Tens of hundreds of multiple scarlet needles pierced his body every second, and because of this, he could not generate anything but simply endured. Deep Tooth's idea and plan was that he would make the treasure come out of the vessel. But at some point, a smile appeared on the vessel's face, which could indicate that the treasure knew what to do. Dilla said that the adjustments are finally complete and now she can start the real fight. This was bad news for Deep Tooth, since now he had to exert himself even more. At some point, Scarlet Thunder appeared right behind him, and several dozen needles struck his back. Now he realized that the techniques that the monster can absorb are not limited to Akima. Dilly has finally improved enough to use the power she rightfully has. Looking at her enemy, she said that she was at least 1,000 years ahead of him. And now she was glad that she had an interesting opportunity to show her enemy what real strength was. The action moved to the capital of Travian, and specifically to the Hasnal Palace, which was the center of decision-making. Along the corridor that led to one very important office, the Honorable Army General, who was also a minister, was now walking. Because how loudly he walked down the corridor, one could say that the news he was carrying was clearly not positive. Approaching one of the doors near which the girl was standing, he noticed that she was very frightened. But despite her fear, she still approached him and said that he couldn't go into that room now. The man ignored these words and with a deft movement of his strong hands opened the door. Going inside, he shouted out the name of the person he came to talk to. This man was Cardinal Lacrisae, and the minister noted very well that his whole body was covered in wounds. This cardinal was surrounded by beautiful girls, and the cardinal himself was surprised that at such a moment Minister Hagen would come to him. He explained that he was having prayers now, and also added that he did not think that Hagen lacked manners. But the minister had no time for these words, and he decided to immediately say that he had heard that last week the cardinal received a report from the mining camp about the discovery of an ancient gate, and also the fact that he sent the bloody crows there, and one of the best commanders with them. The cardinal replied that the matter required a quick solution, so he issued the order bypassing administrative approval. The minister said that this was a problem, since this was an opportunity to get another treasure, but the cardinal sent only one unit. Lacrisae did not admit his mistakes and asked whether Minister No really did not trust the commander deep-toothed. The minister did not want to calm down and constantly repeated that capturing the treasure was a difficult task. And to make matters worse, it seems the information has been leaked to their common enemy, since a report had just arrived saying that those monsters that were hiding so well earlier were now heading towards the camp. According to Hagen, it was necessary to call the Sacred Army in the north back or use the other two treasures. Because if the enemy gets another treasure, it's scary to think what losses they will have to suffer. To all these words, the cardinal only replied that if this happens, then it is probably destined to happen. Then he calmly took a sip from his mug and did not attach any importance to the words that had just been spoken. The minister found it very difficult to believe that the cardinal did all this on purpose, but he answered him that thanks to him, the information definitely reached the enemy, and now there is no longer any doubt about it. When the minister asked why this was done, he replied that it was necessary in order to divert attention from the server. It turns out that the cardinal did this, knowing that treasures are one of the most powerful weapons, only because the north is more important to him personally. Hagen really wanted to find out what was there, that the cardinal was already ready to sacrifice a lot, just not to sacrifice this direction. The cardinal replied that the minister would find out about this one day, but first a short amount of time would have to pass. Since now, that was all he could tell him, and the cardinal also added that everything was done in order to get something even more important. It was already known that Deep-Tooth's unit had suffered a minor setback, but here they could no longer help. A little more and they would not have been able to take their eyes off the guards of the rebellion, since they are already full of suspicions. Now the actions have moved once again, but now everything was happening much closer to the cave where the battle took place. Namely, the actions in subsequent events were the foot of the great tree. Right here, one could now find a very large group of lifeless bodies of blood ravens that had been lying there for a long time. Not far from them, on a portable throne, was a woman with very large eyes and a confident look. She was surrounded by her subordinates, who were the ones who had just eliminated all those bloody ravens. The girl looked into emptiness and said to herself that she was unhappy that their target was late. Perhaps this meant that the targets were either very weak or simply incredibly lazy. At some point in these thoughts, the girl felt warmth behind her back and realized that something had happened that she had been thinking about not so long. She didn't like it, but she still had to endure it because in general, what happened there indicated a positive future. Several subordinates who were directly behind her throne were burned and simply fell to the ground. A second later, a man appeared right behind the girl's right shoulder who praised the quality of those dolls and noted that they were just right for a fire in such cold weather. This girl's name was Espina, and the man who hugged her from behind was apparently her ally. He continued and asked the girl how it happened that she was here alone, since he believed that they were waiting for each other here. At that very moment, at this place where the girl's throne was located, a very strong whirlwind occurred. All because she grabbed the guy by the neck and a huge stream of dark energy began to fly out of his body. This energy spread stronger and stronger until after a few seconds it disappeared somewhere. Espina noticed that Villantra was still the same rude person he had been all his adult life. But the man only answered her that today was a very good day, and therefore they should not talk about something bad. He even added that the girls should smile, since today their new relative will most likely be reborn, and they will witness it. Well, according to the girl, it was too early to rejoice until they know what fate the 11th heir to the throne will choose. It was not clear whether he would choose them or people, and that was why they were here now, to know what measures to take based on your choice. Villantro, in turn, thought about everything much more down to earth, and therefore this situation made him smile, since he believed that this was not particularly important because no matter what happens, fun awaits them. The girl kept thinking why Villantro answered the call this time. It looks like he just came to see what would come. Approaching closer and closer to the entrance to the cave and to the foot of the tree, the guy noticed that there weren't very many people here, since they usually come running here like hyenas. Espina said that it looks like they are planning something, and they probably want to get everything without any clashes. She was sure that was why they leaked the information. But Villantro thought that they were very boring for this reason, since he acts too. But still, he had a feeling that they would come out approximately from the side where he pointed his finger. Espina remembered well that this guy's instincts failed very rarely, and it was worth listening to him. And despite the fact that his intuition was never wrong, it was not clear whether this was for good or for Hood. The battle between the two strongest opponents was still not completed, and the vessels in the form of arenas stood a short distance from Deeptooth. Leaked the information. The commander of the Blood Ravens used the maximum amount of his skills in order to bring himself victory. A very large amount of technology was inlaid into his body, namely his equipment, which helped him in battle. Thanks to these technologies, he moved very quickly and could also deliver attacks faster than an ordinary warrior. From his gaze, which could now be seen from behind the crack in his mask, one could see that he was focused on the task and wanted to win this battle at any cost. But the vessel very quickly repelled these attacks without giving the enemy any chance. This continued for a very long time until Deeptooth received very significant damage after one of the attacks. Then he flew into a rock at very high speed and even lost consciousness for a few seconds. The laughter he heard from the side made him regain consciousness and look around to make sure there was no danger. This danger stood at a very small distance from him and only watched. And the head of the group of bloody ravens flew up a little. Dilly noticed that she would not be able to restrain the force. She would have to finish him off with them, despite the fact that, initially, she wanted to play long. And the opponent himself, from the behavior of his opponent, realized that the vessel was simply playing with him. It seems that the monster was hinting to him that he could kill him whenever he wanted, which meant he was staying here for some reason. Dilly really liked the way things were going now, and she had no intention of making things suddenly worse. So she turned to Aaron and said that it seemed like he was ready to accept her. She also admitted that she wanted to play a little with that raven in order to calm the guy's mind, since this is another important step towards improving their common body. Special mechanisms delved into the guy's body even deeper, and thereby made its way into his consciousness even more thoroughly. Non-lethal damage, then adaptation. Gradually, through this entire repetitive process, the Dilly should absorb the guy and his consciousness, and then take full control. In the world of treasure, there was now a very loud crash, due to the fact that Aaron was penetrating deeper into this world more and more. From that moment on, it could be considered that Dilly had almost completely mastered his vessel. And in the real world, at that moment, a very bright explosion occurred, which greatly surprised Deeptooth. He even had to step back a short distance in order not to be blinded by so much light. Now a different opponent stood in front of him, whose physical shell looked slightly different. Dilly looked at her hands and realized that now there was a much greater amount of power in them than the leader of the Blood Ravens could imagine. The enemy, in turn, tried to analyze him and understand what had just changed in him. Well, who was well-versed in what had changed was Dilly, who had long ago realized the power that was now available to her. She just looked at her opponent, and with one glance made him understand that he would have no resistance to her attack. Once again looking confidently into his eyes, she said that now she would show what people call the body. One wave of his hand, and the left hand of the cardinal was already in such shock that he could hardly understand what had just happened. A huge wave of energy force rushed towards him and knocked him off his feet. Now his body was lying on the floor, and the amount of inner strength he lost after that was commensurate with all the strength he lost during the battle. It was impossible to comprehend this power. The enemy threw the Deeptooth away with just a wave of his wrist. The merger is complete. But what was more important was that dangerous Chara, which most likely was the real power of the treasure. For Deep Tooth, but still, due to the fact that he was in some sense a military man, he thought about how to get out of this situation. And the answer did not take long to arrive, since one of the exits from the cave was very close to his body. His strength was not enough, and the realization that if he could not obtain or destroy the treasure, he would definitely die, motivated him. Therefore, he made a decision and directed his hand towards the enemy in order to strike with his last strength. The orange-shaped vessel was able to catch this hand without much effort and prevent it from reaching his face. But after a few seconds, this hand began to heat up in temperature and become more red in color. In just a few moments, the temperature of this hand reached its maximum. Immediately, there was a very large explosion that could only be imagined from such a small source. It turns out that the left hand of the cardinal threw this hand forward as part of his suit, and he retreated closer to the elevator. Running inside, he began to think through the plan further and how he needed to act in order to survive. I pressed one of the buttons and the elevator quickly began to move up, leaving the enemy behind. Raven thought that from here to the surface, it was almost 5 kilometers. If he goes up and breaks the elevator, thereby blocking the entrance, then in this way you can gain some time. Then, he just had to hold out until reinforcements arrived that could help. But at some point, Deep Tooth heard a sound under the elevator that didn't sound like something normal. He began to look closely to understand what was there, and saw the bright flame of an explosion. Looking even closer, one could see Aren's vessel flying upward at very high speed, approaching the elevator. Vorn had no choice but to watch, which he did quite successfully. A moment later, a very powerful explosion occurred right under the base of the great tree. This very explosion threw aside the bloody Raven, who received very great damage from this. Everything happened so abruptly that even watching from the side, it was impossible to understand which side was who. Velatro and Espina, of course, tried to observe, but now it was very difficult to do, also because of the smoke from the explosion. The monster, in turn, landed more successfully, but its silhouette was also hidden behind a large amount of smoke. Dilly tried to see everything, at least through him, in order to understand what the world generally... And now, everything around was by no means the way Aren remembered it before he was closed. Well, the air was similar, and it brought back memories of those days. The world he remembered was huge and completely covered in greenery. A lot of time has passed since it was sharpened. But despite this world was still just as beautiful. The vessel said that he would like Toa to see all this. The monster... After the last sentence, Dilly couldn't understand why she had just said that, and she was clearly confused. It was even stranger when tears began to flow from her eyes, because she didn't want to cry. All these feelings in total gave a very incomprehensible feeling that I really liked her. But she quickly forgot about it when she saw on the floor what she remembered well all this time. Namely, it was the line around the great tree, which was the final boundary. This last boundary was something that is very important in the context of liberation from bondage. Since as soon as the Dilly crosses this line, everything will change once and for all, and will never be the same again. The realization of this made her rejoice and laugh very loudly, so that it could be heard 100 meters away. The girl also screamed that most likely, everyone thought that they could keep her locked up forever. If they were still alive, she would want them to see her take this incredible step. Namely, she screamed very loudly that she was here near this line and she was finally reborn. And just a few centimeters stop her before changing her fate beyond recognition. But during this, Dilly suddenly felt that someone grabbed her from behind. She immediately moved to her world in order to understand what it was and why she couldn't move. Look lower, she saw that someone was holding her by her right leg and didn't want to let her go anywhere. Looking closer and still stronger, she saw eyes full of pain and suffering that looked straight into their soul. It was the soul of Aren. And now she was trying with all her efforts to hold Dilly's leg in her right hand. The forest, which at that moment was very close to the foot of the great tree, was now hiding a crow, which very carefully tried to feast on someone's body. There were quite a few of these bodies here, and they had all been lying here for about several hours. There were also several birds sitting on one man's shoulder. There was something that attracted them and forced them to stay here. In a short time, a very large number of animals came running here, and each of them wanted to take their place on the body of this man. At some point, Sparrow, who was sitting on this man's shoulder, sensed some kind of danger. The bird senses very well the moment when danger is approaching in their direction, and then they all scattered in different directions, and the animal ran into the bushes. Now the man in the long cloak sat in this place himself, and only exhaled the air from his lungs, realizing what he would do. And if you move a short distance from that place, you can see fragments of one person's equipment. Also, if you look closely, you can find a blood raven mask that all members wear. Not far from his own mask, a Deep Tooth stood and said that part of his equipment, namely the traverse, had been destroyed. The double claw was also destroyed, and the functionality of the lungs dropped by half. Glubozov's body was exhausted by as much as 80%, and the amount of strength in the body remained critically low. But what he was thinking about now was about the goal, which was at such an insignificant distance from him that it was scary to even think about it. But now this goal simply stood still and looked into the distance as if thinking about something. All this looked incredibly strange from the outside, and even such a brave person as the Cardinal's left hand did not dare to approach him. Now the treasure was literally one step away from achieving complete fusion. It was as weird as possible. Dilly wanted me to cross the border, and despite the fact that the edge was very close, she stood still. Being in her world, Dilly asked the guy why he was doing this. He didn't even answer at first, but only squeezed her leg harder and harder so that she wouldn't free herself. The effort that Aaron put in at that moment was incredibly large and significant. All this time, the girl thought that his consciousness was completely absorbed, but it seems that he was still maintaining his form. Moreover, it seems that he continues to separate, as with every second his body moves further and further away from the place it was trying to grow into. And this movement could be seen with the naked eye. It was so fast. The girl quickly realized that this meant that the guy had some kind of goal that did not allow him to dissolve. At the same time, being in her thoughts, she asked the guy what he was going to do. Dilly suggested that he simply feels sorry for himself, and that is why he cannot let her go. Continuing, she further said that he had already tasted the blood of his enemies. Did he really forget how he tore them apart with his own hand? She even promised that if he did not have enough eliminated enemies, then she could provide it to him. And all he needs to do is just quietly watch what is happening inside Dilly. A few moments later, the guy told the girl in a very low and harsh voice that he was unhappy. And what in fact is what he wants, or rather, what he really hates. It was strange for the girls to listen to all this, since she did not know that he could talk about such a condition. She couldn't hold back any longer, because I was waiting for the chance to tear apart the guy's consciousness and stuff my body. But this girl's plans were very grandiose, and included a person who did not agree with this. And this man had so much willpower that he had enough of it to grab Dilly by the throat. Moreover, he raised her higher and said that he still has a goal that he still wants to eliminate. And this goal is Dilly herself. The girl realized that all this time he was angry with her. Despite the fact that the dream of treasure has always been the desire of many, still many people did not want to put up with it. The girl really didn't like the fact that the enslaved guy was trying to regain control of the vessel. Therefore, she tried to exert the maximum amount of her strength in order to give a worthy rebuff. The guy held her tightly by the neck, not allowing her to move, and she tried to focus her energy and resist. The guy had enough strength to step forward and crush the girl's energy with his own energy. The shackles that held him all this time gradually weakened, and thereby allowed him to move further and further. Dilly started screaming, asking how the guy even dared. I was just a vessel to do this. Put up with it. The girl's main argument was that the guy's hatred now cannot compare with her 1,000-year expectations in the ban. Meanwhile, the physical shell of the monster suffered little damage from the outside and did not react to it in any way. Of course, he understood that this shot was absolutely useless. But just watching everything happen right in front of his eyes was also very unpleasant. The early that Dilly received at that moment distracted her greatly, and because of this, she lost some of her concentration. The force that had been holding the guy back all this time was becoming weaker, and the guy's concentration was getting stronger. He began to scream very loudly, and at the same time direct as much of his efforts as possible towards achieving the goal. And the goal now was to defeat the girl who was his biggest problem. The amount of energy that the girl now realized was enough to at least surprise her, and at most, after a short period of time, she noticed that she was beginning to be pushed out of her own world. And the physical shell, being in the real world, also begins to move forward. Dilly realized that if she crosses this border now, it will no longer be her. The guy also knew this very well, and therefore tried to make the physical shell move as quickly as possible. The girl begins to cry and tearfully asks not to do this, not believing that this can happen. As soon as the physical shell crossed this line, a small explosion occurred in that place due to an excess of excess energy. But after this explosion occurred, everything around became strangely quiet. All that has changed is that now behind this line lay not Dilly's body, but Aaron's body. And it looks like he was unconscious since visually he showed no signs of life. It turned out that all this time treasures already familiar to us were watching what was happening. Balatro was one of those who closely watched all this and was incredibly pleased. Espina, in turn, noted that what most likely happened was that the shell became a person. Perhaps this could mean that the merger failed, but suddenly a voice behind her said that the merger was completed. However, It ended just when the control over the vessel was changing, and therefore it is not a perfect merger. The half-melted candle hardened in an instant when ice water was spilled. Who was glad to see this man was Valatro, who bet that he had recently been in the forest and communicated there with animal friends. This man thought a little, and then said that the target should be destroyed as soon as possible. The human mind was currently controlling the vessel, and in his opinion this was a critical weakness. No one knew what changes he would bring to their plans. In his opinion, they must destroy and recreate the vessel right here and now, otherwise this will lead to disastrous consequences. As soon as he finished this sentence, a directed flow of energy appeared in space that glowed brightly. It was Velatro's sword that he used, and thereby released the blade right in front of Kren's body. The ancient man asked Velatro what he meant by this gesture. He replied that the main reason for their existence fits into a very short motto: do what you want. And it was Velatro who was against this decision from the very beginning of their journey. In fact, his opinion was quite balanced for the opinion of a person who always behaves chaotically. And he told Kren that not everything always goes according to plan, and sometimes you need to do things that logic doesn't dictate. Because if you look closely, even in the best network you can see nodes. If chaos rules, then no one will care about one node on this network. He really was of this opinion, and for this reason he did not want them to eliminate the guy on the spot now. And watching Aaron take his first steps in a new guise, he was only inspired. In his opinion, a being who makes an imperfect system makes it even more imperfect with every second. Velatro felt that this would make an interesting story, and that it would be worth leaving the guy alone. Of course, Kren did not agree with this opinion, and moreover, he was going to argue with Velatro. He said that now was not the time for whims, since at the moment they had no idea what to expect from this guy if they left him alone. He further added that Velatro is now behaving as unreasonable children of 10 years old usually behave. But he replied that he was just offering a different point of view, and if Kren really didn't want this to happen, then he could always fight him. Then he glanced over at his interlocutor and whispered in a quiet voice that he was unlikely to win. Their swords were crossed, and everything was going to the point that a battle would take place between them to decide what to do with Aaron. A girl stood between them and didn't raise why they couldn't agree on some kind of compromise and were going to hit each other's faces. But at some point, Kren lowered his sword lower and sighed loudly and heavily. Then he began to walk away, slowly moving further and further away from Velatro and Espina, who continued to stand on that ledge. In response, the guy just laughed, because he realized that he managed to scare Kren and give in to him. But the girl had a different opinion and noticed that he behaves more prudently and always chooses the most expedient option, which is why he was called here. She also had to admit that she didn't think leaving the guy alone was a good idea either. Velatro did not agree with these words either, since initially he did not want this to happen. His idea was simply not to kill this interesting creature, but to observe him. He was confident that this observation would bring good results, and they would be able to learn a lot. Velatro told Espina that if she believed him, then this would happen in reality, since his inner instinct told him all this. Meanwhile, Arena slowly walked forward, barely moving his feet and repeating only one word over and over again, Toa. But time for an observer does not always go in a straight line. To understand what was the consequence of what will happen next, you need to move back a month. And the place of events will be the border of Karajin, namely the northernmost part of the continent. There was a small camp here which consisted of a very large number of barracks. And near one of these barracks, there was maximum security, due to the fact that there was a commander in it. Inside this structure, there was a round table, and the commander asked his subordinates whether there had already been a signal. Toa. When they told you that they had not noticed him yet, the commander of the Second Corps, named Crestafol, said that he was tormented by vague doubts. Due to the fact that he initially did not think that there would be a gap in the Northwest Sewer. One of the intelligence commanders said that although the source of this information is unreliable, they still have reports confirming the authenticity of the information. The second man also explained that their efforts would soon pay off once their forces infiltrated and planted a bomb in the area, and they gave the signal. At dawn, the bomb will be detonated remotely, and as soon as the walls are destroyed, they will attack with their entire army. In his opinion, this time they will not even have a chance to resist. But the commander remembered well that a month had already passed since they went into this wilderness to deal with the savages, but no one knew then that they would be such a big problem. The Crestafol had only about a week left, and he was also tormented by doubts that the cardinal must already have exhausted his patience. Another problem was that Kalos still refused to fight and did not want to help them. He constantly talked about how people should resolve their differences themselves, And this phrase was one that he repeated time after time when he was asked. The commander did not like this opinion since people like the Colossus were spoken of as God's instrument. In his opinion, tools exist to be used. He ordered his subordinates to deal with this problem properly as soon as the expedition was over. Well, while the commander was saying this, a loud explosion in the air was suddenly heard on the street, which Crestofol had been waiting for a long time. When he and his subordinates went outside, he saw this explosion in the sky, which was supposed to signal. The commander noted that he finally waited until the moment when the plan was a success, and the group gave a signal. But the intelligence commander said that the signal was not from their side, since their signal should be of a different color and much further away. At that same second, someone unknown struck with his sword at one of the members of the guard, who was guarded by the chief Barak and the commander. In fact, there were several of these people in that place who hid their faces, and in a few seconds, they eliminated all the security. All this happened so quickly that the guards could not even understand what was happening. But also, it is worth understanding that there were not so many killers to eliminate the entire guard at once in one fell swoop. Therefore, the sentries began to shout about an enemy ambush and thereby call for more help. Now, the killer has already come within pistol shot straight to the commander and two reconnaissance commanders. For Crestofol to believe that the ambush happened right inside their camp. A moment later, one of the people who were supposed to lead the reconnaissance was also eliminated by a man who was a meter away from the commander. This man asked Crestofol if he was the real commander of the army. It was a woman who was armed with a sharp katana, and without showing any emotion at all, she looked into the eyes of the victim. Raising her sword to eye level, she told Crestofol that if she took off his head, then with this one small action, she would be able to end the war. When the alarm was raised, the battle inside the camp began not only near the commander's barracks. There were still a very large number of guards in different places, and one of the warriors who was a member of the attacking union fought with the guard. Just half a minute into the fight, he managed to deliver a fatal blow to his neck, after which the guard began to fall to the ground. In a few moments, this warrior realized that he had eliminated the enemy, and he no longer posed any danger. Of course, he was scared that this happened, due to the fact that this happened almost for the first time in his life. For some time, he could not even move, but just simply looked at the lifeless body of the enemy, whom he managed to eliminate. But you can't do that in battle, and he paid for it by having an energy projectile fly into his leg. The energy from this shot was enough for the young guy to fly an impressive distance to the side, and could not get up for some time. It turned out that one of the guards shot him with his rifle, and with tears in his eyes he screamed that he would pay for the one who killed Billy. He was incredibly angry, and aimed straight at the guy's head, preparing to shoot immediately. In his life. But as soon as his finger lay on the trigger, a man crept up to him from behind and pierced him with his sword. The guy who had already said goodbye to his life was very glad that this happened, but was still incredibly scared. That man came closer to the guy and asked if he was badly injured. The boy's name was Finn. Coming closer to him and helping him get up, he said that one should not relax in such battles, since he had just been on the verge of death. Akem-based weapons. At some point, all the killers who were part of the union heard a very loud sound that the girl made using a specially made horn. Another girl, who was now standing next to the commander, screamed very loudly that Crestofol had been eliminated, and everyone needed to immediately move closer to her. I continue the battle, and continuing to fight off all shots from weapons, the troops moved, moving closer and closer to the girl. The guards realized that the attackers were retreating, and they needed to prevent them from leaving alive, and it was better to even take a few prisoners. Therefore, the density of fire only became greater, but the attackers had sufficient parrying skills to repel all these attacks. A few seconds later, they were all already within a radius of 5 meters from the girl, which just a few seconds ago had eliminated a very important commander. This girl looked around and turned to Lumi, who was responsible for alerting all the Allied forces. Lumi replied that right now all the troops are in position and they are ready. Without thinking twice, the girl, using her technique, gave orders to Johnson to act immediately. As soon as she said this, some kind of glow began to appear in the sky, which became brighter and brighter every second. And when it reached the climax of its brightness, the troops that stood around the girl very quickly began to become transparent. The warriors stopped their fire, as they saw that absolutely everyone had disappeared somewhere, and their bodies were no longer in the circle in which they were. One of them said that he heard that one of them could use teleportation magic. The rage that was among all these warriors is very difficult to express in words. They threw weapons on the ground with incredible force, due to the fact that many of their allies were eliminated. Someone from the outside watched everything that happened in this camp. It was especially located on a rock, which in turn was located at a fairly impressive distance from the camp. There stood the Kalos rabbit Gakrensky. He was a treasure who collaborated with Travian. And when he saw what was happening, he noticed that they treated that village with disdain, but it only took one ambush to kill the commander. That village beat them by spreading false information, and they maximized their advantage by sending a small force. For Trevian, this would be a very difficult battle, but despite all this, Kalos decided that he still would not help. But what became obvious was that he was here for a long time, and he was also interested in how Frida was doing. After all, not so long ago, he heard that she was going south in order to fulfill her long-standing goal. While thinking about this, Kalos saw someone's silhouette to his left, standing motionless in place. This man was dressed in winter clothes. He had a hood on his head, which made the identification task very difficult. But this stranger's gaze was incredibly focused, and it seemed that he too had been watching what was happening in the camp for quite a long time. At some point, this man began to go down, and Kalos, in turn, did not even have time to say anything to him. He did not understand whether this stranger was a man of these lands, which was unlikely, since if he were a man, Kalos would have sensed him from such a short distance. Meanwhile, after quite a short time, celebrations were already taking place in the village due to the successful attack. People drank to their fifth victory, and to the fact that they managed to eliminate the commander after a very large number of attempts. Finn sat away from everyone else, since he was the youngest warrior, and all these celebrations were not to his taste. The man who saved him then very suddenly approached him from behind and hugged him tightly with his right hand. He shouted that they should also drink, but that in this battle Finn became a man and eliminated his first opponent. The man began to offer Finn a drink because after his first murder, he truly became a Harajanshi soldier. Since the boy did not have his own beer mug, he began pouring beer into his mouth with his own. But all this stopped at the moment when a girl's voice from the side said that a soldier must know that he should not get drunk during military operations. It was precisely that beautiful girl who eliminated the commander Crestofol with her own sword. Finn was very glad that she finally came here and began to run towards her at very high speed. This girl's name was Elijah, and she was the most important commander of the unit during military operations. When the boy ran up to her and hugged her tightly, the girl said that she heard that he fought well in his first battle. Looking at the picture from the outside, all the men noticed that this child clearly knew what it was doing. When the boy told her everything, Ilya asked Lumi if they had any losses, and she replied that there were 5 wounded, but they did not have any serious injuries. But despite this good news, the girl still said that it was a rather dangerous plan, since if the enemy did not believe that information, then their head of force would then be in the camp, and they would have had many more losses. A tense situation was created in this building, but suddenly the man who saved Finn approached the girl and, with a slight movement of his hand, hugged her from behind. This child, he said that Elijah is very bad at reading the atmosphere that should exist after such events. He ignored the slap on the face from the girl and shouted that the imperial upstarts had forgotten what defeat looks like, and they did not even imagine that the people from the village could defeat them. Then, the man continued to shout that the enemies deserved their fate, since they really thought that the villagers would sit back like cowards. All these celebrations continued, and Ilya had already calmed down and watched the celebrations more restrained. But at some point, she felt some strange sound from the side, and this made her start to worry. She looked out the window, which was located very close, and did not see anything suspicious there, despite her feeling. Finn, who was standing next to her, decided to ask Elijah what she noticed there and why her face was so puzzled. But the girl just patted the boy on the head and said that nothing happened, and she just imagined it. Why did she explain that she wanted to get some fresh air, and therefore it would be better to leave this stuffy building? Meanwhile, very close to the scene of events, a very secretive movement could now be seen. This man was clearly hiding his identity and moved so quietly that no one could visually notice him. He also made each syllable step incredibly quietly, so that even the most attentive could not hear him. When he climbed down from the stone building to the ground, he slowly began to remove his hood, making sure that there was no one around. Now it became clear who this stranger was all this time, and upon landing, he said that he had finally managed to achieve his goal. After he found himself in the territory where he had planned, the man began to move further and further, trying not to do it loudly. But at some point, he began to cough very loudly and tried to close his mouth. The sound stopped being quieter. Then he took out an object from a small pouch on his belt and stuck it straight into his mouth. When this medicine was inside his body, it became easier for him to breathe, and in principle, it became possible to do so. There were only 7 doses of the substance left in his pouch, Only a month has passed, and they are already starting to end. Of course, he hoped that the one he was looking for would be found before he ran out of doses. Aaron stood in this place, leaning against the wall, because he was trying to regulate his breathing after taking the dose. Now he was thinking about what to do next, where to start, since the place in which he now found himself was much quieter and larger than it seemed to him from the outside. But he was glad that there was not a single person around, since this meant that he would not have to sneak around. It was at that moment when Aaron was thinking about all this that a blow from an energy sword passed right next to his body and cut a small piece of the floor. Then the guy looked up to see the culprit who had just done this. There was a woman on the roof looking down at her target who ordered the stranger not to even say that he was lost. She continued and said that judging by his clothes, he is not an imperial assassin, but most likely he does not know an important rule. The rules are that strangers are not allowed to enter this village. For this reason, Elijah ordered him to leave now and she would not kill him. But she also warned that if he came closer, then next time she would definitely not miss and would kill him. After Ilya said this, a strange pause appeared between the two participants in the dialogue. Aaron was silent and thought only about who is now in front of him, since now he only realized that she was just a woman. It was not clear whether she was a member of the village, but what was even more interesting was how she was able to find him if he behaved as quietly as possible throughout his entire operation. After thinking a little, the guy said that he was not here to cause trouble for the residents or his personal girlfriend. He explained that he needed to find someone, and since strangers were not allowed in, he had to sneak in secretly. When the girl asked who exactly he needed out of everyone who was in the village, Arena said that he was looking for Yosin, all because he heard that Josin is in Harajan, the northernmost village of the continent, and also added that now he cannot say why he needs this person. Ilya began to think, since it was very strange for her that some stranger was looking for Josin among everyone. While she was thinking, Aaron told her that if she doesn't know anything, then she should pretend that she didn't see him and go her own way, because he doesn't want to. Of course, these words did not go unnoticed by the girl, as she was very offended to hear this. At the same moment, she climbed off the roof of the building on which she had been sitting all this time and landed on the ground. She answered the guy that she was sure that she knew the person Aaron was looking for, but first she would like to do something different. Namely, Elijah explained to the stranger that he had just said something very funny. The guy didn't understand what she meant and why she was looking at him with such a forced and unnatural smile. But just a moment later, with one swing of her sword, the girl created such a large amount of energy that it also created a loud. Looking behind his back, the guy saw that one movement of this katana was enough to create a huge crack in the wall. Now Ilya looked the stranger straight in the eyes and said that he shouldn't waste words if he really couldn't harm it. The guy answered her that it looked like she wanted to die, since she spoke and acted so unconsciously. Now the girl had a plan in her head that she was going to put into reality. Ilya said that if the stranger could even touch her, then so be it, she would tell where to find Josin. Meanwhile, a young guy named Finn was moving around this village absolutely by himself. He was a little scared due to the fact that the village usually does not behave so quietly. And now it was as quiet as he could ever imagine. He was also frightened by the fact that before leaving, Ilya said that she would go and get some fresh air, but she had not been seen for a long time. Walking around one of the corners, he suddenly heard a sound that was similar to the sound that occurs when metal hits metal. And when he looked closer, he witnessed a battle in which one of the participants attacked the second, who only dodged the blows. He took a closer look and realized that one of the participants in this battle was Elijah. And a second after this realization, he noticed how the girl strikes with a sword, and the enemy quickly dodges it. Now, Finn realized that the girl was fighting an intruder and could not quickly deal with him. But he thought about what he needed to tell the others, but at that very moment he felt someone's presence behind him. Finn became even more frightened, as it became obvious to him that most likely the troublemakers were now right behind. But in fact, Luda was there, who saved him in battle, and who now asked the boy if he was looking for them by chance. The boy did not understand how they all came here, but Luda explained to him that Elijah called them. Lumi began her speech, who said that Finn probably doesn't feel this yet, but those who are able to control the spell can exchange thoughts with each other. Not quickly, her comrade noticed that all more or less experienced soldiers can use this skill, which is called Unho. In any case, Finn noticed that the guy who got caught with Eli was unlucky, since his maximum would only last for a couple of minutes. They all didn't know who this intruder was, but this guy clearly infuriated her, and he noticed that he clearly indicated her gender, for which he is now getting paid. Explained to him that at that moment one of the village members said that he looked a little familiar, because a couple of days ago, when he was on duty at the main gate, he asked to be let in. could not quickly deal with. It was strange that now Elijah was fighting with him. Since that day, one of the soldiers told him to go away, since they do not let strangers in. During the battle, Aaron at one point blocked a sword strike with his hand. This prompted the girl to realize that it looked like her opponent had metal protection on his hands that she couldn't break through. Therefore, she began to deliver even more blows, which he could no longer block. At that moment, an inner voice entered Aaron's consciousness and asked why he was acting like a complete idiot. This was not the only question, as this voice further asked whether Aaron was really going to receive blow after blow and endure this mockery. But the guy, still in the knowledge, ordered him to shut up and shut his mouth immediately. The girl retreated a little, since hearing such things right during the battle was a little strange for her. She told the guy that she didn't say anything and didn't understand why he was telling her to shut up. A moment later, Aaron almost fell and thought that if the fight dragged on and if he received a few more blows, then this village would turn into hell on earth. But don't forget that the Kalos treasure was still sitting on that rock, watching the camp. But watching without doing anything at the same time would be incredibly boring, so now he just sat and ate something. These were sweet rice cakes that he thought were especially good under the full moon. When he reached for another rice cake, he realized that he had already eaten everything, and he didn't have a single one left. His mood deteriorated very quickly, and he became very upset because now he had absolutely nothing to eat and nothing to do. But suddenly, a whole basket of such cakes, already hot, appeared in front of his face, which made him surprised. This stranger said that he heard that Kalos really likes this delicacy. The first thing she did about the treasure was look at the food, and then she looked into the eyes of the person who brought them. This man introduced himself and said that his name was Leonardhound and his treasure was welcome. While eating sweet rice cakes, Kalos said that he was surprised that the cardinal's right hand had come such a long way. Upset, there was a short pause while Kalos ate the food he really liked. The newly arrived guest looked at the camp. Then the linehound said that it was just a disaster. He meant that the commander of Crestafall had another week to complete his mission, but if he had known that this would happen, he would have come early. He also noticed that all this time Kalos was simply watching what was happening from this cliff and did not act when their troops attacked. In his opinion, this is nothing more than failure to perform official duty, for which punishment will follow. But then, Kalos answered him that the treasure exists to protect humanity from special threats, and not to participate in human squabbles. And in general, he noticed that he was a member of the Empire only because he was offered this vessel. And besides, there is a high chance that he will stumble upon 7 traitors. And then when they show up, the linehound can be sure that Kalos will destroy them. And in fact, he was waiting for that. Turning his head a little, the linehound, who had just arrived, noticed that there were no more sweet rice cakes left. Will follow. Continuing his speech, the newly arrived man said that it was strange to hear about protecting humanity from Kalos threats, since now control of the continent is with the Travian Empire. And now they had the greatest influence, having captured Castile, Tersaean, and Asorm. The empire was now the center of balance in his opinion. In other words, he believed that cooperation with the empire coincided with the reason for the existence of treasures. Well then, Kalos stood up to her full height and noticed that the linehound would not be able to fool his brains with his flawed and untruthful logic. Treasure said that he was inventing reasons to invade neighboring countries in order to enslave large numbers of people and increase imperial power. This is nothing more than an abuse of power. He promised that he would turn a blind eye to this for now, but if he saw that the empire was going against the interests of the human race, then his blade would be directed towards the empire. He replied that these are all politicians because people are in a difficult situation and they need help. But looking towards Kalos, the linehound said that such a thing might seem unimportant to him. Listen to all this. The treasure wondered why, of all the people, he came here. After all, if the empire wants Kalos to fight in the war, then they should have sent Frida here, who would at least have a 1% greater chance of convincing him. Smile from the faceliner hound immediately disappeared, and he noticed that Kalos is probably the only one in this world who calls Deep-Tooth freed. He explained that the Deep-Tooth had encountered some kind of problem, and as a whole, the entire Blood Ravens had failed. The mission failed, and Deep-Tooth was subsequently severely wounded in battle. In the meantime, they tried to patch her up, but it was still unknown whether she would be able to fully recover from what happened. Linnerhound also decided to explain that he didn't tell about all this initially because he didn't want to bother him. Kalos could not believe that this was possible, since he had never considered Fride weak in his life. Well then, when he replayed all the words he had just heard in his head, he suddenly became incredibly angry. In a voice trembling with anger, he asked the Linerhound what mission was she on when she received all these mortal wounds. The man who came was silent for a while, and then said that these were human affairs. Jokingly, he asked the treasure whether he really cared about human affairs now. After this phrase, Kalos reached its apogee in the eyes, and this could be clearly seen from the outside. A very gigantic hammer appeared right above Treasure's head, the size of which was similar to an incredibly large tree. This weapon hung directly over the liner hound and impressed him with its size and weight. Kalos began to shout to the newly arrived guest that he should not change the subject, since he was just a hunting cap for the cardinal. He once again ordered now, before he erased everything here into dust, including him, to answer what kind of damn task it was. Linnerhound had nothing to do, and so he said that Fried's task was to open the ancient gate discovered in the third Estonian mining camp, and becoming a vessel for treasure. Meanwhile, the battle in the village continued, accompanied by very loud sounds and constant explosions. It had already turned from just an interesting battle into something more, and at some point Ilya began to notice some changes in her opponent. Just like now. If you look closely, you could see horns on his head which slowly began to appear. She realized that it seemed that normal damage would not be enough, since the enemy was becoming stronger. The girl also concluded that the feeling of anxiety that she felt then from the window was connected precisely with this person. Something evil was oozing from his body, and the girl was not sure what it was, but it was getting stronger and stronger, and as if it was going to break out. The thought that this intruder was dangerous forced her to resort to action, despite the fact that initially she was going to pacify him by ordinary means. Closely, a small relief group meanwhile watched the battle, and at some point they all shut up. Luda said that what he sees now means that things are very bad, and they need to act. He immediately told the little Finn that the party was over, and he, along with everyone else, should now step aside. At the same time, while leaving, the boy asked Lud what happened wrong, and why things suddenly became bad. The man answered him that the guy was asking all these questions because he had never seen Elijah fight seriously. Because when the boss starts using his abilities, everyone else is better off staying away. The girl's looks became more serious, and this battle had already become a real task for her that needed to be completed. She got as close as possible to her opponent and used the Ashray triple cleave. But even after the girl used this technique, she did not stop there, and after her began to use the Titanic cut technique. Because of the force that the guy's body absorbed, he flew to the side, since it was already difficult to stand on his feet. While in flight, Aaron was very clearly able to notice that at some point, something had changed. He looked clearly at the girl and saw that her every movement was very well honed, and she really acted like a professional. After a very successful attack, Ilya moved even closer to the enemy and launched a second strike. When the guy tried to move away from him, it turned out that this blow was a snake whip that could follow its target. The guy's thoughts that he couldn't evade were constantly in his head and frightened him. When this attack also reached his body, his eyes were already as dark as one could imagine. At the place where the energy reached its goal, an explosion, very noticeable from the outside, occurred. For the girl, this meant that the enemy managed to repulse this incredibly strong and difficult blow. The energy that spread around from blocking this blow also reached Ilya's body in a dispersed stream. But besides her body, this energy also spread in other directions and took the form of lightning. One of these streams hit right on the edge of the building, which was very close. Directly below this building was Finn, who for some reason stopped because he was worried about the fate of Ilya. When the stones began to fall on his head, the girl got very scared and quickly began to think about what to do in such a situation. All that Finn now saw was just a large number of stones that fell on his head and screams that warned him to move away. Well, at that moment, when Aaron had just acquired his new form, everything turned out to be completely different for him. He walked forward and noticed a large object, which at first seemed incredibly fuzzy to him. This object was the great tree, and now it was obvious that it was gradually dying, and even the bark from it began to fall to the ground. Looking at the dying tree, the guy thought that he remembered very well the last moments with Toa. At first, he thought that everything was to blame for the circumstances and the people around him, but then he admitted that everything happened through his fault. But while he was thinking about all this, suddenly from the side he heard someone's hoarse voice. It was the voice of a man who was practically dying and could barely find the strength to speak at all. Of course, it was Deep Tooth, and now she looked at her interlocutor. I understand that just some time ago they fought tooth and nail. When the guy drew attention, she said that the guy had become a vessel of God and simply rejected her. In her opinion, this meant that he refused to be useful to the world. Moreover, she admitted that she was surprised that Aaron managed to refuse this at all, since it was previously considered impossible. The guy began to come closer to the girl and at the same time asked if she knew something about the treasure. She replied that initially it seemed to her that she knew a lot, but now it is very clear how that self-confidence cost her. Aaron's memory began to return, and he clearly remembered that Deep Tooth killed the prisoners and even eliminated the innocent children who were there. Screaming, he tried to find out the girl why she did it. Did this monster really need some kind of sacrifice? Smiling, she said that in fact the guy wrote everything quite accurately. However, this was pointless, since in the end Aaron became the vessel, not her. Then the smile disappeared from her face, and she asked the guy what he had to sacrifice in order to become this vessel. Immediately, Aaron began to get very angry and instantly ran up to the girl and took her by the collar. He told her that he never wanted this, and moreover, he would like to know what needs to be done in order to get rid of it. Initially, Deep Tooth could not believe her eyes, since getting rid of the treasure was a very stupid idea, and many would pay anything to become a vessel of this treasure. She began to laugh hysterically, because over time she realized that the task that Aaron wanted to complete, among other things, was also incredibly difficult. Her laughter was so loud that it could be heard throughout the entire area, and with a loud sound it also lasted an incredibly long time. Ran up, but when the laughter ends, the girl said that the guy says such ridiculous things that now she believes that he knows practically nothing about the truth. She didn't want to believe that in the end the vessel was someone like a guy, and it seems that God's will cannot be understood by someone like her. She began to think, and came to the conclusion that perhaps this was never possible for a defective like her, who, even though she had been a servant of God all her life, could not achieve the goal. Perhaps she was too arrogant, wanting more than she deserved, but the girl simply thought that if she sacrificed her soul, then at least she would have a real body. Aaron was tired of listening to all these front lines, so he ordered the girl to tell him what she knew if she didn't want to die on the spot. More than anything else, he now wanted to know how to get rid of this curse. But the deep-toothed one did not have answers to this question. The only thing she knew was that the guy couldn't just die anymore, even if he wanted to, and also that he is no longer human. Of course, the guy may still be conscious now, but no one knows how long this will last, and perhaps the merger will end someday. Thinking about what to say next, she realized that she couldn't send it just like that, and decided to add even more information. So she explained to him that she knew a person who knew how to control treasures. At the same time, turning over in her head the idea that Kalos would be able to do something, she said that in Karajan there is a village that is home to people with mysterious abilities. She further explained that in this very village there is a wise man named Joseon who may know something about the treasure. Now, all this did not matter to the guy, since the only thing he could do was to continue to fight and try to find Jones. Well, at some point he felt that his head began to hurt incredibly badly, and he felt something hot. The people who were standing around began to laugh, and one of them said that he apparently had not lost his skills, and the medicine really worked instantly. Then the subordinates of the gentleman who laughed the loudest said that it seemed to him that it was simply too hot, and that's why the guy reacted like that. When Aaron ran up to a special barrel of water, he was able to cool his head and take a good look at the people who now had him. Of course, the guy didn't understand where he was now. I vaguely remember what had been happening for the last few hours. But when he asked the gentleman where he was, he only grabbed him by the face and began to examine him from different sides. He had never seen this man before, and for this reason he carefully looked into every inch of his face in order to remember it well. A few seconds later, this gentleman asked the guy what his name was and where he came from. He replied that his name was Aaron, but he did not give any further additional information since I don't remember well. After all this, the guy also asked the gentleman what was going on here and why he was answering such questions. The man, in turn, began to step aside and said that he did not know such a name, and judging by the eyes of this stranger, perhaps they have a common ancestor. By that time, Aaron had already begun to remember the battle with that white-haired woman, but could not remember how it ended. Mr. went up to his place and asked the newly arrived stranger if he knew his name, since he heard that he climbed over the walls and caused a commotion with Elijah to find him. At the moment, the guy didn't know who was in front of him now, and he was incredibly interested in finding out who it was. The man, in turn, said that this was very rude, since according to all the rules of etiquette, the elder should be the first to ask questions. At the same time, I pour alcohol into my cup. This honorable gentleman said that his name is Joseon, and he is the head of Harajan. After the guy learned this information, for some time he could not understand how he got here. Even more surprising was the fact that in front of him was not a particularly old man, although the guy himself thought that it would be some kind of old sage. Joseon, Meanwhile, he noticed that he was impressed that Aaron came out to find him here at the end of the world, and he would be interested to know why he was looking for him. Expecting that the guy would not be able to answer this question quickly, he took a sip from his cup. With just one movement, he emptied her completely, and immediately after that, a smile appeared on his face. And then he said that before he hears, he first wants to check something. Then, some kind of energy began to appear above Aaron's head, which turned out to be about to pierce his body. It turned out that in this way, Joseon wants to find out what kind of monster the guy himself is. In just a few moments, all the energy that was in the room, and especially that which was near the guy's body, ignited. These flames caused little damage to Aaron's body, and he was incredibly confused and unable to move. Joseon said that for now, he is not sure whether the vessel in front of him is a real treasure. Aaron, meanwhile, just realized that he couldn't move, and Joseon said that he hoped that it wouldn't take much time, because if it did, then he wouldn't survive. The pain became more and more intense, and the amount of energy that was absorbed into the cells of the body also became many times greater. Now the guy just stood there and tried not to focus on the pain so that it would become less. The one who brought him this pain was also incredibly focused and did not want to miss anything in the reaction of this stranger. Meanwhile, in Aaron's mind, there was now another character who was constantly disturbing him. It was Dilly, who, at this incredibly dangerous and stressful moment, said that this was a very basic trick, and to see Aaron making a very pitiful sight. She asked him if he wanted help, since the guy only needed to transfer control to her for a second, and then everything would be lost. But Aaron did not listen to this, because he realized that he could withstand it, because compared to the pain that he had to endure, it was simply nothing. Joseon now saw was very interesting, and he became even more focused on how this person was behaving. At some point, they both heard an incredibly loud crash and several wooden beams that fell to the floor. When they turned their heads, they saw in front of them the same white-haired girl with whom the guy fought. It was difficult to explain this in any way, and now they witnessed Ilya screaming that the beams were very old and that she was not heavy. Of course, Joseon asked what she was doing upstairs, but she only replied that she wasn't really hiding. Ilya very turned the dialogue vector in her direction and asked her brother, is he really going to harm this person? Interesting. She didn't want this to happen, since Aaron did something very good not so long ago. Joseon still told the girl to wait outside, since such haste and thoughtlessness would lead to very bad consequences, and he was actually just checking the guy's condition. And in a short time, he managed to find out that it does not wake up, even in very stressful situations for the treasure. Despite the fact that there was evil inside the guy, he still did not lose control of himself and tried to exist like that. In fact, Aaron thought so, and now he realized that Joseon can determine what mood a guy is in. He further said that one person gave him information that the Joseon could suppress the power of the treasure. Seeing that her brother was drinking incredibly much, Ilya snatched the bottle from him, as the guy said that he came here to learn how to do this. But looking at his interlocutor, Joseon said that the guy was rushing things too quickly, and everything would not happen. He also said that he still doesn't trust the stranger, and if he hadn't saved Finn, he wouldn't even bother with all these checks. During their battle, a large pile of stones that broke away from the building began to fly straight towards this guy's head. The girl noticed this first and turned her back to her opponent, trying to run up as quickly as possible to save him. At that moment, the guy had already said goodbye to his life and covered his eyes with his hands so as not to see the stones that were flying at him. For some reason, Aaron, still in the battle, felt that he had to do something about this situation to correct it. In just an instant, he moved from the battlefield straight to the ledge from which stones were falling. A few seconds later, all the stones had already fallen to the ground, and the people around did not understand how it ended. From the building, Luda, who had just run not so far away, ran up to the pile of stones and tried to see, among all this, where exactly Finn was. But he could not lift even one such large stone, and in a short time the rest of the village members also came up. The girl was the first to come closest, and what she saw in front of her greatly surprised her. Right in the middle of all these ruins was Aaron, who covered Finn with his body and thereby saved him.
This was unintentional, and the guy thought that he most likely saved him while his mind was enslaved by Dilly. But all this was very difficult to explain and to understand what exactly was the real reason. And perhaps, in fact, Aaron did this because he saw his younger sister in Finn. And it was for this reason that he saved a man who didn't even know him before. Joseon admitted that this was the first time he would see something like this, even though he had lived quite a long life. He admitted that as soon as the connection is established, it will be impossible to detect even a trace of the original vessel in this endless ocean, which is the treasure which is generally expected. What is obvious is that some exceptional circumstances made it possible for the guy to maintain self-awareness. It's been a long time since Yosin had such a curious object to research. And of course, most of all, he wanted to ask Aaron now what happened, that the circumstances turned out this way. He replied that he could not answer this yet until they helped him. Yosin really didn't like this behavior, but he understood that he couldn't yell at this man, since he might still need him in order to understand new information. So he simply replied that this was something he couldn't share so easily, and then asked E what he was going to do with this incredible power. What is Aaron's goal? And the guy immediately said that he had only one very difficult goal. This goal is that he wants to extract what is inside and destroy it once and for all. Further actions were transferred to the room where the girl was now located, who after a long time began to feel the strength inside her body. This girl was Deep Tooth, and while here she was thinking about what she had to endure lately. Now she had several new limbs, which she still needed to get used to so that you could use them normally. But overall, her body was reassembled, and she had much more capabilities than she had before. At some point, she heard a voice from the side that said that he was glad that the Bluetooth had finally woken up. After this phrase, this man simply looked at the girl silently and waited for her to answer something. Despite the awkward pause, he did not begin to speak, but waited for the girl herself to do so. Deep Tooth answered that the person who entered the room did not let her die again, but made it so that she could continue to live. And despite all this, in her opinion, she only disappointed her father, and thus was unable to complete the task. Approaching from behind, the father told his daughter that she herself knew why this was necessary. Yes, she answered him that most likely she was only a useful doll, and she believed that this body would still be useful to some extent. The father agreed with this formulation, and added that he could see that it could still be funny. But also he had to say that girls need to be very careful with this body. He needed her for his greater purposes, and now that he's invested even more effort into her survival, she must try even harder. The daughter understood this and recognized her role as an instrument to accomplish the mission. While they were talking, a stranger suddenly entered the room and had news for Deep Tooth's father. I listened to everything he said. The emotions on my father's face changed and became more negative. The father noticed that the person they were talking about was causing problems again, and in general, he had always been difficult to deal with. Of course, the daughter heard this dialogue from the outside, so she decided to ask her father who they were just talking about. He replied that there was a conflict between Kalos and the holy troops that they sent to capture the Karajan. Not only did he refuse to fight, but he also disappeared. They sent a linehound to persuade him, but apparently this angered Kalos even more. Listen to all this. The girl realized that if that guy really went to Karjin, as she advised him, then he will most likely stumble upon Kalos sooner or later. In this case, she still has a chance, and so she asked His Grace to send her on this task. She assured him that he would go to Karajan and would do everything to convince Kalos. Meanwhile, the guy was wandering around the village. Only ruins remained from several buildings, and everything was covered with stone and wooden slides. A guy walked through all this devastation and looked around, trying to drag objects on his back. At one point, when he was dragging into a large beam, the part of the structure that still remained standing crumbled, thereby creating a large number of problems. Aaron sat down near one of the piles and said that the building was destroyed, not only through his fault, and therefore he does not understand why only he should clean up here. All this seemed unfair to him, and the bracelet that hung on his hand brought back memories of events that had happened not so long ago. While he was still in the room with Yosin, Yosin asked him if he really wanted to kill the treasure. He thought all this was ignorant, since the guy must have faced terrible things because of this treasure, and despite this, he still wants to follow the bloody path. One look at this guy's eyes was enough to understand that hatred had almost completely consumed his soul. For this reason, Yosin told him that they roughly understand his intention, but as he said earlier, he does not trust strangers. He had to explain that they couldn't teach strangers their secret until he became one of them, but despite all this, he still wanted to give the stranger a chance, due to the fact that in the process, he might be able to provide them with some valuable information. At that same second, several objects flew towards the guy and became attached to his hands. The guy asked what the hell this was, and what kind of bracelets were now hanging on his hands and getting in the way. The man replied that these were handcuffs that were made from his magic, and these headphones also could not be removed by physical force. Further, he explained that now the 8 residents of their village would receive from him something that could save the guy from these headphones. He gave him 2 weeks to gain the trust of these people, and if he received from each of them what he left as collateral, then Yosin would release him. Of course, the guy liked the layout I made, and he asked why he should do this if Yosin initially said that he would help him. He answered that he decided to give it a chance, and the guy is now allowed to live on these lands and communicate with the locals. In any case, now the guy won't be able to use his power while he's handcuffed. You should also not go outside the village, because if he escapes and successfully removes the handcuffs, Yosin will be able to influence the treasure inside him. 2 days have passed since then, and Aaron still hasn't found the people he needs, and couldn't even remember their faces. It was not a small town, but the task of finding all 8 seemed very difficult. He couldn't just force everyone he met to tell him everything they knew. Those handcuffs that hung on his hand didn't look anything special, but they still managed to interest the guy. When they were put on him, he felt a little strange and even a little calmer, and had not yet heard that voice of Dilly. The little boy who approached him at that moment said that most likely the guy was simply not used to all this. The boy didn't like the boy's presence very much, and he tried to ignore him, even when he said that he had heard that these handcuffs could hold back the spell. It was then that Aaron remembered Dilly's words, that her chara and her energy are a vessel for containing her entirely. That's why he couldn't hear her voice now. The boy further said that the handcuffs were used to prove his worth as a resident. Luda once said that this ritual allowed a stranger to become a resident. After all these words, the little boy said that his name is Finn, and he is glad to meet Aaron. Having heard no answer, the boy continued and said that he initially thought that Aaron was an enemy because he saw him fight with their boss. Finn, it was clear that this stranger knew little about their village and offered to explain everything to him if he needed to know exactly the people. He really wanted to help this guy, but in response, he just said nothing and continued to clean up the consequences of the battle. Then the boy was already very angry, and so he shouted to the guy, ordering him not to ignore him. In response, Aaron just turned his head and prepared to tell me the most pleasant words. He told the boy that he saved him not because he cared about him, but in order to get closer to Joseon. Further, the guy said that he doesn't look like someone who would want to live in such a village, and as soon as he gets what he needs, he will immediately leave here. That's why he asked Finn for the very last time to stop pretending to be his friend and leave now. Aaron expected any reaction to these words, but he was very surprised when Finn kicked him from behind. He turned around in order to scare the boy, but he had already disappeared behind part of the ruins and watched so that the guy did not run up to him. Finn, despite the fact that he was a little boy, he sometimes thought and did quite adult things. This time he did the same, and after thinking over the whole situation, he ordered the guy to follow him, since they needed to go somewhere. They found themselves in a building in which there were not so many people now, but where there was a very acrid smell of metal. Also, the temperature in this room was quite high due to the large number of stoves that were working at full capacity. In addition to the temperature, there was also a very loud sound that could be heard throughout the entire area, and for many residents it was pleasant. Finn, together. From the arena we went inside, and the guy began to follow the little boy, looking around at the same time. He became very interested in why people in this building were hitting hot iron with another piece of iron. After a few seconds, he had a theory that the people here make their weapons this way. All this seemed strange to him, but he did not decide to linger long, but continued to follow Finn. All the blacksmiths who were working here at that moment looked at Aaron with contempt, because they did not understand what this demon had forgotten here. In general, all the residents of this village had a very bad opinion of the guy, but now they did not want to show it because of the order of the elder. Meanwhile, Aaron had already approached the largest machine that was in the room and which greatly impressed him. There was a huge piece of metal that moved with the help of chains, and the guy didn't understand how they moved it. Finn tried to warn his comrade to move away, but due to the fact that the guy did not listen to him, he was very scared when a piece of metal hit the workpiece. Following this, a female voice appeared and said that it was dangerous to hang around the anvil when they were working. So how did Elijah sometimes get screwed? The girl greeted the new guests and said that their forge was quite nice and could surprise many. While Finn ran up to her to hug her, Ilya told the guy that she made him come here because she thought he would be bored, and this is how she seemed to show her concern. Aaron, listening to all these words, thought only about where such strength came from with such a fragile physique. He suddenly felt scared that he couldn't use his powers because of the handcuffs. Because of fear, his voice began to tremble, and he asked the girl not to order people to come and go like this, since it could irritate many. After listening to all these words, the girl lifted a giant metal beam and said that she needed to finish here first, and then she would talk to the guy. This sight could impress anyone who did not know who Ilya was, which Aaron was. Now he had another reason to get rid of the handcuffs, and while he was thinking about it, Ilya asked him to wait here for a while. The girl hastily handed the small figurine directly into the hands of Aaron, who automatically took it. At first, he silently looked at this figure because he did not understand what was depicted there and tried to understand the meaning. But Ori replied that she made this thing yesterday, and it may look a little messy, but it seems to remind her of Aaron. The girl smiled constantly and said that this was her welcome gift, which she prepared with all her heart. She felt very offended when the guy threw this gift aside and said that they would keep it under no circumstances. He did this for the reason that now he had a very important question for her, which he had wanted to ask for a long time while in this forge. A second later, Aaron said that yesterday she was ready to cut him into pieces with her sword when they first met. But now she acted like a completely different person, and the guy had a theory that the old man asked for this, and she was just pretending well. At first, the girl was offended by these words, and why did she smile and say that she was practicing? Her imagination was just running wild. In her opinion, fighting wastes a lot of energy, and they are no longer enemies, so in theory, they can get along well. Because it's possible that Arena might eventually be able to live here, just like Ilya herself. She believed that there were wonderful people in this village, and she was 100% sure that over time, the guy would like them too. After all these words, still holding the heavy iron piece in her hand, she said that she called the guy here for a different reason. The reason was that lately she has absolutely no one to chat with, because every time she tries to engage in dialogue, they run away from her. Very quickly, the guy understood why everyone was running away after just a few words that the girl was trying to say, explaining something. In just 5 minutes, she said such a large amount of information that the guy began to have a headache, and common sense gradually left his head. This went on longer and longer, until the guy learned to ignore the words she said. All this looked like some kind of torture, which should cause great psychological damage. The guy didn't understand why he needed all this, and even thought that perhaps all women in this world are like this. All due to the fact that previously among the girls he only knew Toa, and she was completely different. While the guy was not comparing his younger sister with this girl, someone called Ilya, and turning around, she hit the guy on the head with a metal part. The blow was quite strong, and it forced the hero to lie on the floor and for some time not even show signs of life. Blood immediately began to flow from his mouth, since his body now had much less strength than when he did not have these bracelets. The workers from the forge watched everything that was happening and said that it was time for this stranger to die. They wanted him to disappear once and for all, and even more so to stop sticking to Elijah. Aaron caught himself thinking that he hates this village, and hates the woman who just melted his brain even more. After this incident, the guy and Finn went outside and walked further and further from the forge. As they moved away from the main building, Finn explained how everything worked in the village, but did not go into any details. The two of them stopped at the moment when the boy saw familiar people in front of him, whose faces showed that they were dissatisfied. These were all those warriors who fought with him in the recent battle, and even Luda himself, who saved him not so long ago. His face was now completely serious, and he simply remained silent for a while until he began to talk to the boy. He asked Finn what this thing was doing next to him, and if it had caused him any harm. He repeated once again that he had long ago given an order for Finn to stay away from this monster, due to the fact that he was dangerous. Finn then tried to explain that he couldn't do anything right now, and the elder told him to keep an eye on him. Luda interrupted him and explained that the elder ordered him to keep an eye on him because Finn had not yet experienced the power of the monster on his own skin. Then this man pointed his finger at the guy and said that they all know very well what his nature is and what he is capable of. He said that everyone knows that this man is a treasure, something evil, that can be compared to a wolf in sheep's clothing that will devour this village faster than they know it. According to the man, this something could bring them down to disaster, just as the treasure once did. But at one point, the man noticed a bracelet on the guy's hand which he didn't know about before. This interested him and made him even more doubt the actions that the elder was doing. After analyzing everything, he said that on the guy's hand, there is evidence that he is a permanent resident of this village, and he asked if he really thought that the monster could live among people. His voice became slightly quieter. He approached Aaron and said that he did not know what the elder was thinking, but he had his own opinion. And this opinion is that a guy will not be able to win the trust of even one person, let alone 8. Since there is no one in this village who would like Aaron and who he is. The group of warriors began to leave, and the guy, moving separately, heard that one of them said that he should get out of here before they stabbed him in the middle of the night. The atmosphere that the guy felt around him was very depressing and slightly frightening. He looked around and felt those looks from people that were incredibly unpleasant for him. They didn't say anything, but the mood that was visible through their eyes was very depressing. The guy looked in the other direction to see how people were looking at him from that side, and saw almost the same thing. A huge number of people looked at him as if they would attack in a few seconds. Then after all these words, he noticed that Luda now sounded like a completely different person, and it seemed that now he understood why. Aaron thought that everyone in this village has terrible memories of the treasure. This old man knew that this would happen, and therefore he set impossible conditions. Most likely he thought that the guy would give up. But still, Arena decided that he could somehow get out of these handcuffs and find a way to control the treasures. The action moved to Mount Rosetta, which was located 120 kilometers north of Karjan. And here there was a small camp, which was almost completely covered with snow due to the fact that it snowed here almost all the time. Among all the tents, as usual, one stood out in which there should have been someone who controls all these troops. There was a girl sitting there who asked her subordinate how much more time they planned to waste here. She believed that it was necessary to leave this mountain before sunset, and she made it clear that they needed to hurry and meet Kalos as soon as possible. Opposite her stood a man who was responsible for commanding the troops, and who for some time did not know what to answer her. His gaze was stern and made it clear that he was somehow connected with the military and clearly participated in not a single battle. After a short silence, he explained to Commissioner Deeptooth that they were doing everything possible since it was very difficult to continuously travel through the snowy mountains for 3 days. The troops were already at their limit, and he gave them orders to set up camps here until the storm subsided. To finish his speech, this commander said that the Deeptooth should also rest in order to gain more strength. But the girl only thought that this commander had very low standards, and all these troops were capable of was rest. And looking at them, of course, Deeptooth only remembered her bloody ravens with positive emotions. A small detachment of these troops was now located at a distance from the camp and was preparing firewood. They were ordered to cut down all the trees, as it was necessary to collect as much firewood as possible for heating. 2 soldiers who were resting said that if they had not been assigned this task, now they would be warm and not freezing like dogs. For all their troubles, they blamed the woman commissar who was assigned to their detachment, and she began to command here. At some point, one of these military men heard something coming from the forest over the summer, and suggested that it might be some kind of animal. But in fact, in the forest there was far from a beast, but something much more dangerous and much more terrible. It was Kren. He took small steps closer to those 2 warriors and looked straight into their eyes for several seconds. Aaron and Finn, meanwhile, continued their movement, and just now they came to a reservoir that was located in the village. This reservoir was full of fish, and usually there were a lot of people fishing, but on this day, for some reason, there was no one. For a while, the guy just silently watched the water, and then decided to ask the boy something. And he directly asked Finn how long he was going to pursue him, and why he continued to do this at all. Without thinking twice, he answered that he was not doing this because he wanted to, but simply that the elder asked him to look after Aaron since he is a real monster. All this incredibly irritated the guy, and he said that the elder need not worry since he was not going to do anything like that. In addition, he added that if he wants to keep an eye on him, then he should not send someone like a little boy, because if something happened, the child would definitely not be able to cope. Finn got very angry when he heard this and shouted at the guy, ordering him not to call him a child. Why did he boast that he was recognized by the soldiers, and now he can be considered an adult? He was 12 years old, and he shared that Luda said that by killing a man, he became a soldier of the village once and for all. With a smile on his face, he continued to say that this is just the beginning, and over time he will improve his sword skills and kill many enemies. Of course, these words did not impress Aaron at all, and he only remembered the girl, whom he also found very difficult to listen to. At the same time, getting up, he continued to listen to the boy's words that someday he would become the best soldier, just like Elijah. He wanted to say something else, but suddenly Aaron grabbed him by the neck with his hand and began to press. The boy began to experience probably severe pain and grabbed the guy's hand, trying to loosen his grip. But all these attempts were in vain, and he asked Aaron with the last of his strength why he was doing this, and ordered to let him go. But the guy did not respond to this in any way, but only began to press harder and harder with his hand on his opponent's neck. His strength stopped more and more, and he began to notice how Finn's eyes rolled back, and the leather of his face became bluer. Tears began to flow from his eyes due to the fact that all this for him was accompanied by an incredibly large amount of pain. At some point, Aaron let go of the boy and his body fell to the ground, and at the same time he began to try to take several strong breaths. At the same time, he wiped tears from his face and coughed, because it was now more difficult to breathe than usual. A second later, He looked at Aaron in order to see some kind of reaction to what had happened, because just now it was completely unclear what he even wanted to do. Therefore, the boy decided to directly ask him if he tried to kill him. In response to this, Aaron only said that he knew that Finn would be scared, and then added that if someone wants to be a soldier, they must prepare to die at any moment. He explained this by saying that anyone could be killed by the same soldier, and if Finn is ready to kill, then you need to prepare to be killed. But the young guy did not want to listen to these words at all, but only began to shout towards Aaron. He shouted at him that Finn didn't deserve this and did nothing. Then he replied that he simply didn't like the guy's face, and he added that many people fell from his hands, but unlike Finn, he never experienced the joy of killing. Moreover, the faces of all these people were constantly before his eyes, and because of this, he felt uneasy. As he walked away, he told the little boy that if he could laugh after taking someone's life, then the question of which one was the monster was still open. Aaron began to walk further and further, and Finn remained near the bank of the Sam River. He felt incredibly sad, especially at that moment when memories of his murder began to fill his head. He remembered very well the bloody body of the guard whom he killed with his sword. From his look, it was clear that he died very quickly and did not even have time to realize it. Everyone wants memories made Finn cry, but he explained to himself that he could not do otherwise in that situation. He fell to his knees and began to cry because he blamed himself for taking the life of a person like himself. Some time passed, and Deep Tooth stood in the middle of some ruins, saying in her head the thought that she did not think that any of the traitors would be here. Black smoke continued to pour out of the wound, and she had no idea what this ability was, but there was no way to stop this smoke. Her opponent was one of the treasures, and now she was interested in whether she could get rid of it and thus make amends to her father. At the same time, subsequent actions took place not far from the scene of events. There was someone there who couldn't figure out where to go and gave himself a little time to think. Inspecting the trees around him, Kalos concluded that he needed to move in a northern direction, and he had a good feeling about this. For himself, he decided that he would move in that direction and would not turn back, but move only forward. In his opinion, this was the only way to finally get out of this game. A whole hour passed like this, and after such a long period of time, he returned to the mark that he had left earlier. He was upset by what he saw in front of him. Well, he realized that since the sun would set in the west, it means that Travian is in the south, and therefore he needs to descend in the direction of the sun. But there was also something he didn't like, namely the clouds that obscured the sun, which meant he should have taken a compass with him when leaving the camp. He began to blame himself for not taking such a basic thing as a compass, because as soon as he thought that he could rely on something created by people, he found himself in such a situation. Kalos continued to move forward, and realized for himself that it was quite humiliating that he was wandering through such places and really didn't know where to go. About 1 more hour passed, and he again came to the sign that was painted on the tree. It was very difficult for him to ask anyone for help, since he was a treasure, and obviously all people thought that he was omnipotent. Now you just need to find someone from someone you can ask what happened there. And suddenly he felt a spell. But after running only a few meters, he felt another presence and stopped to listen. No sounds were heard in the forest nearby, and accordingly, there were no landmarks for Kalos either. But in a short period of time, he was able to find a wounded soldier and help him so that he would live longer. He ordered him to breathe deeper so that the energy could be distributed normally throughout his body. Then, Kalos will explain to this soldier that he stopped the bleeding and poured some magic into him. After this, the fever should disappear and he will be able to move around soon. Having carefully examined this warrior and the treasure, I realized that he was dressed in a Treven uniform, but in this case he should not have been in this part of the forest. In any case, he thought that he should just ask him and not be embarrassed, but look confident and ask for directions. His voice began to tremble quite a bit, and he told the warrior that he was a little lost and would like to know something. The warrior interrupted him and said that he did not need to go anywhere. Of course, Kalos did not like this wording, but he began to listen more carefully to this man when he said that everyone else had been dead for a long time. With the last of his strength, he tried to connect words into a sentence and explained that the enemy suddenly appeared out of nowhere and they could not do anything to him. After these words, the warrior put his hand on Treasure's shoulder and tried to draw as much air into his lungs as possible. Having done this, he shouted that they needed to run, since this monster would definitely come for them very soon. Now Kalos did not understand what this warrior was talking about, but he was incredibly interested in what kind of enemy this was. Meanwhile, Deep Tooth, making incredibly great efforts, tried to hide from pursuit and constantly increased her speed. She constantly changed the direction of her movement so that the enemy could not recognize where she turned last time. In the short time of such an intense chase, the girl quickly began to lose all her strength, but the desire to live still forced her to move on. At one point, she shortened her speed a little in order to look around, and turning her head, she took a closer look to see if the enemy was there. Literally 1 second after she did this, one of the traitors appeared on the horizon and began to pursue her with even more impressive speed. Realizing that in a short time she will not be able to gain greater movement speed, the girl decides to use one of her attacking techniques. But when the harmful energy of this technique reached the body of the traitor, the girl was very surprised. She knew that her opponents were not the weakest, but the fact that she hit him with Scarlet Thunder at full power, and he didn't even move, could surprise even her. The girl would try to change direction frequently, but the traitor still managed to shorten the distance at one moment and strike with his sword. At the very last moment, she managed to dodge deeply, and at the same time she thought that this was already her third encounter with the treasure, but only now she did not feel the spell. The enemy was following in her tracks, and for her he felt like a real ghost that had no physical shell. After a few more lessons, she had even less strength, and looking at her opponent, she noticed that this black smoke also distinguishes him from the other treasures. The smoke continued to spread, causing suppuration on the skin, and thereby bringing pain and discomfort to the girl. Therefore, after thinking a little, the girl concluded that it looks like she has no choice, and all that remains is to tear off her infected hand. Of course, Kren did not react to this in any way, but on the contrary, took advantage of this moment to strike. This blow was much faster than all those that the treasure had reproduced before. This attack required a high level of concentration from the girl and attention to how the weapon moved. This opponent managed to land multiple blows in just a few seconds, each one faster than the last. At some point, it deeply seemed that the number of blows became so large that she would not be able to dodge them. These fears were true. No one could withstand such a number of blows, and therefore after a few seconds the girl was divided into dozens of parts. From the outside it looked simply terrible, and even Kren himself stopped to make sure that the target was eliminated. After all the parts fell to the floor, he became even more confident that the task was completed and began to move away. The understanding that he could not stay in one place for a long time forced him to leave, but at the very last moment he stopped for some reason. Approaching the girl's head, he moved it a little with the help of his sword, and a large amount of black smoke began to come out directly from the ground in that place. It turned out that the real Deep Tooth had been watching the battle taking place all this time from behind a wide tree. And being in such a seemingly safe place, she noticed that it was good that the bait was activated on time, and Kren fell for it. The idea was that the girl wanted to hide here and wait, because if she allowed the spell to fall to the limit, then the enemy would not have the opportunity to find her. But the girl became very scared at that moment when the treasure, right as she was moving away to the side, suddenly stopped. It stood there for literally several tens of seconds, looking into the void, in the direction forward. Deep Tooth only had to blink when suddenly the enemy disappeared somewhere, and he could not be seen in any direction. And the moment she turned her head, she already felt someone's presence just a meter away from her. The blow that Kren delivered this time had no idea of causing severe injuries to the enemy, but was only aimed at pinning the Deep Tooth to the tree. Sail. Despite the fact that he did not put a very large amount of force into this blow, the girl still practically lost her consciousness, where it was not clear how this could happen, because until that moment, she thought that treasures could track people only by their spell, and apparently she was wrong. Black smoke followed a direct path through her hand straight into the girl's body, and she thought that this was the first time she felt that death was approaching. Before her was an incredibly absurd power, and the realization that it was very close did not give her peace. All she had to do was reach out and touch, but she couldn't. But directly looking into the eyes of her own death, she smiled, because she saw with her own eyes another incredible force that was capable of bringing anyone to their knees. Just a moment before the moment when she had almost completely come to terms with her role, a voice from the side ordered her opponent to let the girl go. As soon as this was said, a huge weapon which was exactly more than 30 meters in height struck a tree, which did not allow the girl to go anywhere. This blow was so powerful that all those attacks Kren had seen earlier seemed like some kind of self-indulgence to her. No one even doubted that the energy from this blow would be enough to knock down this tree in an instant. Kren was able to evade at the very last moment due to the fact that he sensed danger, but nevertheless also received damage. Now the girl was in the hands of her savior, despite the fact that she still did not understand that she had been saved. Looking at the deep-toothed one, this savior called her Freedy and asked if she was okay. This savior was Kalos, who as a girl was incredibly happy about such a meeting, but not about the circumstances that created it. A second later, Carlos asked the girl what she was doing here, since he was told that she was badly injured and was treated in the capital. But despite the Liner Hound's exaggeration, he is glad that she is better than he expected. Now Deeptooth was not in a state to somehow answer at least one question posed, since black smoke still completely filled her body. Therefore, the guy immediately made a decision and said that since the girl must be in pain now, he would try to cure her. He directed a large amount of energy into her body and thereby began to expel black smoke. To the right, even more strength, the girl shouted to the Kalos that he needed to run away from here as quickly as possible. But the guy didn't seem to agree with this idea, since he was now right in the middle of Freed's healing process. He told the girl that she shouldn't worry because as long as he was here, no traitor would lay a finger on her. Then he added that the girl just needed to relax and be here, and he would return to her as soon as he destroyed the main enemy. The goal was as clear as possible to him, and he was ready to do anything to eliminate it right now. Kren decided not to run away from the battlefield but made the decision to stay and take on this battle. Looking at the one with whom he would have to fight very soon, Kalo said that he had been looking for at least one traitor for a very long time. Literally a moment later, an incredibly sized hammer appeared behind him, which in its area occupied a good part of this forest. And swinging this legendary weapon, the guy said that the days when a traitor could walk around unhindered were already numbered. He promised that he would seal it with his own hands. Cool, the next day Elijah came to her brother because she brought some news with her. She handed him a small box. She said that as he asked, she made a second pair. The main question Jones asked her was whether anyone had noticed this, and she answered that the operation had gone unnoticed. According to the man, it was an excellent job, and he also added that he would not have asked for it if he could do everything himself. After all the words said, he also added that they must act carefully so as not to be noticed, as this will lead to disastrous consequences. The girl, in turn, also wanted to know something, and therefore asked her brother if this proof of residence was required. She was really sure that this was just a barrier that protected them from the outside world. Ilya didn't think that that guy united everyone. On the contrary, it made them treat the whole world with hostility. The brother had an answer to this, and he said that this rite of passage gives the losers time and the opportunity to cleanse themselves and come to their senses. Since everyone who was now in this village had gone through something like this at least once. When a man in trouble looks back into his true self, he finds that much has changed around him. For this reason, this path is necessary to show that they, along with the stranger, share this change. This was not the first time Ilya raised this topic, but she did it again. She noticed that when her brother talks about trouble, he means the war, which ended 15 years ago. Since it was after the end of that war that this village was founded, in which this important dialogue was now taking place. They had already been through a lot during this time, and had also gone through a lot of guests, and they had always shared the same pain. After thinking a little, Jansu answered her that wounds do not heal so quickly, and in order to survive, they forgot about their past. But the girl did not think that these words could apply to her directly, all because she knew nothing about the war. She still couldn't remember what happened 15 years ago, and all the memories from that time were like a blank sheet. She wanted to share her memories with someone, despite the fact that even to herself they seemed useless. Hearing all this, the elder brother took a very loud and strong puff from his smoking pipe and retreated into the room. Turning to his sister, he said that she should stop talking nonsense, since this is not the first time he has asked her to consider this a blessing. For there are so many truths in the world that must be forgotten, and the truth that the girl speaks about is not worth knowing. As soon as he finished this sentence, he immediately felt some very strange feeling inside his head. The girl, who stood at a not very large distance from her interlocutor, also felt that same feeling. They turned towards the mountains, which were at a very great distance from the village. Ilya thought that perhaps she had imagined it, or perhaps she had just felt strong currents of magic. Two very large springs intertwined in the mountains. After realizing this, she turned her body towards her brother in order to see what reaction he would have. After all, he was more sensitive to this. Such a powerful force can arise when two treasures fight. Jones could not think of anything else, as this feeling was incredibly familiar. He already experienced this 15 years ago, but since then, he has never left him. Will this nightmare really come back again? And indeed, the fear that Jones now had was valid, since there, in that direction, a great battle was really taking place. Kren started it first, since the first attack needed to be made more unexpected, so that the enemy, who was preparing to attack himself, would be ready for this. Then Kalos was very well and quickly able to evade and even try to launch a counterattack on the enemy. Sure, Kren took damage from this, but it seems like the amount of damage wasn't enough to make it noticeable. Both duelists used a variety of techniques to surprise each other and thus achieve a quick victory. And despite the large number of explosions that were happening around, from the outside, it was very difficult to understand who was winning now. One or the other gained an advantage in this fight, and it seems that each of them did not have less strength either. This could be understood because during each of the attacks, it seemed that they were even using an even greater amount of internal strength. In one of these moments, Kalos focused as much as possible before Kren was about to attack him. And when the enemy attacked him, he was already ready and dodged to the side several times so as not to receive damage and carry out a successful counterattack. Frida, who was watching what was happening, felt the earth tremble, which was not surprising because in front of her, a battle between two treasures was unleashed, which had incredible destructive power. After exchanging several blows, Kalos retreated a short distance while holding his huge hammer in his hands. He was annoyed that he hit his opponent so many times, but he still remained unharmed. It seems Kren could use his arm for both attack and defense. While he was thinking about further tactics, a large black cloud appeared in the place of his opponent. This cloud was getting bigger and it was slowly but surely approaching its goal. Even as deeply as I watched from the outside, I realized that if this smoke could reach Kalos, it would lead to very bad consequences. Kalos's gaze spoke of something else, since it seemed to him that he was in complete control of the situation. The understanding that you will work against him since his body consists of 99% diamonds and therefore is not subject to decay, calmed him down. Therefore, knowing that the enemy had spent time and effort on this attack, he prepared to launch his own. Thanks to his technique, he summoned another giant hammer and made sure that Lurch was right between them. Just one movement, but which required a lot of effort, and Kren found himself literally between a rock and a hard place. The sound that accompanied this was incredibly loud and would easily deafen someone who was standing very close. Kalos realized that he smashed his body into pieces, but it seems that his charm has become so frightening, and it seems that it was only his first form that turned out to be a trap. And indeed, it seems strange that after Kren was supposed to die, a dark cloud appeared in the place where he was. A dark stream of this energy began to move at an unpleasantly high speed towards the sides of Frida's body. She didn't have enough strength to start running away, and all she could do was watch. Kalos, in turn, only now realized that from the very beginning of their battle, Kren had a different plan for how it would go. This dark energy became increasingly stronger and moved toward the girl's body faster and faster. Deep Tooth. For the umpteenth time in recent times, she felt the smell of death and how it was already knocking on her door. But at the very last moment, she saw Kalos in front of her, and realizing what he was about to do, she tearfully asked him to stop. It seemed that the growth of that dark energy had no limit, and over time it would absorb absolutely everything that was around. And if you look at Kalos's face, it was very clear that he received significant damage after this, and it is not known how long he will last. Running up to the guy, the girl began to think about what to do next, because if this continues, he will simply die. She understood very well that if he surrendered now, then Fried herself would also die on the spot. But at that moment, when she was almost close to Kalos, unknown energy began to fly around the treasure. And at the same time, the treasure said that everything was fine, and he took the damage. But in general, he could survive for a long time. The black energy around his body disappeared, and he said that he could not lose when she looked at him, because in fact, he had just not shown his full strength. This was the good news, but the bad news for the Callus and the Deep Tooth itself was that Kren most likely was not fighting at full strength either. For the first time in a long time, Treasure's opponent said that he would probably never understand Kalos. He said that this girl is just a doll in human form, and also added that Treasure's actions do not comply with the first rule of protecting people. Ignoring all these words, Kalos admitted that he did not know that his opponent could speak, and asked him if he attacked Friede in order to provoke him. He began to explain that Friede is a person who has a heart and a brain, but such a treasure as Kren does not know, since all he does is kill. Saying all these words, he hugged the girl even tighter, who was already incredibly tense. The aura around Kren's body gradually became more transparent, and he noticed that it seemed that he now understood what it meant to be human. This form of unconditional love for people spoils and makes fools of all treasures, but especially Kalos. Treasure didn't want to listen to all this, so he ordered his opponent to stop wagging his tongue, since they could agree on everything in battle. He invited him to fight with full force, since most likely both of them were no longer satisfied with fighting only with their hands. The proposal was that now they had to solve everything once and for all, taking on their true forms and using all the strength they had. Kren listened to all this very carefully, but initially no reaction could be heard from him. He simply remained silent and turned his back to his opponent, at the same time moving away in an unknown direction. Then after a few seconds, he said that he would love to fight, but he didn't have time for that. They are incompatible, and therefore the battle will not be easy. In their true forms, the outcome of the fight may be ineffective. For this reason, he advised Kalos to find someone of her level, and Kren already found out what she wanted, and for this reason, she leaves. The treasure that remained with Friday told her rival that he was running away because of fear, and he was stupid if he thought that Kalos himself would not stop him. Stopping, Kren said that if he follows him, he will enter into battle, but this will also lead to its consequences. Don't forget that one has something to lose, and in fact Kalos has someone who needs to be protected, but Kren does not have such an object. After explaining the treasure, I realized that this battle would indeed be much more difficult for him, since he would have to think not only about his own safety. He simply silently let his opponent go, without commenting at all on what had just been said. Now Kalos realized that he would have to wait for such battles for a very long time, which means that the hammer in his hand can already be put away somewhere. Turning to the girl, he said that he thought that today was not the best day to fight. Turning to his beloved Frida, he told her that in his opinion, this time it was better to let the enemy leave. The time of the action has once again moved, and now took place on one of the streets of the village. Oren walked along a completely empty street, thinking about something of his own, while simultaneously looking around. This village turned out to be incredibly strange to him. He was sure that he had never been here, but all the streets seemed so the same that he had no idea where he was. Unbeknownst to him, it had already become dark, and he realized that at this rate he would not have time to return to his room. And the locals avoided him when he asked for directions. All these reflections prompted him to think that that child might have been right, and without him he really wouldn't be able to wander around here. Before his eyes there were images of how bad Finn felt after the words he said to him. It became obvious that Aren was stupid to interfere in his problems. He acted like he had the right to say something, when in fact he didn't have time to deal with other people's problems. But still, the guy tried not to think about it somehow, since now he needed to concentrate on his business, because he came to this place in search of knowledge of control over the treasure. By that time, Aren had no idea how he could get an explanation from the locals, and he was already thinking about another way to get rid of these handcuffs. Now it was much more difficult for him to think, because some unfamiliar man appeared right in front of his face. He had to take a closer look at him to understand who it was, but initially it didn't work out for him. The stranger turned to Aren and asked the monster boy if he was really lost so late. Only at this moment, Aren realized that this stranger was one of those guys he had met earlier. And this stranger just said that it always snows in the north. But only this evening the sky was clear, and a large number of stars were visible. At the same time, draw one of your swords. This man said that this night is just a wonderful one to die. He introduced himself and said that his name was Heinkel, and he was a member of the 1st Division of the 4th Detachment. So he wanted to explain to the guy who would kill him now. Then, Heinkel asked the guy not to be offended by this, since in fact it was his own fault for not listening. At the same time, I picked up some kind of stick from the floor. The guy replied that he was only interested in who he could fight on this wonderful evening. He looked his opponent straight in the eyes and said that a battle under the moon was the best way to cheer up. No one knew what the outcome of this battle would be, but it was obvious that it would become one of the most important. But at this point, if you moved to a slightly different location, you could hear a very long monologue in one of the bedrooms of the city. It was because Elijah was just falling asleep at that moment, and as is usually the case, right before she fell asleep, she was talking about everything that was bothering her. And the man who was lying next to her on the next bed at that moment covered his ears with his hands so as not to hear it all. Moreover, this man was incredibly angry about it, and thought to himself that this happened every night, and Elijah would not be silenced. In fact, he even thought about wanting to strangle her, but then the thought came to him that he should just wait a little longer. Eventually, after a few minutes, the moment finally came when the girl fell silent, and no more of her very long monologue was heard. It turned out that it was only when she was completely asleep that she could stop talking, and before that, pretty much the whole time. What you were talking about. And the man finally waited for that moment and looked at the girl to make sure she was asleep. It was very strange, as Elijah instantly fell asleep after she finished the subject of her story. He just hoped to go to sleep early because he knew he didn't like things going on behind his back, but there was nothing he could do about it. And the battle was now in full swing, due to Aaron taking the fight, and of course the opponent against him was not the weakest. Besides being armed with real weapons, this opponent was also quite an experienced warrior. And thanks to those skills, he instantly began to strike with his weapon, while Aaron tried to block them with his wooden stick. But even though he was doing well, you couldn't stand in that position for too long. So at some point he made a fish to the side. This was able to help as the enemy was already disoriented, and this spurt could be used to counterattack. And it looked like that was exactly how Aaron was trying to use his advantage and move to the side swinging his stick. But his opponent was experienced enough to anticipate this, so he blocked the attack with his iron sword. Moreover, Aaron's effort was enough, and so the opponent would be forced to step aside slightly, giving up his position slightly. Now there was a small space between them, which Gully could easily use for his own purposes. But also apart from that, looking into the eyes of his opponent, it was obvious that he was also serious, and was not going to lose just like that. Every blow Aaron threw chilled his blood, and that would have been able to confuse anyone. After analyzing the situation, one could realize that this opponent was not trained in sword fighting, but he was not bad in combat, which meant that he probably had quite a bit of experience. Furthermore, he's forbidden from using the power of his treasure, but it seems like he somehow still managed to use it just now. Aaron didn't wait long and moved forward again to make a surprise attack. The opponent was moving around and trying to block, but it was generally clear that he was expending too much effort to do so. It went on like this for a very long time, but it looked like the enemy still had the strength for such blocks. Despite this, Aaron did not tire, but only continued to deliver more and more blows with his wooden weapon. This indicated that in this fight so far his pure strength had overpowered him, and the opponent realized that he could easily lose at this rate. For this reason, it was decided to increase the distance and go for heavier artillery. When he increased the distance too abruptly, Aaron looked at him and didn't understand why it was done if he had a melee weapon that was useless at that distance. But holding his sword in his hands, his opponent thought that now there was no time to linger, and he must move to end this fight. Therefore, he used Asher, namely the double cut, and for this secret attack, he needed to use his two swords at the same time. This technique was also known as the swallow kick, and it was a fairly quick technique that covered a large area. Aaron definitely wasn't prepared for this, and expected them to have a duel with roughly the same balance of power. As an aside, it was too late, so he simply recovered his wooden stick that was destroyed from that attack. But thanks to that, all the energy was absorbed by the stick, and Aaron himself moved his body afterwards and was able to move to the side without taking damage. The guy didn't understand why his opponent got angry out of the blue, and now he was using this strange technique just like Elijah. Some sort of action had to be resorted to, so Aaron threw his stick straight at his opponent, aiming for his forehead. Toth raised his arm a lot to block that throw, but still tried to stay alert. That wasn't enough, because the guy ran right up to him and kicked him right in the kidneys. Moreover, this blow was quite strong, as the opponent flew several meters aside and even dropped both of his swords. But still, now looking into his eyes, one could see that he was conscious, and it looked like he was even ready to continue the battle. When he raised his head, he saw that the guy was running in his direction, and at that moment the guy was thinking that he had to finish before the opponent thought of something else. But suddenly there was some sudden movement that made Aaron think over his plans, what he was about to do, all because of the fact that this enemy was approached by an aide, who in one move was able to strike the guy and immediately move to his ally for first aid. The moment they realized that the ally was almost completely fine, they ordered him to rest while they straightened the guy out. They turned their head toward Aaron, who to their surprise was still on his feet. Besides being on his feet, he was also pretty confident, and said he was wondering when everyone else would join the fight. In a situation that was already tense, he said that he didn't realize that this group was so cowardly that they would attack in a group like the truest of jackals. The opponents prepared to attack, and one of them said that a monster like Aaron didn't deserve polite treatment, and he should be killed while he could. They furthermore did not choose to be ceremonious with their holds, and immediately prepared to use a double-cut swallow kick. The good thing for the guy was that their movement was too slow, so he had about 2 seconds to make a decision. So he waited him 1 second out of that time and prepared to do something rather expected. Namely, he pushed off from where he stood, and with a nimble movement was able to jump the fence that was behind his back. Those two opponents stood still and realized that they could not catch up with their enemy, because after he jumped that fence, he began to run along the rooftops in an unknown direction. But the guy at that point had already gotten pretty far, and was able to easily escape completely out of harm's way. He hid near one of the houses and wondered if there was something about the locals he'd noticed in these parts. They all behave too differently, but among all of them, there is a group that is too radical and that prefers to do first and think later. It seemed to him that they could all use this strange ability, and it looked like they were using some sort of blade magic, which annoyed him. In the past, when he didn't care whether he survived or not, such thoughts didn't visit him. But now things have changed, and he won't fail. Because as long as he lives, he has a purpose to fulfill and a goal to arrive at. Suddenly, while contemplating a future goal, he felt a sharp pain and realized he was getting worse. Eyes downcast, he spat out a large amount of blood from his mouth. This was clearly not a stable condition, but what was even stranger was that this had happened to him before. He looked at his hand and couldn't initially understand what was going on until the memory in his head became more recent. He hadn't had any such signs in a month, so he thought he had recovered, and it wasn't clear why it was happening now. The thought that perhaps he was not getting better at all did not leave his mind, and he concluded that perhaps it was because of the parasite inside him. Now he had to think, and he decided that the Narochi that was now on his hands was made to contain the power of the treasure, and because of that, his body was returning to its starting point. One had to think about what to do next, but it seems that one of the opponents was thinking quite differently. The boy turned his head to look in the direction of the danger he sensed, but unfortunately it was too late. Underneath, his opponent, who had been following him for a few seconds before his attack, managed to strike a rather unexpected and powerful blow. Because of this blow, a rather deep wound appeared on Aaron's body that would be fatal in an ordinary person. This warrior then landed on the ground and began to move to the side to secure himself. But here was the boy, only clutching at his wound, and then began to look around to see where the danger was now. This enemy, from a safe distance, said that he should have protected vital organs, even though such a monster has impeccable reflexes. Also, she added that she planned to behead her opponent and that she had been waiting for this day. The girl who looked at Aaron and clutched the hilt of her sword with strong hands said that today her father's enemy would die by her hand. At that moment, it seemed to the guy that he had even stopped feeling pain, and a sense of wonder completely overtook him with his head. Very quickly, the fact that this opponent was furious became apparent and definitely wanted to kill Aaron in a way that wasn't the quickest. Therefore, one had to be as alert as possible in order not to miss a beat. There was the strange fact that this opponent chose a rather strange tactic and decided to push back with his weapon to move forward. But still, despite this, the guy stayed alert and watched every move. Despite all this, he almost missed the moment when his opponent was already at his back. It was necessary to act instantly, as one could get a great deal of lethal storage in a second. It was lucky that the enemy didn't have the longest and sharpest sword, and because of that, the wounds weren't deep. But they were still wounds that hindered movement and carried only negative effects. It was necessary to retreat, and the lad did just that, in order to leave behind him at least some chance. While he was moving to the side, he noticed that the enemy was also following him, and that gave him an idea. He focused all the power that was then in his body into his hand, and prepared to do what he was preparing to do. In one motion, he threw that opponent to the side, and that girl flew away at a tremendous speed. But the effort wasn't enough, and so she was able to remain standing for a while longer, and even held her weapon in her hands. A second later, it bounced off the spot it landed on and disappeared somewhere. Initially, the guy thought she'd be behind his back, but she wasn't. As he looked around, he noticed that she had climbed onto one of the rooftops and was watching him from there. It was a good chance for dialogue, so he said she must have him confused with someone else, since he was languishing in the prison of an enemy camp just a month ago. He had to get down on one knee because of the pain, and he started screaming with all his might that they didn't even know each other, and the girl had probably just mistaken him for someone else. But she cynically said it didn't matter, and she wasn't interested in whether it was true or not, because Aaron is a monster, and that's all that matters. Having taken the first step being on that very roof, she said it was enough to eliminate him. In just a second, she pushed off hard and jumped to another roof, and then she took a few steps and jumped to the next one. Aaron had to watch all this action, as it is obvious that this is her plan, and she will not be in a hurry to make it a reality. It became clear that the enemy was going to run on the roof until she found his blind spot, and she was using the terrain as her advantage. She would probably try to reach his vital organs again, but the knife she had would only give such a strong warrior a couple of scratches. At some point, she moved several times around her target and bounced off one of the rooftops that was here. Aaron purposely didn't turn fully in her direction, as he could hear the moment she recoiled clearly. And even then, when she was in flight, he turned sharply and saw the girl who jumped on him with a knife. The stabbing blow was instantaneous, and she only had enough length of that blade to really only make just a small cut on the guy's body. That split second was enough time for her to think about the fact that the weapon was not enough to eliminate the enemy. But Aaron was acting according to his plan and realized that he would be able to make a very successful counterattack. So taking advantage of his opponent's unprotected zone, he kicked her in the stomach, causing her to fly away. This blow was so hard that she had a lot of trouble getting up, and yes, it wasn't particularly easy to breathe either. Still, she found the strength to reach for her knife and look around. The moment she only raised her head to assess everything, she heard loud footsteps coming closer and closer. And turning her head toward those very footsteps, she saw the guy who had gotten incredibly close to her and prepared to finish her off. But suddenly, there was a swing of the sword, and a part of Aaron began to fly to the ground in a predictable trajectory. Of course, initially the guy didn't even feel the pain, as it was like a feeling of shock. The inertia that was transferred to his body was enough for him to fly off to the side, and after a few seconds he began to feel that very pain. Her rescuer came over to the girl and sat down a little, asking if Rosalie was okay after all that had happened. Then the other warriors came to the captain, whom Toth immediately began to reprimand for not guarding Rosalie. Moreover, he also added that their little Rosalie was injured, and the rest of the crew should not have let that happen, and left her alone. He also started joking around and talking about how she might be his wife someday, and so everyone else needs to guard her more than the others. On top of that, he decided it was important to add that he knew the others wouldn't be able to eliminate this guy without him. Meanwhile, Aaron had almost completely shifted into himself and threw a judgmental glance in the captain's direction. He turned his head to the guy and said it looked like he was done with him. A girl named Rosalia felt she had to do it since she had almost succeeded in eliminating this guy. But the captain was adamant and said he wouldn't let it happen, and he'd kill the guy himself. As soon as he said that phrase, he immediately moved a little closer to his opponent, who was barely standing on his feet. Addressing him as a monster, he asked if he was ready for the fight that would be the last of his life. Aaron, meanwhile, only analyzed that if the captain in front of him now, he must be quite strong. But it was strange that he didn't even take a fighting stance. At some point, the guy blinked and noticed that his opponent had moved somewhere, and because of this, he began to look around. Now he was standing in a different place, and the guy thought that originally he didn't feel rage when his ear was cut off, which meant that such people were much more dangerous. After another second, the captain moved to another location, and this time it wasn't clear where he was. Aaron realized that if he couldn't see him now, he was probably right behind him. At the very last moment, he turned his body, and thus was able to dodge the sword of the captain. But that wasn't the only hit, and the subsequent ones were already hard to ignore, so the guy was taking damage. These blows were so fast that it was simply impossible to dodge them, let alone block them. After a few more seconds, the captain disappeared again and reappeared behind Aaron's back. With one swipe of his blade, he pierced his shoulder, which again created a severe wound in the guy's body and was the beginning of heavy bleeding. Immediately after that blow, he disappeared somewhere, and the guy realized that he just couldn't see his opponent. It was very difficult for him to stand on his feet, much less spin around and constantly try to figure out where his opponent was. As he tried to rise, he suddenly felt the cold touch of a blade near his neck and the captain behind his back addressing him. This captain asked Aaron in a quiet voice, "Why is he looking at me in the wrong place here, since he is constantly behind me?" The enemy prepared to finish his target, but at the very last moment he ducked, and because of this, he was able to survive. Aaron couldn't believe that the enemy had discovered his blind spots so quickly, and he couldn't believe that his speed was so fast that it was impossible to keep track of him. Standing behind his opponent's back, Captain said that there is no pleasure when the opponent does not know what he is fighting with, and decided to clarify something. Specifically, he said that he uses Chara for maneuvers by concentrating it in his legs, and also added that no one can match his speed, not even other captains. This attitude managed to anger even Aaron, and he shouted at the captain why would he suddenly decide to tell him everything in the middle of a battle. Then he turned around and said that if he wanted to kill him, he should do it right now. That's when this captain threw a few punches at the guy's legs and cut his tendons. Because of this, the guy fell to the ground, and his opponent replied to him that only he is here to decide whether to knock him out or continue playing, and Aaron's opinion doesn't interest him. He also added that all the guy had to do now was dance to the beat of his sword. His monologue continued, and he admitted what he'd like to say, but the guy can't move because his legs are hurt. Aaron hated to admit it even in his head, but there's a huge gulf between their skills, and the captain isn't someone who can be defeated without the power of a treasure. If he had that power now, or if he could use enchantments like them, then obviously the outcome of the battle would have been different. While he was thinking about it, the captain walked around him and said that if he wasn't going to show something interesting, there was no point in stalling. After that phrase, I realized early on that he couldn't die that easily. He can't die so easily at the hands of a stranger for something he never did. His hands began to clench tighter and he turned his attention to his bracelet and thought about the fact that he hadn't gotten his revenge yet. The captain gave in to him and allowed him to stand practically to his full height without striking him a single blow. The guy, meanwhile, was talking to himself in his head and advised the captain not to get in his way. The part of his body that was recently badly damaged and flew off has now fully recovered. His eyes were full of rage and glowing yellow because of it, and he said he would destroy everything in his path. The captain, meanwhile, reflected on the fact that finally this bad kid had fully revealed himself. Smiling, he even thought that the mission was accomplished, but lurking in the back of the creature was the idea that maybe some more fun was needed.